everyone, Novels Wonderland here. Thank you all for the love and support you've shown me and the channel.
Marvel the Soul Player synopsis. For the $10 million prize, Darian is grinding through a massive virtual game called Marvel World. What he doesn't realize is that from the moment the game began, he was already transported into the real Marvel universe, becoming its only player. From cutting deals with Tony Stark to outsmarting Hydra agents and walking straight into SHIELD's crosshairs, Darian treats every encounter like a quest to be cleared and every hero like an NPC with loot to drop. To everyone else, he's an unpredictable anomaly, but to himself, just a gamer following the mechanics. Nick Fury. Darian is an excellent agent, but he's a bit of a snob. Every time a mission is issued, he skips over it. Tony Stark. I can't believe it. The other day, Darian and I teamed up, and I came back with only my underwear left. Banner. I'm the exact opposite. My only underwear was stolen, and in a rage, I transformed into the Hulk, making headlines that evening. Thor. Darian claims he's reached 1,000 justice points, then he raised my Mjolnir hammer and ran off. When the world questions his methods, Darian just shrugs and says, I'm just playing by the rules. Chapter 1. The only player in the Marvel Universe. 51 chapters, 65,060 words. Stopwatch ~2 60-minute read. Chapter 1. Chapter 1. The only player in the Marvel Universe. 1,468 words. 1 chapters will be uploaded on daily basis, i.e. 7 chapters will be uploaded every week apart from the bonus chapters. 1 bonus chapter will be uploaded for every 100 Power Stones or 1,000 collections. All interested readers can read advanced chapters on p@atreon.com. Heroic verse. On a dark and windy night, inside a secluded manor, the master bedroom door slowly opened, and a figure swaggered in. He was wearing a thick floral padded jacket, Death Barbie pink shorts, and a pair of shit yellow Crocs. This outfit couldn't be described as particularly ugly, it was uniquely ugly. The most striking feature was the large yellow dog-head mask he wore, its mischievous expression conveying a strange sense of mockery. The dog-headed man walked directly to the desk, opened the computer, pulled a USB drive from his pocket, and plugged it in. A progress bar immediately appeared on the screen. While waiting, he felt his phone vibrating in his pocket. Hello. Darian, it's Fury. What's your status now? Infiltrated the target location, currently acquiring mission items. No one discovered you, right? Just as Darian was about to answer, the master bedroom's bathroom door suddenly clicked open, and a bearded man wrapped in a bathrobe stared at him in horror. Damn it. Who are you? How did you get in? Bodyguards. Bodyguards. Bow. Bang. A gunshot rang out, crisp and clean. The dog-headed man calmly put away his pistol and said into the phone, Don't worry, no one will find out. Fury was silent for a few seconds on the other end of the line, his voice dropping. After the mission, return to headquarters. Okay. Darian hung up the phone, and the loading bar on the computer screen also finished. He deftly pulled out the USB drive. The next moment, a cold, mechanical voice echoed in his mind. Daily mission Steal Important Intelligence Settlement complete. Rewards, Experience plus 500, SHIELD Reputation plus 10, C4 Explosive *1. TSK, just this garbage reward again. Darian pouted, his gaze sweeping over the corpse on the ground. He couldn't help but exclaim, but this game is truly amazing. Look at the death feedback of this NPC, it's just like the real thing. I wouldn't believe the game designer hasn't killed anyone. In fact, he was immersed in a holographic virtual game called Marvel World. In 2065, holographic virtual game technology was already widespread, allowing players to experience a virtual world that was almost 100% real. As a veteran player with millions of followers, Darian had completed countless games and had a small reputation in the international gaming community. 2 months ago, a gaming company under Marvel approached him, inviting him to test this new game, touted as having unprecedentedly high freedom, and promised a $10 million bonus if he completed it in one go. To be honest, Darian didn't know much about Marvel. After all, in his era, Marvel stories had gone through countless updates and generations, and the original characters had long since disappeared. The hottest superhero at the moment was Iron Man 7, named Iron Blackheart, a black single mother with gender identity disorder, severe alcoholism, morbid obesity, multiple sex changes, 3 divorces, and 5 children. She formed a family with Captain America 8, who was gay, a vegetarian animal and environmental activist, a pioneer of the feminist movement, a Catholic, and 1/8 Native American, and they constantly shouted family. This kind of politically correct, buffed-up superhero combination was only enjoyed by some people. Darian simply had no interest. That being said, Darian still signed the agreement without a second thought and lay down in the top-tier virtual game pod provided by the company that very day. He couldn't help it. They offered too much. At the beginning of the game, the system offered several identity options: HYDRA spy, SHELD agent, Stark Industries employee, Hell's Kitchen resident, Midtown High School student. Darian randomly clicked an option and began the game. After 2 months of playing, Darian had to admit that the game's freedom was indeed absurdly high. There was no newbie tutorial, no guidance whatsoever. All operations and plot developments relied on the player's own exploration. The most absurd thing was that after so many days, he hadn't even seen a hint of a main quest. If the game system hadn't repeatedly guaranteed a main quest, Darian would have suspected he was playing a spy simulation game. Speaking of which, this game doesn't seem to have an exit game button, Darian wondered. The system's voice chimed in at the right moment. "We apologize, a small issue occurred at the start of the game, causing a system bug. We are currently working hard to fix it. So I won't be in any danger, right?" Darian's heart skipped a beat. Please rest assured, the game virtual pod monitors the player's vital signs 24 hours a day. Any abnormality will trigger an immediate forced awakening. Additional note, the time-flow ratio between the game and reality is 362:1. The top-tier virtual pod and highly efficient nutrient solution you are using can ensure stable basic metabolism for over 10 years. There is no need to worry about time or safety issues. If the player insists on exiting the game, they can do so at any time, but will permanently lose the qualification for the one-time completion bonus. Does the player wish to exit the game? No. Darian decisively refused. Are you kidding? He would absolutely not exit the game until he completed it and got the $10 million bonus. Just then, dense and hurried footsteps came from outside the door. Clearly the gunshot had alerted the manor's bodyguards. Darian dismissed his lingering doubts, quickly pulled up the game map, and locked onto the SHELD headquarters coordinates. Click, teleport. By the time the bodyguards arrived, there was only a cold corpse in the master bedroom and a beeping C4 explosive. Holy **T. Boom. Triskelion, Director's Office. At this moment, Fury sat behind a large desk, reviewing a thick stack of documents. SHELD Budget Transfer Report? A voice suddenly spoke. Fury sharply looked up and saw a large yellow dog head peering at the documents. Darian. Mother***. Fury shivered, instinctively shouting. But he quickly recognized the person and said with a dark face, "Darian, how many times have I told you? At headquarters, dress normally, at least like a human." Darian immediately became unhappy. This outfit is clearly very cool, and it's quite strong too. Fury's mouth twitched. Did you leave your sense of aesthetics in the embryo when you were born? He was about to explode when Darian suddenly pointed at a spot on the document. Speaking of which, Director, this report seems off. How come there are several large, unaccounted-for expenditures? Could it be that someone in the agency is secretly embezzling public funds? Cough, cough, cough. Fury suddenly coughed violently a few times, slammed the document shut, and stuffed it into a drawer, saying sternly, "This is top secret, and I am personally handling it. It's not something a level 5 agent like you should inquire about." Oh. Fury maintained a stern face and forcefully changed the subject. "I have an important mission for you now." With that, he took out a file from another drawer and pushed it in front of Darian. On the first page of the file was a photo of a flashy mustachioed man, with his name and identity below. Tony Stark, CEO of Stark Industries. 3 months ago, Tony Stark was attacked by unidentified armed militants in the Middle East. His whereabouts and condition are still unknown. I need you to immediately depart for Afghanistan to ascertain Tony Stark's whereabouts. If he is still alive, bring him back safely." As Fury's words fell, the system's voice simultaneously rang out. "NPC Fury has issued you a new mission. Mission: The Birth of Iron Man. Objective: Go to the Middle East to find Tony Stark and bring him back safely. Player has triggered a main story mission. Upon completion, the player will receive generous rewards. Main mission." Darian's eyes widened excitedly. It's here. His long-awaited main mission had finally arrived. Iron Man? Sounds like a superhero title. Is he an important character? Darian guessed. Although he knew very little about Marvel, he knew it was a superhero comic company, and its core was naturally focused on superheroes. However, Darian hadn't heard of any superheroes since he started playing, let alone seen one. It was Fury in front of him who had a bit of that superhero vibe. What was his hero title then? One-Eyed Man? Or Mother****man? Darian, are you even listening? Fury looked at the dazed Darian, feeling his blood pressure rising. Darian snapped back, "Officer, what did you just say?" "I said. Never mind, it's not important." Skip the cut scene. Fury. Chapter 2, Novice Village Chief. 1,414 words. 1 chapters will be uploaded on daily basis, i.e. 7 chapters will be uploaded every week apart from the bonus chapters. 1 bonus chapter will be uploaded for every 100 Power Stones or 1,000 collections. All interested readers can read advanced chapters on p@atreon.com Heroic Verse. The next day, a Quinjet stealthily flew over the Middle East. Inside the cabin, a middle-aged man pointed at the desert outside the porthole and said in a deep voice, "The area below is where Tony Stark was last confirmed missing. The complex political environment restricts us from launching a large-scale search operation, so we can only investigate secretly. Therefore, this operation must be kept low-key." Darian nodded. "Don't worry, Village Chief, I'm famous for being low-key. Let me reiterate, I am Agent Coulson, not some village chief. Stop pretending, you are the Novice Village Chief. I can see the title above your head." Coulson subconsciously looked at his empty head, only to be left with a helpless expression. He had read Darian's file and was well versed in his methods and exploits. Darian, an outstanding graduate of the SHIELD Academy, had shown extraordinary personal and executive abilities since joining SHIELD 2 months ago. No matter how difficult the mission, he could always handle it alone, never making a retreat plan, and never needing support. In just 2 months, he completed 48 missions, with an astonishing 100% success rate. Such terrifying efficiency left even Coulson, known as SHIELD's model employee, far behind. Darian was even promoted to a level 5 agent, setting SHIELD's fastest promotion record. However, Darian had an almost obsessive, even ruthless, dedication to completing missions. In a secret infiltration mission, he once carnaged nearly 100 soldiers in a base, leaving no one alive, not even the 2 guard dog. As soon as this happened, Fury immediately sealed the news. The deaths of nearly 100 soldiers, this casualty count was almost on par with a small conflict. They were SHIELD, not HYDRA. Afterward, facing Fury's stern questioning, Darian's answer was also very righteous. There were no witnesses throughout the process, and no alarms were triggered. Wasn't this the most perfect infiltration? Very reasonable. SHIELD's psychological experts' analysis report indicated that Darian was suspected of suffering from severe delusions. To him, the entire world was a vast virtual game. Everyone was an NPC. And he was the only player. Normally, such an extremely dangerous and uncontrollable factor should have been placed on SHIELD's highest alert blacklist and closely monitored. But Fury didn't do that. After all, what boss would be willing to fire an employee who single-handedly boosted the entire company's KPI? Regarding Darian's conduct, Fury ultimately chose to turn a blind eye. Of course, he couldn't open both eyes. Since his boss was like this, Coulson, as his subordinate, naturally wouldn't say much. If the action plan is fine, I'll notify the pilot to find a safe landing spot," Coulson said, preparing to contact the cockpit. "No need for all that trouble." Darian waved his hand. Before Coulson could react, he casually pressed the cabin door's open button. Coulson's face turned pale with shock. "Wait. We're several hundred meters up. You don't have a parachute." "Woo-hoo, taking off." Before he finished speaking, Darian shouted, spread his arms, and leaped out of the cabin door, leaving Coulson bewildered in the cabin. Yellow sand swirled. Darian plummeted from several hundred meters high, the violent airflow tearing at his clothes, with only the whistling of the wind in his ears. The ground rapidly magnified in his vision, with jagged rocks and undulating dunes clearly visible. There was no hint of panic on Darian's face. His body suddenly spun in mid-air, turning to an upward-facing posture, his arms spread, then quickly retracted to protect his chest. Just as he was about to make contact with the ground, bang! A large bundle of dry, fluffy hay appeared out of thin air directly below him. Darian slammed into the hay bale with incredible precision, sending straw flying everywhere. Then, he easily jumped out of the hay bale, completely unharmed. Skill, leap of faith. Effect: when you fall from a high place, a hay bale will appear below you to catch you, immune to all fall damage. Comment: nothing is true, everything is permitted. This was a skill Darian obtained from completing a certain mission. Not to mention its practicality, the key was that it was incredibly cool. So much so that even now, when he stood on a slightly higher spot, he had an urge to jump down. Where did this take me? Darian looked around, seeing only monotonous sand dunes as far as the eye could see. The harsh environment made it difficult to even discern directions, let alone find someone. However, this was not a problem for him. System: track mission target. Mission target Tony Stark location has been marked. As the system's voice sounded, a conspicuous golden dot immediately appeared on the minimap. Not bad, not too far, Darian muttered, and started running in the direction of the dot. Tens of minutes later, Darian followed the mission marker to the edge of a valley embraced by huge rock mountains. He crouched down and looked down, where a crude, small encampment was hidden at the bottom of the valley. The perimeter was fortified with sandbag-stacked defenses and barbed wire fences. Inside, there were various weapons crates marked with Stark Industries, as well as scattered debris of missile components. In the encampment, a group of heavily armed terrorists patrolled back and forth, at least 40 of them. The golden dot marking the mission target was located deep within the encampment's secluded cave. Darian observed that the only passage leading to the cave was heavily guarded, making infiltration quite difficult. Normally, he would have already enjoyed a fight. But this mission was more important. It was better not to alert the enemy before finding the mission target. It seems the front door is not an option. I need to find another way. Clang, clang, clang. The crisp sound of hammering echoed within the cave. In the dim light, a person was vigorously hammering iron. Don't misunderstand, this person was not the prison boss, but the Iron Man, Tony Stark. Since being abducted by terrorists 3 months ago, he had been imprisoned in this isolated cave, subjected to threats and humiliation by the terrorists, all to force him to build new missiles. But who was Tony? He was rebellious from a young age, the kind who would definitely go west if you told him to go east. So, under the guise of building missiles, he procured a large amount of materials and tools from the terrorists. With the help of Dr. Ethan, a fellow prisoner and physicist, he secretly designed and built a set of iron armor powerful enough to help them break through the siege. Tony used iron tongs to clamp an iron mask onto the workbench. Ethan, who had been working diligently, looked up at the sound. The core components are almost done, now all that's left is the final assembly and activation of the power system. Tony's voice was low and hoarse, with a hint of undetectable fatigue. Ethan, we don't have much time left. Those guys seem to be getting suspicious. We must act quickly. Leave the rest to me, Ethan nodded seriously. Good, you hide here, and once I clear out the riffraff outside and confirm it's safe, you can come out with me. Tony's eyes were filled with determination. The hardships he had endured these past few days had matured this playboy, who indulged in gambling, women, and alcohol. He secretly swore in his heart. If he could return alive this time, Tony Stark would forever be at odds with gambling. Next, with Ethan's assistance, Tony began to put on the heavy armor components one by one. Thump, 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 thump. Just as the two were busy, a dull and strange digging sound suddenly came from beneath the rocky ground at their feet. What's that sound? Tony and Ethan's movements froze simultaneously, and they exchanged confused glances. However, before they could react, a horrifying scene unfolded. Less than 2 meters from their feet, the hard ground vanished instantly, as if wiped away by an invisible eraser. In its place was an extremely regular square pit, about 1 meter per side. Suddenly, a head abruptly emerged from the pit. Its eyes stared directly at Tony. Found you. Chapter 3, Integrity. Do players even have that? 1,213 words. 1 chapters will be uploaded on daily basis, i.e. 7 chapters will be uploaded every week apart from the bonus chapters. 1 bonus chapter will be uploaded for every 100 Power Stones or 1,000 collections. All interested readers can read advanced chapters on p@atreon.com heroic verse. What the F? Tony and Ethan's hearts nearly stopped from the sudden turn of events. Especially Tony, he hadn't slept for 2 days to meet the deadline, and the shock almost made him faint. Under their stunned gaze, Darian nimbly climbed out of the pit, brushed the dust off his body, and casually slung a pixelated pickaxe over his shoulder. Item: Diamond Pickaxe. Effect: greatly enhances digging efficiency, capable of quickly destroying most minerals and rocks. Comment: if Andy Dufresne had this pickaxe, he would have saved at least 27 years of detours. Who are you? Tony was the first to snap back, his gaze warily fixed on this unknown individual. Darian grinned. You must be Tony Stark, I'm here to rescue you. Are you sent by the military? No, I'm a SHELD agent, this is my business card. Tony took the card and looked at it. Federal Bureau of Investigation, Senior Agent Darian. ? Ah, sorry, wrong one. Darian very naturally pulled back the card, then pulled out a large handful of various business cards from his chest pocket. Department of Defense, Central Intelligence Agency, New York Police Department, Federal Tax Bureau. Tony. Found it. Darian finally found the correct card and handed it over. Strategic Homeland Intervention, Enforcement and Logistics Division, Senior Agent Darian. Tony looked at the long, cumbersome agency name, feeling like a novel author had invented it just to pad the word count. He looked at Darian suspiciously. How many people did your Strategic Homeland Intervention, Enforcement and Logistics Division send? Darian smiled confidently. Just me. Tony's face darkened. This guy isn't here to mess with him, is he? Darian paid no attention to Tony's reaction, his gaze already firmly fixed on the crude steel armor on Tony. Mark I armor bound to Tony Stark. Description: a power armor handmade by Tony in the cave using scrap materials, requiring a large amount of energy to operate. Good stuff. Darian's eyes lit up. No man can resist the allure of armor, and he was no exception. This was the ultimate romance for a man. It was a pity it was bound to Tony, a main quest character, otherwise he could have tried to see if it would drop. Darian sighed regretfully. He had already verified that the NPCs in this game did not have a refresh mechanism. Once an NPC died, they would disappear permanently and never reappear, and related quests would also become invalid. So, it was better to try to avoid acting against main quest characters. However, he could try it in the second playthrough. Darian mused inwardly. Tony felt a shiver run down his spine from Darian's eager and dangerous gaze, and just as he was about to speak, a sudden clamor came from outside the cave. Tony's face changed drastically, and he quickly looked at the monitor in the corner. Clearly, the terrorists had already monitored the situation here and were rushing towards them. They're coming. Hurry up. Tony, ignoring Darian, shouted at Ethan. Not long after, terrorists had already arrived outside the cave, banging on the iron door and yelling in an incomprehensible language. Bang! The moment the terrorists forcefully pulled open the iron door, a deafening explosion roared. The bombs Tony and Ethan had set up beforehand at the entrance detonated, and several charred bodies lay on the ground, enveloped in smoke and debris. Before they could even sigh in relief, more intense footsteps rapidly approached from a distance. Damn it! Tony was burning with anxiety. These terrorists were coming much faster than expected. Ethan, activate the power system immediately. But the armor isn't debugged yet. We can't worry about that. Hurry. Tony knew the risk of forcibly activating the steel armor was immense, but he had no choice. If he didn't activate it now, once the terrorists rushed in, they might not even have a chance to resist. Ethan gritted his teeth and, under Tony's command, activated the power system. The progress bar on the computer screen began to advance slowly. Outside the cave, the roar and footsteps of the terrorists grew closer. It's too late. Ethan took a deep breath, grabbed a rifle next to a corpse, his eyes incredibly firm. I'll hold them off. With that, he rushed out of the cave without hesitation. Ethan, come back. Stick to the plan, Tony shouted anxiously, but Ethan's figure had already disappeared from the cave entrance. Crack, crack, crack. Just at this tragic and tense moment, an untimely sound rang out. Darian was seen eating popcorn, which he had pulled out from who knows where, watching this scene of life and death with great relish. The cut scene is pretty good, but the plot is a bit cliché. Darian stopped eating popcorn and commented. Based on his extensive experience immersed in countless game plots, this NPC named Ethan was highly likely to be sacrificed. Wait, why does this plot development feel a bit familiar? Darian suddenly realized something was wrong and looked at Tony suspiciously. Speaking of which, the idea of handcrafting power armor from scrap materials in a cave was inherently unscientific, practically blatant cheating. Coupled with the plot of sacrificing a companion, such treatment seemed to be reserved only for protagonists, didn't it? System, don't tell me this guy with the mustache is the protagonist, and I'm just a passing camera. Please rest assured, this game has no preset protagonist. The system will not interfere with any of the players' decisions. Players are free to participate in the plot. Becoming a protagonist, supporting character, or passerby is entirely up to the player's choice. That's good. Darian breathed a sigh of relief. He didn't want to be some mobile camera, just sleeping all day. Tony watched Darian leisurely eating popcorn, his lungs about to explode with anger. They were fighting for their lives here, and this guy was just eating popcorn and watching the show. But then he thought, this guy claimed to be an agent, so he should have some combat power, right? Tony, holding on to a last shred of hope, urgently shouted at Darian, "Hey, agent! Quickly help me stop Ethan. Don't let him do something foolish." Ethan, a helpless scientist facing a group of ruthless terrorists, his outcome was predictable. "He's a goner, man." Hearing Tony's words, Darian sneered, "Heh, who do you think you are? I'm a SHIELD agent. If you tell me to do something and I do it, wouldn't I lose face? NPC Tony Stark has issued a new quest to you. Quest, save Ethan. Objective, ensure Ethan survives. Reward, 1000 experience points, Tony Stark's favorability plus 20, random rare quality item *1. But then again, as a good citizen, how can I stand by and do nothing? Don't worry, I've got this quest covered." The disdain on Darian's face instantly vanished, replaced by a look of righteous indignation. The speed of this change in expression left Tony dumbfounded. As for integrity, Darian stated, do game players even have that? Chapter 4, Grim Reaper's Eye. 1267 words. 1 chapters will be uploaded on daily basis, i.e. 7 chapters will be uploaded every week apart from the bonus chapters. 1 bonus chapter will be uploaded for every 100 Power Stones or 1000 collections. All interested readers can read advanced chapters on p@atreon.com Heroic Verse. System, track the mission target. Mission target Ethan's location has been marked. The golden light representing Ethan instantly lit up on the minimap, showing that he had already run a considerable distance. This four-eyed fellow has some skills. Darian raised an eyebrow, quite surprised. That seemingly weak NPC actually had this capability. Could it be that Ethan was a hidden god of war? Warning. Mission target's vital signs are rapidly declining, on the verge of death. If the mission target dies, the mission will be considered a failure. Alright, I take it back. Under Tony's astonished gaze, the diamond pickaxe in Darian's hand disappeared out of thin air, replaced by a 93R pistol glinting with a cold, hard metallic sheen. You are. Wait for my good news. Before Tony could finish, Darian threw out a sentence, and his figure was already chasing in the direction of the light spot. Just as he rushed out of the cave and rounded the first bend, Darian ran head-on into several heavily armed terrorists. Seeing Darian appear abruptly, the terrorists were clearly stunned, then, in a panic, raised their firearms, and the dark muzzles of their guns all locked onto Darian. Hands up. Drop your weapons. Crouch down. Don't move. The terrorists spoke a variety of languages, even mixing in some obscure minor languages. However, Darian could completely understand what they were saying. This was thanks to the initial game settings where he had checked "Let us speak English," and the system would automatically translate all languages into English. Similarly, what he said would also be converted by the system into a language the other party could understand. So, do you want me to move, or not move? Darian said helplessly. The terrorists seemed to be stumped by his question, exchanging bewildered glances with each other, unable to reach a consensus for a moment. So, they decided to eliminate the person who created the problem. Da. The terrorists grinned as they pulled their triggers, bullets pouring towards Darian like water. Seeing that he was about to be riddled with bullets, Darian's expression remained normal. Grim Reaper's eye. In an instant, the world seemed to have been put on slow motion. The flow of time suddenly became viscous and slow, and everything around him was almost static. Even the trajectories of bullets, which were invisible to the naked eye, now became clearly visible, slowly advancing through the air like snails. In this almost frozen time and space, only Darian's movements remained fluid. His gaze swept over each of the terrorists, and a dazzling red crosshair instantly appeared on the head of the locked-on targets. Bang! 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 The next moment, 4 gunshots rang out almost simultaneously. The terrorists didn't even have time to scream. Their foreheads instantly burst into blood, and they crashed to the ground, maintaining their gun-raising posture. Skill, Grim Reaper's Eye. Effect, after activating the skill, time slows down, allowing the user to mark enemies and rapidly shoot all marked targets, while also granting abilities such as bullet tracking, weak point display, infinite magazine, and temporary X-ray vision. Evaluation, I have a plan, a dog egg plan. TSK, trash mobs, they don't even drop experience points. Darian curled his lips in disdain and continued to move towards the light spot. The commotion here had clearly alerted the terrorists, and chaotic footsteps rapidly approached him. Bang! A terrorist had just poked half his body out from around the corner when he was shot in the head by Darian, brain matter splattering. The terrorists behind him were scared out of their wits and immediately raised their guns, unleashing a frantic barrage of bullets at Darian. Darian hid behind the rock wall, calmly pulled out a flashbang, estimated the general direction, pulled the pin, and threw it. In an instant, blinding light erupted in the narrow passage. Ah! The terrorists screamed and covered their eyes, as if they had seen heaven. Bang! 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 After a series of precise single shots, the word as if could be removed. Soon, Darian fought his way to the end of the corridor and finally found Ethan. At this point, Ethan's situation was not very optimistic. He was slumped against sandbags, his face pale, and several gruesome bullet holes in his chest were gushing blood. Seeing Darian appear, Ethan, ignoring his injuries, shouted hoarsely, "Be careful. There's an ambush here. Die." The terrorists hidden in the dark, seeing their target fall into the trap, raised their guns and began to fire without a word. Da. Gunshots erupted, and dense bullets covered Darian's position like a sudden rain. Darian reacted quickly, performing a tactical role to hide behind cover. He glanced at the minimap, where the red dots representing the enemies glowed brightly, exposing the terrorists' positions completely. Good thing I'm not playing an FPS, otherwise I'd definitely be banned. Bang! A gunshot, and the terrorist hiding in the corner instantly had his head blown open, falling onto a nearby companion. "No, Johnny, I will avenge you." Bang! Before the companion could finish speaking, a blood-soaked hole, identical to one on a certain president, appeared on his forehead. Bang! 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 Gunshots echoed continuously. Each gunshot was accompanied by a terrorist falling to the ground. The terrorists discovered in horror that no matter how they moved or where they hid, Darien always seemed to find their position and accurately shoot them through the head. A ridiculous illusion arose in their hearts. They felt as if they were surrounded by him alone. Demon. He's a demon. The remaining terrorists couldn't withstand the pressure and turned to flee. Bang! 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 Several bodies fell to the ground in response. Darien walked out from behind cover, looking at the tragic corpses scattered across the ground, his heart completely unmoved. As a player, his heart was colder than a fishmonger who had been gutting fish for decades. "Don't move. Otherwise, I'll kill him." A voice suddenly came from the side. Darien looked over, only to see Ethan being held hostage by a bearded man, a pistol pressed firmly against his sun temple. Perhaps wary of Darien's marksmanship, the bearded man used Ethan as a human shield, tightly blocking him in front. His fat body was hidden behind a thin dog, creating a scene that was indescribably comical. Don't worry about me." Ethan's voice was weak. Darien didn't speak. If it weren't for the mission, he might have considered killing Ethan first, so the other party would have no hostage. The bearded man, seeing that Darien seemed to care about Ethan's life, rejoiced in his heart and threatened harshly, "If you don't want him to die, throw away the weapon in your hand." "All right." Darien cooperated unexpectedly, dropping the 93R in his hand to the ground. Seeing this, the bearded man's face showed a cruel smile, and he unhesitatingly turned the muzzle towards Darien. "Ha ha ha, you're such a fool. Go to." Bang! The bearded man's smile froze on his face, and he fell straight down. Darien, holding another 93R that had appeared in his hand at some unknown point, said innocently to the corpse, "You only said to throw away what was in my hand, but you didn't say I couldn't use what was in the inventory." Chapter 5. Who is Elon Musk? 1,182 words. 1 chapters will be uploaded on daily basis, i.e. 7 chapters will be uploaded every week apart from the bonus chapters. 1 bonus chapter will be uploaded for every 100 Power Stones or 1,000 collections. All interested readers can read advanced chapters on p@atreon.com Heroic Verse. After killing the bearded man, Darien quickly went to Ethan, who had fallen to the ground. After the intense fight just now, Ethan's injuries were clearly more severe. His breathing became increasingly faint, his eyes gradually unfocused, and a large, red character for death seemed to be imprinted on his face. Ethan struggled to speak, his voice barely a whisper. "I'm already done for. Please tell Tony not to waste. You can save the emotional lines for yourself." Darien rudely interrupted Ethan's last words, and at the same time, a green can appeared in his hand. Then, he twisted open the lid and poured all the liquid inside onto Ethan's hands. "Ethan, ? I'm about to die. Why are you washing my hands now?" Just as Ethan felt bewildered, a strange itching sensation suddenly came from his chest. He instinctively looked down and saw that the fatal gunshots on his chest were rapidly healing at a visible speed, disappearing in the blink of an eye. Item: Biochemical Hand Sanitizer. Effect: Can instantly heal most injuries, even severed limbs can be easily reattached. Review: Washing makes you healthier. How is this possible? Ethan sat up, touching his perfectly intact chest in disbelief. If not for the bloodstains and bullet holes on his clothes, he would almost have thought he had just experienced a nightmare. Nothing is impossible. Darien casually tossed the empty bottle, without a hint of regret. He had a large stockpile of such healing items in his game inventory, more than he could ever use. Just then, the system's notification sound rang out. Side quest: Save Ethan settlement complete. Rewards: 1,000 experience points, Tony Stark affection plus 20, item Pure Iron Pokeball. Item: Pure Iron Pokeball, a Pokeball weighing 100 kilograms, only a living Pokemon is worthy of being captured. As expected of a quest from a main storyline character, the rewards are indeed generous. Darian nodded in satisfaction. Sure enough, following the main storyline was the way to go. It was much more efficient than grinding daily quests. Clang, clang. Accompanied by heavy and somewhat clumsy metallic footsteps, an iron armor welded from crude iron sheets emerged from the passage. The faceplate of the iron armor flipped open, revealing Tony's face, a mix of anxiety and sweat. "I finally found you guys." Seeing Ethan safe and sound, Tony immediately breathed a sigh of relief, then asked, "By the way, where are those terrorists?" "They're all over the ground, aren't they?" Darian gestured around with his chin. Tony heard this and shifted his gaze to the surroundings. The scene made him gasp. Bodies lay scattered across the ground, each terrorist with a bullet hole in their forehead, white and red flowing everywhere, looking particularly gruesome in the dim light. Tony looked at Darian in shock. "You did all this?" "Keep it low-key, low-key." Darian modestly waved his hand. Tony gasped. Darian alone had taken down so many terrorists. His skills were simply incredible. But he had never been inferior to anyone in his life, so he didn't show surprise on his face. Instead, he said in a light tone, "Listen, James Bond, your mission is complete. I'll take it from here." With that, Tony lowered his faceplate and strode out of the cave, piloting the iron armor. Outside the cave, dozens of terrorists were already waiting in formation, each holding new firearms produced by Stark Industries, their muzzles aimed at the cave entrance. The moment the iron armor appeared, the bald strongman leading them flashed a fierce glint in his eyes and unhesitatingly ordered, "Fire." As the command was given, the terrorists simultaneously pulled their triggers. Da. Gunshots shrieked, bullets poured down like a sudden rain on the iron armor, making dense, ear-splitting impact sounds. Facing such fierce firepower, even Tony, wearing the iron armor, was shaken and cursed wildly in his heart. Using weapons he designed himself to attack him was too much of a bullying. But strangely, although there were two obvious holes in the eye sockets of Tony's iron faceplate, no bullets ever shot there, as if the bullets had eyes and automatically avoided it, which was quite miraculous. "My turn," Tony roared, raising his arms, and 2 gouts of scorching fire instantly gushed out, sweeping towards the concentrated terrorist. The first few people, unable to dodge, were immediately engulfed by the flames, emitting piercing screams. Seeing his side being pushed back by Tony's flamethrower, the bald strongman's face turned ashen, and he roared, "Heavy machine guns!" Suppressing fire. From high up in the valley, several already mounted heavy machine guns quickly moved their muzzles, aiming at Tony and unleashing a torrent of ammunition. Da. Powerful bullets sparked against the armor, and the strong impact force pinned Tony firmly in place. Even worse, a stray bullet happened to sever the track connection on the iron armor's right leg, and Tony uncontrollably knelt down, unable to move. Damn it! Tony inwardly cursed, cold sweat instantly drenching his back. Although this hastily built iron armor had strong defenses, it lacked a certain flexibility, and its offensive methods were already limited. Once it lost mobility, he would be no different from a turtle retracting its head. The bald strongman keenly noticed Tony's predicament, a sinister smile appearing on his face, and he roared sharply, "Prepare the anti-tank rocket launcher. Blast this damned tin can to pieces for me. So what if it can withstand bullets?" He didn't believe that an anti-tank rocket launcher from Stark Industries couldn't blow open this iron turtle. Seeing a terrorist hoist an anti-tank rocket launcher and steadily aim its muzzle at him, Tony couldn't help but swallow. He knew the power of his own weapons better than anyone. This iron armor absolutely could not withstand the bombardment of an anti-tank rocket, and with this shot, he feared he would turn into Tony sauce. Bang! Just at this critical moment, a crisp gunshot pierced the clamor. The head of the terrorist carrying the rocket launcher exploded in response, and the anti-tank rocket launcher in his hand fell to the ground. Tony looked back and saw Darian standing not far away, holding a pistol. "Listen, Elon Musk, your part is over. I'll take it from here." Who is Elon Musk? Tony was puzzled for a moment, but with the crisis imminent, he couldn't delve into it and immediately shouted at Darian, "Get back. Their firepower is too strong." Oh! Darian heard this and, instead of retreating, calmly put away his pistol. Then, under Tony's bewildered gaze, a supremely cool-looking 6-barreled Gatling gun, gleaming with cold metal, appeared in his hand. How does that compare to this one of mine? What the F? Tony's eyes nearly popped out in shock. Where did he pull out such a big and thick thing from? Chapter 6. What were all the hardships I suffered before? 1,263 words. 1 chapters will be uploaded on daily basis, i.e. 7 chapters will be uploaded every week apart from the bonus chapters. 1 bonus chapter will be uploaded for every 100 Power Stones or 1,000 collections. All interested readers can read advanced chapters on p@atreon.com Heroic Verse. As everyone knows, every player is a walking arsenal. In terms of firepower, Darian truly feared no one. Looking at the stunned terrorists in front of him, Darian grinned and pulled the trigger without hesitation. 6 thick gun barrels began to spin at high speed, emitting a low, terrifying hum of preheating. Seeing this, the bald strong man's pupils constricted, and he roared hoarsely, "Retreat! Quickly retreat! Da. Before his roar finished, a violent storm of metal had already torn through the air. The Gatling gun unleashed its firepower at a terrifying rate of 6,000 rounds per minute. The terrorists caught in its barrage had no time to react and were instantly torn to shreds by countless bullets. Some terrorists tried to raise their guns to counterattack, but the next second they were met with a hail of fire. After their cremation, there was at least half a pound of bullet fragments left. Darian, holding the Gatling gun, didn't even pretend. He directly activated Grim Reaper's Eye, clearing out every target within range. Even terrorists hiding and refusing to show their heads were blasted into slag along with their cover under the Gatling gun's destructive assault. Before the Gatling, all beings were equal, but not long after, the gunfire suddenly stopped. The surviving terrorists thought Darian had run out of bullets and were overjoyed. They popped their heads out, ready to counterattack. Then they saw Darian put on a pair of sunglasses and say apologetically, "I knew I seemed to have forgotten something. It's fine now, let's continue. Your mom. Da. A few minutes later, there were no terrorists left on the field. Even the bald strong man, who had a bit of a role, also died miserably in Darian's ruthless sweep, contributing 100 experience points to him. I thought it was a small boss, but that's all? Darian was a little disappointed. After checking the minimap for no red dots, he put down the Gatling gun. He walked up to Tony and tapped his Iron Man head. "Hello, are you dead?" "Not dead." Tony opened his mask, the surprise in his eyes hard to hide. "Who exactly are you?" "Didn't I tell you? I'm a SHIELD agent. You can call me Darian." "Agent?" Tony's mouth twitched slightly. "If you hadn't said anything, I would have thought you were the Terminator. One man took out dozens of terrorists. Is this a poet? Tony, are you all right?" "Ethan ran over." "I'm fine, it's just that the armor's energy is depleted, and I can't move now. Quickly help me take this thing off." With Ethan's help, Tony laboriously took off the Iron Man armor, revealing the dazzling arc reactor on his chest. "Holy crap, cyberpunk." Darian's eyes lit up. He looked at Tony and asked, "Do you sell this thing? Can you install one for me too?" "Sorry, this is not for sale." Tony felt that Darian was a little abnormal. After all, what normal person would voluntarily put a reactor in his chest? If he could, he would rather not have this thing. Tony suddenly thought of something and said to Darian, Darian, can you do me a favor?" "What favor?" "Help me destroy all the weapons here, not a single one left." Tony's eyes were serious. He didn't want the weapons he created to become instruments of slaughter for others again. NPC Tony Stark has issued you a new quest. Quest: Destroy weapons. Objective: Destroy all Stark Industries weapons in the camp. Reward: 500 experience points, Tony Stark favorability plus 10. Although the reward wasn't much, it was easy. "No problem." Darian readily agreed, pulled a sticky bomb from his game inventory, and casually stuck it on a box containing missiles. Tony recognized the missiles in the box. They were Stark Industries' latest missiles, with power comparable to Jericho missiles. The power of a single one was enough to level a mountain. And in this box, there were 6 missiles. Tony's face turned green looking at the beeping bomb flashing red. He immediately called out to Ethan, who hadn't figured out the situation yet, and ran back like crazy. Boom! Accompanied by a deafening explosion, a blaze of fire rose in the valley. Even though Tony and Ethan were far enough away, they could still feel the scorching heat rushing towards them. Tony and Ethan gasped for air, their heart rate soaring, their legs almost giving out. Darian, on the other hand, looked perfectly fine, not even a drop of sweat, completely unlike someone who had run over 1,000 meters. "You lunatic." Tony gritted his teeth and looked at Darian. "You almost got us killed." Darian asked in confusion, "Why?" Seeing Darian like this, Tony became even angrier. "Why?" "Fortunately, the timer you set on the bomb was long enough, otherwise, if we had run any slower, we would have been blown to bit." "Who said it was a time bomb?" "This is a remote-controlled bomb. It only detonates when I press it." Darian shook the controller in his hand. "Tony and Ethan, why didn't you say so earlier?" A moment later, a Quinjet appeared overhead and landed in front of the 3. Coulson stepped out of the cabin, looking at Darian with a complex expression. "Didn't we agree to keep a low profile?" Darian said innocently, "I've already been very low-key. This explosion could be seen for dozens of kilometers around." "Is that still considered low-key?" Coulson sighed helplessly, didn't dwell on the issue, and walked directly to Tony, extending his hand in a friendly manner. "Hello, Mr. Stark, I'm Coulson, SELD agent, responsible for taking you back." Looking at Coulson's gentle smile, Tony breathed a sigh of relief. It seemed there were normal people among SELD agents too. If they were all crazy like Darian, SHELD should be renamed the Crazy Agency. Darian ignored the two talking and focused his attention on the system prompt that had just sounded. Main quest: The Birth of Iron Man settlement complete. Rewards obtained: 10,000 experience points, equipment frying pan, equipment golden desert eagle, skill breathing health regeneration, item bowtie voice changer. Equipment: frying pan indestructible, can block all firearm attacks, and can also protect your ass from danger. Equipment: golden desert eagle. A golden desert eagle. After using it, you will be the most dazzling guy on the field. Skill: breathing health regeneration. You can regenerate health just by breathing. After 10 seconds out of combat, automatically restore 5% health per second. Item: bowtie voice changer. You can freely switch between lowly voice or older sister voice. Holy crap! Darian could hardly believe his eyes. It was his first time seeing such generous quest rewards. Not to mention the full 10,000 experience points, there were several skills, equipment, and items just from the rewards. You know, previous daily quest rewards were mostly some experience points, or trash items like C4 bombs. Only for more difficult quests was there a chance to get equipment, skills, or slightly better items. As a result, completing one main story quest yielded far more generous rewards than months of grinding daily quest. What were all the hardships he suffered before? Darian was heartbroken. "Coulson, tell Fury, I can't go back." Coulson. Chapter 7. Sorry, officer, I didn't recognize you earlier. 1,191 words. 1 chapters will be uploaded on daily basis, i.e. 7 chapters will be uploaded every week apart from the bonus chapters. 1 bonus chapter will be uploaded for every 100 Power Stones or 1,000 collections. All interested readers can read advanced chapters on p@atreon.com Heroic Verse. Darian walked out of Fury's office. After much persuasion, Fury finally believed that he had no intention of leaving. LD Darian also took the opportunity to request that, in the future, besides high-difficulty missions, he should not be assigned low-value missions, as he no longer found them appealing. Then, he happily received a day off. The reason was that there were no high-difficulty missions readily available at SHELD. At the moment, as all the higher-level missions had already been taken by other agents. Fury simply gave Darian a day off, allowing him to rest well, lest this model worker overwork himself. This game is truly unplayable. Even the NPCs are so competitive. Darian grumbled as he strolled down the corridor. Come to think of it, he had never properly explored SHELD headquarters until now. Every time he came, he would go straight to Fury's office, and he hadn't even fully revealed the SHELD map. This was a good opportunity to uncover the map and see if there were any hidden Easter eggs. After all, some game developers like to stuff treasure chests into every corner of the map, deliberately making players search painstakingly, which really annoyed Darian back then. No sooner said than done. Darian opened the minimap and moved towards the unrevealed areas of SHELD. It must be said that SHIELD headquarters was indeed very large. Darian had been exploring for over an hour and still hadn't fully revealed the map. Soon, he arrived at the door of an office. The map showed that inside was an unexplored dark area. Not many people at SHELD headquarters had independent offices. Their identities were usually not simple, and their authorization level was at least agent level 8, far from what a level 5 agent like Darian could easily access. But Darian was clearly unconcerned and pushed the door open directly. Walking into the office, Darian saw a blond old man in a suit sitting behind a desk, with a bald man wearing glasses standing opposite him, seemingly reporting something. Darian's sudden intrusion visibly startled the two. The bald man with glasses quickly reacted, looking at Darian warily. "Who are you? How did you get in? Why didn't the office security system trigger an alarm?" So many questions. Darian suspected he might have triggered some plot, and replied, "I'm Darian. There's no need to explain how I got in. As for why the alarm wasn't triggered, it's simple. Because I hacked the system." The bald man with glasses, ? How could you say that with such righteous indignation? You. All right, Agent Sitwell, you may leave first. I need to speak with Agent Darian. The blond old man suddenly interrupted Sitwell. "Mr. Pierce, but he. It's fine, I'll handle it." Understood. Sitwell gave Darian a deep look, then exited the office. "Please sit." Pierce offered Darian a very friendly smile. Darian was also not polite, plopping down opposite Pierce, casually playing with a wallet in his hand. "This is..." Pierce looked puzzled. "Oh, this. My wallet." As Darian spoke, he took all the cash out of the wallet and put it into his pocket, then casually tossed the wallet into the trash can at his feet. Pierce had excellent eyesight and clearly saw a driver's license slide out of the wallet. The person in the photo was Sitwell, who had just left. Pierce. This was a master thief. And he was petty. Sitwell had only glared at him and had his wallet stolen. Pierce formed an initial assessment of Darian in his mind and said directly, "I know you, Agent Darian." "Oh. You've heard my story too?" Darian became interested. "Of course, your abilities are quite outstanding. In just 2 months, you've been promoted from a graduate to a level 5 agent. This is unprecedented in SHELD's history," Pierce praised him. You flatter me, you flatter me." Darian's impression of Pierce greatly improved. Such a discerning NPC was rare. "However, I know more than just that." Pierce's face showed a meaningful smile. Darian disliked such riddlers the most, but in consideration of the praise, he still cooperatively asked, "Then what else do you know?" "Of course, it's..." Pierce leaned slightly forward, close to Darian's ear, and whispered in a very low voice, "Hail Hwd." Darian's eyes suddenly widened, looking at Pierce in disbelief. You. Pierce nodded contentedly, seemingly believing Darian had fully understood. "That's right, I am." "What do you mean by this?" Darian finally finished his sentence. "Pierce. Can you please stop with the dramatic pauses?" Pierce's expression darkened, and he chose to reveal everything directly. "Don't you understand yet? I am HYDRA. And also your superior, officer." Hearing this, Darian finally realized, immediately stood up, and said solemnly, "Sorry, officer. I didn't recognize you earlier." That's right. The identity Darian had chosen back then was precisely a HYDRA spy. According to the system, he was a secret spy embedded within SHELD. And his mission was simple: to hide his identity well, ensuring it was never discovered by anyone, especially a certain black-hearted bald man. Aside from that, he could also accept SHELD missions normally, and the rewards would be collected as usual. "It's all right, It's normal that you didn't know. For the organization's safety, all unactivated HYDRA members will not know of each other's existence before confirming their identities. At this point, Pierce looked at Darian helplessly. If you hadn't barged in today, I wouldn't have actively activated you, this sleeper agent. This time, Darian had purely stumbled into it by accident, just happening to meet his other direct superior. However, your sense of caution is commendable. Even if someone shouts "Hail HYDRA" to you, you shouldn't admit it on the spot. You did very well in that regard. Thank you for the praise, officer. Darian scratched his head a little guiltily. Could he say that he had been a SHELD agent for so long that he almost forgot about HYDRA? No, this was the highest level of disguise. If even he forgot his true identity, then who else could discover it? Thinking this, Darian immediately felt good about himself again. Pierce's expression turned serious. Since you've been activated, don't waste the opportunity. I happen to have a mission that requires manpower, and I think your qualifications are very suitable. What mission? Darian immediately perked up. If SELD couldn't be competitive, then HYDRA might as well be. This is a long-term mission. I need you to keep a close eye on Fury. Once he assigns you any special missions, or if you discover any particular movements from him, you must report to me immediately. NPC Alexander Pierce has issued you a new mission. Mission: Hail HYDRA. Objective: report Fury's mission movements to Pierce in a timely manner. Reward: depends on mission completion and intelligence value. Mission accomplished, officer. Darian stood at attention and responded. Chapter 8, Foggy and Matt. 1,228 words. 1 chapters will be uploaded on daily basis, i.e. 7 chapters will be uploaded every week apart from the bonus chapters. 1 bonus chapter will be uploaded for every 100 Power Stones or 1,000 collections. All interested readers can read advanced chapters on p@atreon.com Heroic Verse. I've woken up. I've realized I can contribute more to the world than just making weapons. Therefore, I've decided to shut down Stark Industries' weapons division, effective immediately, until I find a new purpose for the company and other directions that I feel are right, and are consistent with the highest interests of the nation. On the TV screen, Tony loudly announced from the podium, shocking not only everyone present but also others in front of their TVs. One must know that Stark Industries started its business with arms dealing. What Tony did wasn't just cutting off an arm, it was cutting off his little brother, directly severing his root. Those most deeply affected by this were undoubtedly the shareholders. Ever since news of Tony's disappearance came from the Middle East, Stark Industries' stock price had plummeted, and shareholders holding its stock were on the verge of collapse. They had finally hoped for Tony's safe return, thinking there was salvation. Now it seems, this guy might as well have just died in the Middle East. Tony Stark, IF****** your mother, give me my money back. Are you worthy of us? Can Stark Industries' stock still rise? It's very difficult. It's over. I listened to Tony Stark and immediately bought more stock after he returned, but now, never mind, I need to go to the rooftop to claim a spot. If I go late, there won't be any left. In a noisy restaurant in Hell's Kitchen. Wails and curses rose and fell. Shareholders stared at Tony on the TV screen, gritting their teeth, wishing they could devour him alive. Darian sat in the corner, watching the scene with great interest. He had to admit, the NPCs in this game were really well made, much better than those rigid programs. Especially the curly-haired fat man in front, his expression was as if Tony had cuckolded him, constantly making beeping telegraph sounds, so excited that he knocked over the cup on the table. And the blind man sitting next to him steadily caught the falling cup with one hand. The blind man caught the cup. Darian immediately sensed something was wrong, pointing at the man wearing sunglasses and blurting out, "System, is there another bug in this game? How can a blind man catch a falling cup?" Ding, no anomaly detected. The blind man seemed to have heard Darian's shout, calmly placing the cup back on the table, as if nothing had happened. Darian narrowed his eyes. Based on his experience, this person was definitely not simple. Thinking of this, he casually picked up his almost untouched plate of food, stood up, walked over, and sat directly in the empty seat opposite the two. The curly-haired fat man saw Darian coming over with a plate and staring at them, and asked confusedly, is there something wrong? Darian grinned, placing the plate on the table. Nothing much, just wanted to get to know you too. The curly-haired fat man frowned slightly, but we don't know you at all. $200 for friendship. You've come to the right place. Matt and I love making friends. The curly-haired fat man immediately put on an enthusiastic smile. My name is Foggy Nelson, and this is my partner, Matt Murdoch. What should I call you? Just call me Darian. Hello, Darian. Foggy said while deftly handing over a business card for his law firm. Let me introduce ourselves. We are lawyers. We just opened a new Nelson and Murdoch law office nearby. If you need legal assistance, come find us anytime, absolutely discounted. Darian happily took the business card. So you're lawyers, huh? Perfect. I have a legal question I'd like to consult you about. Foggy confidently patted his chest. Just ask. Don't worry, we are professionals. Darian nodded, looking serious. I want to ask, if a pregnant woman gets into a fight with someone, does that count as a gang fight? Foggy. Matt. Foggy was clearly choked by this sudden, bizarre question. He thought hard for a few seconds before speaking uncertainly. That probably doesn't count. Strictly speaking, at least 3 people need to be involved to constitute a brawl. But what if the pregnant woman is carrying twins? The expression on Foggy's face instantly froze, his brain seemingly crashing. Is this even a question a human can ask? Seeing Foggy unable to answer, Darian shook his head regretfully, his gaze turning to the silent Matt. You can't see? Matt was not angered by this somewhat abrupt question, merely nodding calmly. Yes, I had an accident when I was very young, which caused me to lose my sight. Please don't touch my pocket, even though I can't see, I can still feel it. Ha ha ha, just kidding with you. Darian awkwardly pulled his hand back from Matt's pocket. Now it's confirmed. This person is definitely not simple. With his almost maxed out thievery skill, it would be impossible for an ordinary person to notice his movements without any precautions, let alone a blind man. This guy might be a hidden NPC, a key figure to trigger a special plot. Just as Darian was secretly calculating in his mind, Matt suddenly asked, I feel like you're not from around here. Why did you come to Hell's Kitchen? His voice was still calm, but carried a hint of imperceptible inquiry. It is well known that Hell's Kitchen is one of the US's neighborhoods with the highest crime rates and most chaos, if not the highest. Various gangs run rampant. Almost every imaginable crime can be found here. New York police patrols here have to be extra careful. Aside from fearless working drones, ordinary people would never voluntarily step into this area. Looking for someone. Darian answered very frankly, there was nothing to hide. What kind of person? A man, codenamed Ironhead. I think his name is Harrow, or something. Foggy scratched his head, looking confused. Ironhead? I haven't heard of anyone like that in Hell's Kitchen. Matt's eyebrows furrowed slightly behind his sunglasses, and he said in a deep voice, You wouldn't be talking about Joseph Harrow, would you? Yes. Darian slapped his thigh. That's the name. You know him? Not really know him, just heard of him. Matt subtly adjusted his sitting posture. He's the biggest boss of the Maggia gang, codenamed Hammerhead. Rumor has it he's an immortal monster impervious to blades and bullets. This person is very dangerous. Do you need him for something? Sort of. Darian glanced at the time on the wall clock, and stood up casually. Oh, time's up. I have something else to do. I'll chat with you guys another day. With that, Darian walked quickly towards the restaurant entrance without waiting for their response. Listening to Darian's rapidly receding footsteps, Matt's fingers unconsciously rubbed his white cane, a thoughtful expression on his face behind his sunglasses. Matt. Foggy's anxious voice pulled Matt back from his thoughts. What's wrong? That guy hasn't paid for his meal. Go chase him back. Matt. Chapter 9. Do. 1,288 words. 1 chapters will be uploaded on daily basis, i.e. 7 chapters will be uploaded every week apart from the bonus chapters. One bonus chapter will be uploaded for every 100 Power Stones or 1000 collections. All interested readers can read advanced chapters on p@atrian.com Heroic Verse. In the deepest part of Hell's Kitchen, a massive club stood in a block. This was a core industry of the Maggia gang, extracting astonishing wealth for them day and night. Even in the early hours of the morning, it was still brightly lit and bustling with people. Outside the club's main entrance, a dozen gang members openly stood guard, the clear outlines of firearms bulging at their waists. As Darian approached the door, two of them reached out to stop him. Routine check. All right. Darian did not resist, allowing the gang members to scan his entire body with a metal detector. Anyway, all his equipment and items were stored in his game inventory. No problem, go in. Darian nodded and stepped into the clamor of noise. The club's interior was vast, with all kinds of entertainment areas readily available. Darian scanned the area and walked directly to the liveliest casino section. Behind each gambling table stood a sexy dealer dealing cards online, with her cleavage precariously exposed, and the surrounding gamblers stared with wide eyes, not knowing if they were looking at the cards or the career line. Darian found an empty seat and sat down, and the dealer behind the table immediately showed a professional, charming smile. "Sir, what would you like to play?" "Carom board." The dealer's smile froze. "Sorry, we don't offer that game." "What about Ludo?" "No." "You must have chess, right?" "No." The dealer was so annoyed her mammary glands were swelling. "Are you deliberately causing trouble?" Darian pouted. "Boring." "Then I'll bet on big or small." "All right, sir." Finally hearing a familiar game, the dealer immediately reverted to her business smile, picked up the dice cup, and began to shake it rapidly. Darian's eyes instantly widened, his gaze following the shaking female dice cup in front of the dealer. So bouncy, no, such fast hand speed. After more than 10 seconds, the dealer stopped shaking, put down the dice cup, and asked, "Sir, how many chips would you like to bet?" "Of course, all in. Bet big." Darian threw out a chip with great pretense. The dealer. "One chip and he dares to call it all in?" This chip was borrowed by Darian from another gambler. That gambling addict didn't refuse at the time, so presumably, he wouldn't mind. Immediately after, the sexy dealer lifted the dice cup, and the 3 dice inside showed 5, 5, and 6. 16 points, big. The dealer's expression remained unchanged, assuming Darian had just gotten incredibly lucky, which wasn't uncommon in a casino. She skillfully pushed 2 chips in front of Darian. "Congratulations, sir. Would you like to continue?" "Of course." 10 minutes later. Do. Darian hummed a cheerful tune while sipping his cappuccino. By now, a small mountain of chips had accumulated in front of him, easily worth hundreds of thousands of US dollars. Skill. Blessing of the god of gambler's apprentice. Description. Your gambling skills have reached perfection. You are almost unrivaled in the casino. Evaluation. Back then, god of gambler's apprentice won $25 million with $20. It's no problem for you to win $5 million with $200,000. But please remember, the money won cannot be spent. It can only be used for charity, otherwise, it will bring bad luck. With this skill, Darian's gambling skills were only slightly inferior to the god of gamblers. Unfortunately, there was a powerful debuff later, otherwise, tomorrow's rich list would likely have a different name. "Sir, are you still continuing?" The dealer's voice trembled noticeably, and cold sweat beaded on her forehead. Winning 50 hands in a row, this could absolutely not be explained by luck alone. She had encountered a master. Of course. Darian nodded. The sexy dealer took a deep breath and began to shake the dice cup frantically. To distract Darian's attention, she even deliberately pulled her collar down a few more inches. This shaking lasted a full 5 minutes, making Darian's eyes ache, before it finally stopped. All in. Triplets. Without thinking, Darian pushed all the chips in front of him forward. The dealer swallowed with difficulty, her fingers trembling, as she slowly uncovered the dice cup. 6, 6, 6. Triplets. The chips instantly multiplied by dozens of times. The dealer, instead, showed a tragic smile of relief, silently pulled out her phone, and began to choose her favorite coffin color. Losing tens of millions of US dollars in one night, the Maggia gang would be merciful if they didn't chop her up and feed her to the dogs. Just then, a burly man in a black suit came to the gambling table, looking coldly at Darian. "Sir, please come with me." "What? You want to renege on your debt after I've won money?" Darian was completely unafraid, suddenly raising his voice, instantly attracting the attention of the surrounding gamblers. The burly man's mouth twitched. They were a gang, true, but the venue's superficial reputation had to be maintained, otherwise, who would dare to come and play in the future? He suppressed his emotions and whispered, "You've misunderstood. It's just that the amount at your table is too large. How about moving to a VIP room with higher stakes?" As long as Darian was taken away alone, he would then be at their mercy. "No need." Darian waved his hand, a playful smile on his face. "If you don't want me to keep playing, that's fine. How about you pay me 100 million US dollars right now, and I'll stop immediately." The burly man looked absurd. "You might as well go rob someone." Darian feigned surprise. "How did you know I was going to rob?" The burly man. Before he finished speaking, Darian suddenly pulled out an exaggerated golden desert eagle, a wild grin spreading across his face. "Everyone put your hands up. This is a robbery." Deep inside the club, in a secluded private room, the Russian strongman nicknamed Hammerhead was comfortably slumped in a sofa, his massive head particularly conspicuous, and a pair of hairy big hands were casually kneading two dealers. "Hammerhead, how have you considered the terms I proposed?" Sitting opposite him was a man wearing black-rimmed glasses, who slightly frowned at Hammerhead's uninhibited actions. Hammerhead didn't even lift an eyelid, his tone full of disdain. "Wesley, tell Kingpin to come and talk to me himself. Kingpin is very busy, but he has fully authorized me." "Then there's nothing to discuss." Hammerhead's attitude was extremely arrogant, completely disregarding Wesley and Kingpin behind him. Wesley's eyes narrowed behind his glasses. "I heard a demons gang has recently emerged, ruining several of your businesses. If a partnership is reached, we'd be happy to offer assistance." "You don't need to bother," Hammerhead interrupted viciously. "That damn demons gang, I'll take care of them myself. Their leader seems quite capable. Relying solely on your side, I'm afraid." "So what?" Hammerhead suddenly slapped his massive head, producing a dull thud, and sneered, "Bullets can't even penetrate me. A mere demons gang thinks they can bring down the Maggia gang? That's a huge joke. Let me tell you. In this territory of Hell's Kitchen, no one dares to provoke the Maggia gang, and no one can afford to provoke the Maggia gang. No." Bang. The private room door was violently thrown open. A subordinate rushed in frantically, shouting, "Boss, it's bad. Someone's robbing outside." Hammerhead. Chapter 10. Chapter 10. You're called Hammerhead, why would I shoot you in the head? 1222 words. 1 chapters will be uploaded on daily basis, i.e. 7 chapters will be uploaded every week apart from the bonus chapters. 1 bonus chapter will be uploaded for every 100 Power Stones or 1000 collections. All interested readers can read advanced chapters on p@atreon.com. Heroic verse. One of Hell's Kitchen's biggest gangs, got robbed. Are you kidding me? Hammerhead's already fierce face instantly turned liver-colored, as if he'd been slapped hard. Just moments ago, he'd finished making threats in front of Wesley, Kingpin's spokesman, declaring that no one dared to provoke the Maggia, and now someone dared to cause trouble on his turf. He could even imagine Wesley's barely suppressed smirk. Rage shot straight to his head. Hammerhead roughly pushed aside 2 seductive dealers, stood up abruptly, and glared viciously at the subordinate who brought the news. Was it the demons gang? No, it's not the demons gang's people, the subordinate quickly replied. This answer, far from calming Hammerhead, was like pouring a bucket of oil onto a fire. His eyes surged with malevolence, and his voice was terrifyingly low. It seems our Maggia hasn't asserted its dominance in too long. Now any insignificant nobody dares to step out and stomp on us. Tell me, how many people did the other side send? Facing his boss, who was so enraged he looked ready to devour someone, the subordinate swallowed hard, then slowly raised a trembling finger. 100 people? Hammerhead's brows furrowed into a knot. That was a considerable force. No, it was one person. Question mark. Hammerhead froze, wondering if there was something wrong with his ears. Are you sure you're not joking? It's true, boss. After repeated confirmation, Hammerhead's roar echoed through the private room. One person dares to run wild on my Magia's turf. Where have all our people gone? The subordinate flinched from the shouting. That person's marksmanship is very accurate. He's already taken down more than 30 of our men. We couldn't stop him at all. Useless. A bunch of useless people. Hammerhead clenched his fists until his knuckles cracked, gritting his teeth. I'd like to see which suicidal bastard dares. Boom. A massive explosion interrupted him. The private room wall was blasted open, and smoke and debris instantly filled the entire space. A figure leisurely appeared, the golden desert eagle in his hand glinting under the lights, almost blinding to look at. Darien strolled into the private room, his gaze casually sweeping over the astonished crowd, finally settling on Hammerhead, the big-headed doll. Are you the one called Ironhead? Ironhead? Is he talking about me? Hammerhead was confused, glaring menacingly at the uninvited guest. Are you the suicidal bastard causing trouble on my turf? Darien spread his hands, his tone flat. No choice. You wouldn't give me money, so I had to take it. Hammerhead's mouth twitched violently. Just take it if they don't give it. This way of doing things was even more gangster than their gang. Kill him for me. Hammerhead could no longer hold back. His eyes blazed with murderous intent, and he roared out the command. As his words fell, the gangsters around him pulled out their guns and fired. Bang! 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 A series of rapid gunshots exploded in the private room, and volleys of bullets whistled towards Darien. Darien rolled to the side to dodge, muttering, "They start shooting without a word. These local gangs are really impolite." Grim Reaper's eye. Time abruptly slowed, and Darien, without even looking, raised his gun and fired. Bang! 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 5 gangsters instantly had their heads explode, falling straight to the ground. The remaining gangsters were greatly alarmed and pulled their triggers even more frantically, bullets raining down on Darien. However, in front of Darien, this cheat, their resistance was futile. Gunshots rang out one after another, accompanied by short screams, as one gangster after another fell like cut wheat. 10 seconds later, the private room was littered with bodies. Only Hammerhead and Wesley remained alive. Pa. Coward. Hammerhead glanced disdainfully at Wesley, who was cowering under the sofa, then crawled out from under another sofa. Who exactly are you, and who sent you? Hammerhead watched Darien warily. He looked like a brute, but he wasn't stupid. This person was clearly here for him. Since you've figured it out, I won't pretend anymore. Darien's expression became serious. That's right, I'm a New York police officer. My superiors sent me to arrest you. In fact, Darien had taken a mission from SHELD to investigate Hammerhead, an unusual gang leader. Normally, gangs weren't SHLD's business, but intelligence on Hammerhead showed he was highly unusual. Someone had witnessed him being shot in the head without harm, and he could even ram his head into a speeding car. This was something no normal person could do. Fury therefore sent Darien to Hell's Kitchen to investigate. If the intelligence was true, he would simply apprehend him and hand him over to the research department. As for whether doing so was legal, what did the actions of a New York police officer have to do with SHELD? You're a New York police officer? Hammerhead looked at the blinding golden desert eagle in Darien's hand, his expression strange. Is the NYPD that rich now? Hammerhead's eyes flickered, and he said in a deep voice, "No matter who you are, leave now, and I'll pretend nothing happened." Perhaps wary of Darien's identity and strength, Hammerhead chose to back down temporarily. Darien flatly refused. How could I? I still need to arrest you and report back. Then there's nothing to discuss. Go to hell. Before his words finished, Hammerhead's body surged like a beast, charging fiercely at Darien. Bang! A dull gunshot rang out. Hammerhead merely tilted his head slightly. A golden bullet was embedded in his forehead, spinning fruitlessly at high speed but unable to penetrate further, finally falling weakly to the ground. Ha 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 ha. Useless. Hammerhead easily flicked away the bullet's indentation on his forehead, laughing wildly. I am an unkillable being. Not even bullets can harm me. Darian was a little surprised. He hadn't expected this guy could actually withstand bullets. After resisting Darian's shooting, Hammerhead's expression grew even more arrogant. He slapped his large head hard and provocatively roared at Darian. "Come on, you bastard. Keep shooting here. I'd like to see my leg." Accompanied by a crisp gunshot. Hammerhead suddenly collapsed to the ground, howling in pain, clutching his bleeding, hairy leg. "Why, didn't you shoot me in the head?" Hammerhead's pain was mixed with incredulous confusion. In fact, his head had suffered severe damage in a brutal gang firefight, and a doctor later replaced it with a solid alloy skull, giving him an invulnerable head. It was because of this that the so-called immortal rumors began, making him famous in the underworld. But he never expected that Darian, this guy who disregarded martial ethics, would shoot him in the knee. Nonsense. You're called Ironhead. Even a toe-brain knows your head is as hard as an iron lump. Why would I keep shooting there? Am I sick? Darian had an expression like he was looking at an idiot. If he hadn't instinctively shot at the head with his first shot, Hammerhead wouldn't even have had a chance to complain. Hammerhead. Chapter 11. Chapter 11, Daredevil. 1,263 words. 1 chapters will be uploaded on daily basis, i.e. 7 chapters will be uploaded every week apart from the bonus chapters. 1 bonus chapter will be uploaded for every 100 Power Stones or 1,000 collections. All interested readers can read advanced chapters on p@atreon.com. Heroic verse. Diamond leg. You're diamond leg, aren't you? Inside the private room, gunshots and Hammerhead's heart-wrenching screams rose and fell. Darian didn't put away his golden Desert Eagle until he had emptied the magazine, still feeling a sense of unfinished business. He had a poor memory, so he always preferred to settle scores on the spot. Darian hadn't forgotten Hammerhead's arrogant and mocking face from earlier. A mere NPC daring to provoke the fourth calamity was simply asking for death. At this moment, Hammerhead's legs were a gruesome sight, covered in dense bullet holes. Blood soaked his pant legs a dark brown, spreading into a stark stain on the carpet. It was hard to imagine what kind of inhuman torture he had endured in such a short time. Hammerhead lay sprawled on the ground, his eyes unfocused, repeatedly muttering, "I'm Hammerhead, not Diamond Leg, I'm Hammerhead, not Diamond Leg." Wesley, who had been desperately hiding under the sofa, witnessed this bloody and brutal scene, his Adam's apple bobbing with difficulty. Too brutal. Wesley prided himself on having been in the underworld for many years. What kind of scene hadn't he witnessed? But the scene before him, he truly hadn't seen anything like it. A single person had almost wiped out the entire Maggia gang and brutalized a notorious gang leader like Hammerhead as if he were a toy. This couldn't even be called a battle. It was a one-sided slaughter. Wesley had never believed in any gods, but now he did, constantly praying to various deities that this evil god wouldn't discover him. Perhaps the gods heard his prayers. Darian seemed not to have noticed Wesley in the corner. He dragged Hammerhead by the ankle, like a dead dog, pulling him out of the private room. Listening to the retreating footsteps, Wesley finally felt his heart begin to beat again. Hallelujah! He made the sign of the cross over his chest, scrambling out from under the sofa on all fours, forcing his eyes to avoid the messy corpses and pools of blood on the floor, and immediately dialed a number. "What is it?" A deep, oppressive voice came from the other end of the phone. Wesley took a deep breath. "Mr. Kingpin, something's happened. The Maggia gang is gone, and Hammerhead has been taken away." Kingpin's voice showed a hint of clear surprise. Was it the Devil Gang? Or the Russians? No. Neither. Wesley's voice trembled slightly. It was a man I've never seen before. He single-handedly took out the Maggia gang, and even Hammerhead was no match for him. According to what he said, he seems to be from the NYPD. Kingpin? ? When did the NYPD become so formidable? Meanwhile, Darian was dragging the unconscious Hammerhead through a dark alley. As for the small fry who escaped in the private room, he couldn't be bothered with him. He wasn't a red-named target, and killing him wouldn't yield any rewards. System, why can't I use the map for quick teleportation? Darian complained in his mind. Dragging a living person around was truly troublesome. Map teleportation prohibits carrying living beings, and also prohibits carrying objects exceeding 10 kilograms. Understood. Darian glanced at Hammerhead by his feet. I'll chop him up right now and take 10 kilograms of meat with me. Just as Darian and the system were bickering, a whooshing sound suddenly erupted. A dark red billy club shot out from above and to the side like a venomous snake, aiming directly for the wrist with which he was dragging Hammerhead. Bang! The gunshot rang out almost simultaneously with the billy club's attack. Darian didn't even fully turn around. He simply raised his wrist casually, and the golden desert eagle spat fire. A bullet precisely struck the billy club in midair, sending sparks flying and causing it to clatter to the ground. Then he looked up, towards the source of the attack. Above the club's entrance, at the top of a tall lamppost, stood a mysterious figure. The person was entirely clad in a tight, dark red leather suit, wearing a half-face mask with two pointed horns. The lower edge of the mask revealed a stubbled chin. Against the backdrop of the dim yellow lamplight and the boundless darkness behind him, the entire figure resembled a bat demon descending from the shadows, exuding a cold and dangerous aura. That's right, this person was the Dark Guardian, Daredevil. Hand him over. Daredevil's voice was deep and hoarse, and he pointed at the unconscious Hammerhead at Darian's feet. Darian grinned. You say hand him over, and I just do it. Wouldn't I lose face then? Seeing Darian's frivolous and casual attitude, Daredevil's brows furrowed tightly beneath his mask. He should be judged by the law, not subjected to your vigilante justice. Coincidentally, I am NYPD. Darian shrugged. No, you're not. Daredevil denied it emphatically, his voice growing heavier. A real NYPD wouldn't be like you. I can smell the strong scent of blood on you. As the saying goes, if God closes a door, he leaves a back door open for you. And Daredevil was clearly the man who had entered God's back door. Although he was blind, he possessed sensory abilities far beyond ordinary people. Except for his sight, all his other senses had become extraordinarily keen. In terms of hearing, Daredevil could easily hear a person's heartbeat, and even the sound of blood flowing within their body. In terms of smell, he could distinguish the natural scent of individuals, and remember and identify them, no matter how they tried to mask their scent. And on Darian, Daredevil smelled a bloodlust so thick it was almost tangible, a scent that could not be acquired from killing just a dozen people. It was the scent of slaughtering hundreds, perhaps even thousands, of people. How many people have you killed, exactly? Daredevil couldn't help but ask. Darian was still cheerful. Do you remember how many loaves of bread you've eaten in your lifetime? This casual yet cruel answer made Daredevil's breathing suddenly catch. As a devout Catholic, he adhered to an inviolable principle of not killing. Darian's act of slaughter, treating human lives as mere trifles, was an absolutely intolerable desecration and evil to Daredevil. Those are living human lives. Daredevil's voice rose with anger. Human lives? Darian seemed to have heard some amusing joke, scoffing as a matter of course, they're just a bunch of data. They don't truly die. He paused, the muzzle of his gun casually dropping towards Hammerhead at his feet. Just like this. Bang! Under Daredevil's shocked expression, the muzzle of the golden desert eagle spat deadly fire, and the bullet instantly tore through Hammerhead's neck. Clearly, this Hammerhead does not extend to his neck. A large gush of blood surged out like a fountain from the severed carotid artery. Hammerhead's body twitched violently once, then completely fell silent. Darian looked at the corpse on the ground, shaking his head with a hint of regret. Too bad. If I brought him back alive, the mission completion rate would be higher, but dragging him is just too troublesome. Daredevil stood frozen at the top of the lamppost, a bone-chilling cold instantly creeping up his spine. He ended a life so casually, just because it was troublesome. Chapter 12. Isn't it common sense for an archer to put all their points into strength? 1,340 words. 1 chapters will be uploaded on daily basis, i.e. 7 chapters will be uploaded every week apart from the bonus chapters. 1 bonus chapter will be uploaded for every 100 Power Stones or 1,000 collections. All interested readers can read advanced chapters on p@atreon.com heroic verse. This lunatic. Daredevil finally understood. The person in front of him was a complete and utter lunatic, a madman who lived only in his own world. You murderer belong in prison. Daredevil gritted his teeth, his voice filled with suppressed anger. Darien, however, chuckled, his tone flippant. Don't mention it, I've never actually been to prison. If it weren't for faction restrictions, I'd even want to try this game's bounty system and relive the good old days in Los Santos. Daredevil's heart sank. Not only did the other party treat human lives as worthless, but he also regarded law and order as an absurd and ridiculous game. He must be stopped. He must not be allowed to act recklessly any longer. With that thought, Daredevil no longer hesitated. He leaped from the top of the streetlight, and as he fell, a red short staff whistled from his hand, shooting towards Darien. Bang! A gunshot rang out again, the bullet accurately hitting the short staff. However, the moment the shot fired, Daredevil had landed steadily not far in front of Darien. He tugged with both hands, and the two short staffs, connected by chains at their ends, immediately returned to his hands without any delay. He charged towards Darien at an extremely fast speed. Bang! Bang! Darien reacted incredibly quickly, firing two shots in succession. Daredevil's wrists flicked rapidly, and the short staffs created afterimages in front of him. Two crisp clanging sounds rang out, and the bullets were actually blocked. A staff blocking bullets. Darien raised an eyebrow. But then he remembered this was a game made by a superhero company and instantly found it reasonable. The next moment, Daredevil had closed the distance, his red short staff striking directly at Darien. He knew Darien's marksmanship was precise, so only close-quarters combat, completely sealing off his space to shoot, could minimize his threat. Daredevil thought this, preparing to unleash his ultimate skill, 6 staffs in 1 second. Thai boxing warning. Darien let out a low growl, his body surging forward. A fierce front knee strike, like a heavy hammer, slammed into Daredevil's ribs. Skill, Thai boxing warning. Effect, max-level Thai boxing techniques. Evaluation, 1 warning, next time it's Thai boxing. This sudden close-range attack caught Daredevil off guard. His ribs took a solid hit, and the immense force twisted his expression, almost making him lose his breath. He endured the severe pain and fiercely kicked Darien's abdomen, using the momentum to leap backward and create distance between them. Darien, seizing the opportunity, put away his golden desert eagle and assumed a standard Thai boxing stance, a playful smirk on his lips. You dare to play close combat with me? You're quite brave. Don't you know my strength is my highest attribute? Daredevil really didn't know. After all, who would have thought that an archer with godlike marksmanship could also be so strong in close combat? He was careless. Daredevil clutched his injured ribs, feeling that some bones might be broken inside. The intense pain almost prevented him from straightening up, and his posture was disheveled. Looking at Daredevil's pained expression, Darien chuckled, teasing, "What's wrong, Matt Lawyer, your hemorrhoids acting up?" Daredevil's heart jolted, but he tried his best to maintain composure, his voice deep. "What are you talking about?" Darien smiled. "Stop pretending, Matt Lawyer, the name above your head already exposed you." In his vision, Daredevil had a clearly visible name floating above his head, Matt Murdock. It was the blind lawyer he had met that morning. Matt's face looked a bit grim. His extraordinary sensory abilities hadn't detected anything unusual above his head, yet Darien had accurately stated his true identity, even though they had only met once. He had never revealed to anyone that he was Daredevil, not even his closest friend, Foggy, knew. Darien looked at Matt's shocked expression, clicking his tongue in wonder. "I never would have thought, in the morning you're a legal pioneer, but at night you're a pervert who likes to wear tights and wrestle men up close. You play quite wild. Matt, I'm fighting crime, how did it completely change in your mouth? But I am curious, how can a blind person see things?" Darien asked curiously. He was certain Matt's eyes were truly sightless, yet this didn't affect his movements at all. In fact, he was more agile and precise than most people. This wasn't how a blind person should act. "That's none of your business." Matt's voice returned to its cold tone, and this answer also served as an implicit acknowledgement of his identity. There was no point in pretending anymore. Darien had clearly confirmed his identity. Darien shrugged. "Don't be so petty. How about this, you answer my question, And I won't publicize your perverted hobby, how's that? This isn't a perverted hobby. Matt was silent for a few seconds, seemingly weighing the pros and cons all right. Matt finally agreed to Darian's proposal. He also didn't want to expose the fact that he was Daredevil. He slowly began, I truly cannot see, but my sensory abilities far exceed those of ordinary people. I can perceive changes in the surrounding environment and the movement of objects. Put down your middle finger, I told you I can feel it. No other meaning, just curious to try. Darian awkwardly lowered his middle finger, a strange sympathy in his eyes. So sensitive, his nightlife must be quite worrying. Matt sensed Darian's strange gaze, somewhat puzzled, but he didn't delve into it. He endured the severe pain in his ribs, his voice low and firm. Darian, your actions have completely violated the law. It's not too late to surrender now. Darian chuckled. What law have I broken? Murder. The evidence is at your feet. Matt pointed at the cold hammerhead on the ground. Darian's eyes widened. Don't wrongly accuse good people. I, Darian, never kill people. He's just sleeping. Matt. The blood is almost a river, and you call that sleeping? Darian shrugged indifferently. Besides, a gang leader died, so what? People like him have harmed countless families. Dying 1,000 times wouldn't be enough. Handing him over to the law would at most mean a few decades in prison, and if he hired a team of high-priced lawyers, he might even get out early. Matt clenched his teeth. As a lawyer, he knew Darian was indeed right. Regardless of his identity, his crimes should be judged by the law. Matt insisted. Darian suddenly asked, what if he killed your friend? Would you still insist on handing him over to the law? Matt paused, then nodded. I believe the law will provide a fair resolution. Then what if I killed your friend? For example, that fat guy named Foggy. What would you do then? Darian's eyes became incredibly serious, a dangerous curve forming at the corner of his mouth. Matt's heart suddenly tightened. He could clearly hear Darian's steady heartbeat. This person was definitely not joking. He felt that if he spoke his answer, the other party might act on it the next second. Looking at Matt, who had fallen silent, Darian suddenly felt bored. Indeed, a blade never feels painful until it cuts you. A large saber appeared in his hand without warning, and with a swift motion, he brought it down on Hammerhead's neck. Now it's under 10 kilograms. Matt was shocked and angry. Wait. You. Bye-bye, Matt lawyer. I'll find you to play again when I have time. Darian waved his hand casually, and his figure, along with the fresh head in his hand, instantly vanished from the spot. In the cold alley, only a stunned and speechless Matt remained, along with the shocking and headless corpse on the ground. Chapter 13. Applying for a bodyguard position. 1,221 words. 1 chapters will be uploaded on daily basis, i.e. 7 chapters will be uploaded every week apart from the bonus chapters. 1 bonus chapter will be uploaded for every 100 Power Stones or 1,000 collections. All interested readers can read advanced chapters on p@atrian.com Heroic Verse. Darian, you have a new mission. That day, Darian woke up in his 500 square meter luxurious villa and received a call from Director Fury. Don't ask why a SHLD level 5 agent could afford such a large house. Back in Los Santos, he owned over a dozen houses even larger than this, so what did this count as? Director Fury's voice came through the receiver. I need you to get close to Tony Stark and closely monitor his recent movements. This mission was originally prepared for Black Widow. With her conditions, it would be relatively easy to approach Stark, but she currently has an urgent mission she can't get away from, so it can only be given to you. Darian had heard a little about Black Widow, whom Fury mentioned. This colleague, like him, maintained a 100% mission completion rate, but her efficiency wasn't as high as his. It was said that Black Widow was a hot and beautiful woman, with many admirers in SHELD. Darian had even heard a certain fanatical agent declare he wanted to drink her bath water. With her looks and methods, using a honey trap on a playboy like Tony would indeed be a piece of cake. But the problem was that Black Widow was busy now, so wouldn't the executor of this honey trap be? Director, I sell my skills, not my body. Darian blurted out. Director Fury? What are you thinking? I'm not asking you to sell your body. As for how to approach Tony Stark, that's a problem you need to solve. I only look at result. NPC Director Fury has issued you a new mission. Mission: monitor Tony Stark. Objective: go undercover beside Tony Stark, monitor all his actions, and report to Director Fury. Reward: 1000 experience points, SHIELD reputation plus 30, random item 1, random equipment 1. The mission rewards related to Tony are really generous. Darian was almost certain. Tony Stark was definitely one of the main characters in this game, and he held a very important position in the main storyline. After hanging up the phone, Darian began to pack and prepare to set out. If Black Widow were to carry out this mission, she would probably start by entering Stark Industries, first finding a job with forged documents, then using her methods to replace Tony's female assistant. This way, she could use work as an excuse to get close to him. But for Darian, this method was directly blocked at the first hurdle: gender. Unless he considered himself a man with a female psychological gender and cross-dressing fetish. Moreover, Darian felt that the conventional route was too inefficient. So, he decided to take a shortcut. 10880 Malibu Beach, California, a luxury mansion by the sea. In the underground laboratory, Tony was fully focused on debugging his latest masterpiece, the Mark III armor. Ever since his narrow escape from the Middle East, he had plunged into the research and development of Iron Man armor. Compared to the Mark I built in the cave, his newly developed Iron Man armor was more comprehensive. The most crucial thing was that it could fly. Tony recalled the embarrassing experience of frantically fleeing for his life that day and secretly vowed never to let history repeat itself. At the same time, he was also considering whether to install a Gatling gun on the armor. The scene of Darian single-handedly wiping out the terrorists that day had indeed affected him a bit. At this moment, the huge television screen hanging on the wall was broadcasting the news. Tonight, the red carpet is laid outside the Disney Concert Hall. Tony Stark will make his third generous donation to the Firefighter Family Fund. This is an annual grand event for the Los Angeles upper class, but as of now, Tony Stark himself has not yet appeared. Tony frowned and asked his intelligent butler, "Jarvis, did anyone invite us?" "There are no invitation records." The voice of the artificial intelligence Jarvis sounded. And the news on TV was still broadcasting. Given Tony Stark's astonishing remarks at a recent press conference, some speculate that he may have suffered inhumane humiliation in the Middle East, resulting in psychological and physical trauma. Others also speculate that the Tony Stark who has returned is not himself. Listening to the increasingly absurd speculations in the news, Tony's face grew darker and darker. What did they mean by suffering inhumane humiliation? What did they mean by psychological and physical trauma? Tony gritted his back teeth. "Jarvis, find out which media outlet this is and buy it for me. Make them continuously broadcast my gossip news for a week. Emphasize my physical and mental health." "Yes, sir." "Also, contact Happy and tell him to immediately take me to that damned charity gala." Happy was Tony's driver and bodyguard, and also someone he trusted deeply, usually kept by his side. "Sir, Mr. Happy took a temporary leave today," Jarvis reported. What happened? Tony was a bit surprised. According to Mr. Happy, he was subjected to an unknown attack recently. Fortunately, he himself is unharmed and is currently receiving observation and treatment at the hospital. Attack? Hearing this, Tony's brows furrowed deeply. Who did it? Mr. Happy stated that the attacker was an unknown male, characterized by black hair and black eyes, wearing a pink short-sleeved shirt and beach shorts. Tony felt a wave of inexplicable confusion. He knew Happy's character. He rarely made enemies. Why would someone attack him for no reason? Just as Tony was pondering, Jarvis's voice sounded again. "Sir, an unregistered visitor has been detected at the main entrance." "Who is it?" "It's a man with black hair and black eyes, wearing a pink short-sleeved shirt and beach shorts." "Tony, I think I found the culprit." Tony sneered. Well, he actually delivered himself to my doorstep. Bring up the outdoor surveillance. I want to see who it is." "Sir, That visitor seems to have already entered. Tony. The next moment, a large section of the ceiling above instantly disappeared, and a nimble figure jumped down from the opening. Found you. Familiar dialogue. Familiar scene. And a familiar person. Tony looked at Darian, who was holding a diamond pickaxe, and his face completely darkened, comparable to Director Fury's. It's you, you scoundrel. Tony gritted his teeth. Long time no see. Darian greeted him very casually, as if he was just visiting a neighbor. His gaze swept over the virtual screen floating in front of Tony, which displayed the detailed model and complex data flow of the Mark III armor. The latest Iron Man armor? It looks much cooler than that iron lump from last time. Darian's eyes lit up. I want it, I want it. Tony's mouth twitched. He immediately had Jarvis turn off the screen and stared at Darian, asking, What exactly are you doing here, you guy? Darian said cheerfully, Can't you tell? I'm here to apply for a bodyguard position. Tony, ? If you didn't say it, I really wouldn't have known. Chapter 14. Chapter 14. Half a person might scare you to death. 1,237 words. 1 chapters will be uploaded on daily basis, i.e. 7 chapters will be uploaded every week apart from the bonus chapters. 1 bonus chapter will be uploaded for every 100 Power Stones or 1,000 collections. All interested readers can read advanced chapters on p@atreon.com heroic verse. You. Applying to be a bodyguard? Tony looked at Darian with an absurd expression. Darian nodded, That's right. You just happen to need a bodyguard, and I just happen to need an employer. What a coincidence that was. Tony rolled his eyes, too lazy to beat around the bush, and cut straight to the chase. Happy was injured by you, wasn't he? Darian immediately widened his eyes. You can't just say things like that. I've never even seen your bodyguard. I never said Happy was my bodyguard. Tony felt his sun temple throbbing and asked irritably, Why would a SHELD agent like you come to be my bodyguard? Darian shrugged, I can't help it. An agent's salary is too low, so I have to come out and do part-time jobs for extra cash. Some agents even write web novels as a side job, but after they stopped updating, readers tracked down their address and broke their legs. They're still bedridden now. But that reader was recruited by our agency. After all, talent like that is truly rare. Tony. What kind of nonsense was this? I don't need a new bodyguard, and besides, Happy isn't my only bodyguard. Tony flatly refused. Jarvis interjected at the opportune moment, Sir, a correction. Your other 12 bodyguards were also attacked and hospitalized this afternoon. The attackers' descriptions are consistent. A man with black hair and black eyes, wearing a pink short-sleeved shirt and beach shorts. Tony stared at the innocent-looking Darian. Was this something a human would do? Artificial intelligence. Darian was surprised by Jarvis's existence. Although artificial intelligence was already common in his era, and some people even fell in love with AI, he remembered that the timeline in this game seemed to be 2008, and AI was quite rare in this era. Yes, sir, I am Mr. Stark's artificial intelligence butler, Jarvis. Jarvis replied. Can you switch to an older sister-like voice? Darian asked curiously. No, Mr. Stark has not set any other voices for me. How boring. Darian pouted, seriously suspecting Tony had some special fetish. What normal man would set his AI butler to such a magnetic, British uncle voice? Tony took a deep breath. I don't need a bodyguard, I can manage on my own. Are you sure? Darian raised an eyebrow and said cheerfully, Don't say I didn't warn you. Those stockholders out there now want nothing more than to chop you into 8 pieces. They're far more vicious than those terrorists. They might even chop off your little brother and boil it for soup. Tony's expression instantly froze. He was silent for 2 seconds, then almost gritted his teeth as he squeezed out the words, Congratulations, you're hired. All right, boss. Darian grinned. Outside the Disney concert hall in Los Angeles, the lights were brilliant, and a red carpet was laid out. Countless media reporters set up their long lenses and short cannons, vying to interview the socialites walking the red carpet, flashlights flashing one after another. Just then, a deep and immensely oppressive engine roar approached from afar, instantly drowning out the commotion on site. A silver-grey luxury sports car was seen driving from a distance, rushing towards the red carpet entrance at an astonishing speed. Just as everyone thought it would lose control and crash into the guardrail, the sports car executed a sharp, almost arrogant drift, its tires screeching against the ground, and came to a stable stop at the starting point of the red carpet. A sharp-eyed reporter immediately recognized the car model and its master. "It's Tony Stark. Oh my God. Tony Stark is actually here. Quick. Point the camera there. Don't you dare photograph those two damned fake balls. Photograph Tony Stark. .. The exclamations instantly ignited the reporter's area. All the cameras and flashlights, like sharks smelling blood, turned in unison towards the sports car. One must know, Tony Stark was the undisputed king of traffic, his topicality and attention far surpassing any celebrity or political official. His appearance immediately became the focus of everyone. Soon, Tony stepped out of the car and adjusted his suit. However, his face looked a little pale, and his steps seemed a bit unsteady. Darian got out of the driver's seat, closed the car door, and shook his head at Tony's appearance. "You look a bit weak. You can't even handle this speed. Who the hell would drive over 200 miles per hour in the city?" Tony suppressed the churning in his stomach and his dizziness, roaring wildly in his heart. He swore he would never ride in a car driven by Darian again in his life. Tony tried his best to maintain his composure, pretending not to hear Darian's words, and walked towards the concert hall entrance with slightly floating steps. At the entrance, he met a burly bald man. This man was the second largest shareholder of Stark Industries, an old friend of his father, Obadiah Stane. "The master hasn't even arrived. What is the guest doing here? Look who's here. Isn't this our hottest topic person?" Seeing Tony's arrival, Stane wore a seemingly amiable smile, but his eyes flickered. At this moment, Stane's gaze fell upon Darian, who was beside Tony. Before this, Darian knew he was attending a banquet, so he had changed into a well-tailored pure white suit in advance. Equipment: Charisma suit, a very handsome suit that greatly increases your charisma when worn. With the enhancement of this suit, Darian, whose appearance was already not inferior to that of the readers, looked exceptionally dazzling. His brilliance even momentarily made the people around him appear somewhat dull, almost overshadowing Tony beside him. As for why it was almost, there was nothing he could do. Tony had the powerful aura of a billionaire, and no amount of charisma could suppress that. Stane observed Darian, who had an outstanding demeanor and was even more striking than the surrounding socialites, secretly speculating that the other party's identity was definitely not simple. With the idea of getting acquainted, he asked Tony, "And this gentleman is?" "My new bodyguard." ? Stane looked bewildered. Is the bodyguard industry this competitive now? Tony was clearly not interested in explaining further. After a few perfunctory words with Stane, he took Darian into the concert hall. Walking into the concert hall, Tony immediately saw his female assistant Potts, who was holding a wine glass and conversing with someone. "Do as you please." Tony threw a sentence to Darian and walked directly towards Potts, engaging in an office romance in front of everyone. As expected of Master Tony, known as the Playboy. His flirting skills are definitely maxed out. Darian watched the two, who were almost merging, and shook his head, indicating he couldn't learn it. Before the game started, he was a single dog. He wasn't bad-looking, but he just couldn't find a partner. To this day, he still couldn't understand why. At this moment, a blonde beauty in a dazzling evening gown noticed Darian and walked over with a charming smile. "Hey, are you here alone?" "Nonsense, half a person might scare you to death." Chapter 15, Voluntary Overtime. 1,205 words. 1 chapters will be uploaded on daily basis, i.e. 7 chapters will be uploaded every week apart from the bonus chapters. 1 bonus chapter will be uploaded for every 100 Power Stones or 1,000 collections. All interested readers can read advanced chapters on p@atreon.com Heroic Verse. In the following days, Darian became Tony's bodyguard, appearing punctually at his seaside mansion every day to report for duty. Initially, Tony was quite reluctant. That was until the day before yesterday, when several stock market investors, driven mad by a stock market crash, somehow breached the mansion's basic security and stormed into the living room, brandishing kitchen knives and yelling about wanting to chop off little Tony to make soup. If Darian hadn't appeared like a divine soldier descending from the sky, subduing those madmen in short order, Tony would have almost become Tony female. Since then, he completely settled down, even proactively requesting Darian's protection. His life might not matter, but little Tony absolutely couldn't be harmed. Darian, I've already gotten the person out. You can continue your undercover mission with peace of mind. Village Chief, I've always trusted your work. My name is Coulson. Alright, Village Chief, no problem, Village Chief, goodbye, Village Chief. Darian promptly hung up on Coulson. Yes, those crazed investors were SHAELD. Agents Darian had invited for a friendly cameo. Otherwise, how could ordinary people so easily break into a top billionaire's home? To be fair, the acting skills of those SALD agents were indeed good. They almost gave Tony psychological trauma. Darian even suspected that besides their salaries at SHAELD, they might have also worked part-time as actors or extras. At this moment, Darian was comfortably sprawled on the high-end sofa in the living room, which was large enough to be a bed, with one leg crossed over the other, one hand holding the remote control to switch TV channels, and the other devouring a steaming hot pizza. His posture was so relaxed it was as if he were the master of this mansion. Tony had just finished debugging the Mark III in the underground lab, coming upstairs covered in oil and fatigue, only to witness this scene. Especially when he saw Darian eating the pizza he had ordered, his lungs almost exploded with anger. Was this guy my bodyguard or my father? Give me a slice. Tony unceremoniously snatched a large slice from the pizza box in Darian's hand and took a big bite. Darian didn't mind at all. Instead, he asked curiously, "Is your battle armor ready?" He knew Tony had been like a recluse these past few days, dedicating all his attention to tinkering with the Mark III in the underground lab. Of course. Tony's face showed his characteristic confident smile, but then he recalled the thrilling incident from the day before yesterday and added with a hint of indignation, "If those lunatics hadn't suddenly burst in that day, not giving me time to put on my battle armor, when would it have been your turn to act?" Darian chuckled. "Do you think you're invincible while putting on your armor? Who would be so kind as to wait for you to leisurely transform before attacking? I'll solve this problem very soon." Tony was momentarily speechless. Although he felt Darian had a point, his genius pride made him stubbornly refuse to admit it. He quickly finished his pizza, wiped his hands, and his expression suddenly became serious. "Oh, by the way, I need your help with something." "What is it?" "Do you remember that batch of Stark Industries weapons I had you blow up back in the Middle East?" Tony asked in a deep voice. Darian nodded. "I remember. You ran so fast your pants almost fell down. It was hilarious." Tony. He suppressed the urge to put the pizza box on Darian's head and continued, "I suspect someone inside Stark Industries is colluding with terrorists and secretly engaging in arms deals. I need you to go to Stark Industries headquarters for me, infiltrate my office, and use this to hack into my personal computer to copy all recent weapon loading manifests." With that, Tony handed Darian a small, silver USB drive. "NPC Tony Stark has issued you a new quest. Quest: the Stark Industries Mole. Objective: infiltrate Stark Industries headquarters, hack into Tony Stark's personal computer, copy all recent weapon loading manifests, and deliver them to Tony Stark. Reward: 500 experience points, Tony Stark favorability plus 10, random item *1. Why don't you go yourself? Isn't that your territory?" Darian asked, puzzled. Tony sighed helplessly, "Because I unilaterally announced the closure of the weapons division, which severely damaged the board's interests. They collectively issued a ban, temporarily prohibiting me from entering the company headquarters or participating in any affairs. I can't even get past the front door now." "Then why don't you ask your female assistant?" "No, this mission is too dangerous. I'm afraid Potts might be targeted for retaliation by the mastermind. I can't let her take that risk." Darian. "So you're letting me take that risk, huh?" New York, Stark Industries headquarters building. As Darian entered the ground floor lobby, he saw many employees in business attire passing by. Guards were stationed throughout the building, and the security measures were visibly stringent. Tony's office was on the top floor of the building, accessible only via a specialized authorized elevator. Although Tony had given him an access card, how to reach the top floor directly by elevator under everyone's watchful eyes was still a problem. Too many people, it's hard to make a move. Darian looked at the bustling scene before him and temporarily suppressed a certain simple and crude idea. No choice, I'll have to use that. Darian made up his mind, turned, and walked into the men's restroom on the ground floor. He found a stall, locked the door, and then pulled out a flesh-colored head covering from his game inventory. Item: disguise mask can mold any face. Once molded, it will be permanently fixed and cannot be remolded. Darian put the disguise mask over his head. The mask felt cool to the touch and quickly conformed to his facial contours upon contact with his skin. Soon, the mask's surface rippled like water, gradually revealing a person's features. This person was Stain, whom Darian had met a few days prior. Following that, Darian took out the bow tie voice changer he had obtained some time ago and placed it on his collar. Perfect. Darian adjusted his appearance, then, with Stain's face, pushed open the door and walked out of the restroom. Mr. Stain, good afternoon. Seeing Darian appear, passing employees stopped and respectfully greeted him. It had to be said, this feeling was indeed great. Darian immediately adopted a boss-like demeanor, cleared his throat, and, imitating Stain's voice with the bow tie voice changer, said, "Hello everyone, you've all worked hard." The employees were momentarily stunned. Why did today's Stain feel a little different from usual? They quickly replied, "Not hard at all, not hard at all." Darian nodded, since it's not hard, everyone can voluntarily stay and work overtime today. I believe in your loyalty and enthusiasm for the company, the employees. Chapter 16, Boss Event officially begins. 1,305 words. 1 chapters will be uploaded on daily basis, i.e. 7 chapters will be uploaded every week apart from the bonus chapters. 1 bonus chapter will be uploaded for every 100 Power Stones or 1,000 collections. All interested readers can read advanced chapters on p@atreon.com Heroic Verse. Under the resentful gazes of the workers, Darian strode confidently towards the elevator. The guards, seeing him with Stain's face, naturally didn't dare to question or stop him, allowing him to swipe his access card and enter the elevator unimpeded. With Stain's identity providing perfect cover, Darian had a smooth journey and quickly arrived at Tony's luxurious office. He walked straight to the desk, opened the computer, and inserted the silver USB drive Tony had given him into the host port. A prompt immediately appeared on the screen. Cracking security protocol. Cracking successful, searching for hidden drives. Soon, a deeply encrypted hidden drive was unlocked, and a large number of confidential files popped up. One video was particularly conspicuous. It was footage of Tony being kidnapped by terrorists in the Middle East. According to the narration in the video, the mastermind was none other than Tony's uncle, Stain. He had not only been involved in long-term arms dealings with terrorists but had also directly orchestrated the attack on Tony. Good heavens, is this the unpretentious workplace struggle of America? Darian exclaimed, finding it brilliant, but even more brilliant things were yet to come. Stain, by some unknown means, had managed to collect the Mark I wreckage created in the Middle East and secretly mobilized Stark Industries' top engineering team to reverse engineer it, with the goal of building a steel armor named Ironmonger. From the project progress and blueprints in the files, the development of this steel armor was nearing completion. After browsing through them, Darian reported it to Fury. Fury was silent for a moment, then said seriously, "The strategic significance and potential threat of steel armor technology are too great. We absolutely cannot let it fall into the hands of an ambitious person like Stain, or any other force with ulterior motives. I will immediately dispatch Coulson to lead a team to Stain's research and development factory. SDLD will take over and protect the facility and all its technology." As for the place of protection, although Fury didn't explicitly say it, his intention was clear: to bring it back to SELD. Nowhere was safer than SHELD. Whether others believed this or not, Darian certainly did. After all, HWDOA was not to be trifled with either. Following Fury's instructions, Darian copied all the hidden files twice, then pulled out the USB drive and left the office. As soon as he pushed open the door, he saw a sexy woman in office attire walking towards him. "Mr. Stain, I heard you're back. There's an urgent appropriation request for an important research project here that needs your signature and approval." Darian, seeing her attire, guessed she might be Stain's assistant. He took the document she handed him and looked at it. Good heavens, a full $50 million US. Ahem. Darian said sternly with a straight face, "This research project is temporarily shelved. Transfer all the money to this account. I have a new project that needs funding even more." As he spoke, he pulled out paper and pen, quickly wrote down his bank card number, and handed it to the beautiful assistant. The beautiful assistant was clearly stunned, and asked doubtfully, "Shelved? Mr. Stain, this project has a very high priority." "What is your new project then?" "Research into hair growth technology." "Okay." The beautiful assistant looked at Darian's bald head and understood completely. She then said, "Oh, right, you haven't forgotten about tonight, have you?" "What about tonight?" "Our date, of course. Didn't we agree to have dinner together tonight?" The sexy woman licked her lips, revealing a seductive expression, clearly implying that tonight's meal was a lavish seafood feast. Darian inwardly exclaimed, "Good heavens! Did the executives of Stark Industries have some special tradition? Why did they all like to have office romances with their female assistants?" Darian said perfunctorily, "Another day." "My wife is coming home tonight." "You're lying. Mom clearly told me she's on vacation in Hawaii this week. Is your circle really that chaotic?" After a great deal of effort, Darian finally shook off Stain's female assistant, or rather, his daughter. Afterward, he returned to Tony's seaside mansion. "Jarvis, open the door." Darian arrived at the mansion gate and habitually called out. However, Jarvis did not respond. Darian immediately felt something was amiss and quickly pulled out a diamond pickaxe from his game inventory, striking the nearby wall several times. The hard wall shattered like tofu before the diamond pickaxe, instantly creating a square hole. Darian climbed through the hole into the hall and saw a bloodless figure crawling dimly on the ground, his chest hollow, which was quite frightening. "Holy crap, Kayako?" Darian was startled. The figure on the ground heard the sound and weakly spoke, It's me. Hurry, help me get the arc reactor from the lab." "Tony." Darian recognized the voice. "All right, wait for me." He immediately used the diamond pickaxe to break through the floor and jumped directly into the laboratory below. Soon, he found the old-style arc reactor that Tony had initially used, immediately returned the way he came, and jumped back into the living room through the hole. "Here, cat." Darian tossed the arc reactor to Tony. Tony caught it with his last ounce of strength, as if grasping a lifeline, and with trembling hands, pressed the arc reactor into the hollow in his chest. Light shone from his chest once more, and a trace of color finally returned to Tony's pale face. His breathing gradually steadied, and he collapsed onto the floor, gasping for air, his clothes soaked with cold sweat. "Phew. Thanks, buddy, you saved my life again," Tony said gratefully. "No big deal." Darian waved his hand dismissively and asked curiously, "By the way, how did you get into this ghostly state? Where's your arc reactor?" Tony's eyes instantly turned cold and angry, and he gnashed his teeth, saying, "It was Stain. He broke into my house and stole my new arc reactor." Darian then asked, "Then why didn't you put on your armor?" "I didn't have time." A hint of embarrassment flashed across Tony's face. This was the second time he had been attacked without wearing his steel armor. Thinking of this, he said bitterly, "Damn it. I'll develop an armor that can be worn close to the body and activated at any time, sooner or later." "Perfect. I've also completed your mission." Darian pulled out the silver USB drive and threw it onto Tony. "Everything was done by Stain, including instigating the terrorists to kidnap you. The evidence is all in there. Mission Stark Industries Insider Settlement complete. Reward obtained, experience points plus 500, Tony's favorability plus 10, item Honesty Beanbag. Item, Honesty Beanbag. After eating the Honesty Beanbag, you will uncontrollably speak the truth for 1 minute. That bastard. I'll make him pay. Tony took the USB drive, his face showing uncontrollable rage. He immediately reactivated the Jarvis system that Stain had shut down, then struggled to his feet and quickly walked to the underground laboratory, preparing to don his Mark III armor. At the same time, the system's voice rang in Darian's mind. Player, please note, the boss event has officially begun. Objective: defeat Ironmonger Obadiah Stane. Reward: depends on the damage dealt to the boss by the player. The higher the damage, the richer the reward. Boss event. Darian's eyes lit up, and he immediately became excited. Having played this game for so long, and fought so many minor enemies, was he finally going to face a true boss battle? Chapter 17. Chapter 17, Incompetent Tony. 1,219 words. 1 chapters will be uploaded on daily basis, i.e. 7 chapters will be uploaded every week apart from the bonus chapters. 1 bonus chapter will be uploaded for every 100 Power Stones or 1,000 collections. All interested readers can read advanced chapters on p@atrian.com Heroic Verse. Late at night. Stark Industries, Sector 16. ASHELD team led by Agent Coulson, a Level 7 agent, quickly arrived at Stain's secret R&D factory, ready to search for iron armor technology. Just as the team began its search, 2 dazzling white lights suddenly flared in the depths of the dark factory. Accompanied by the hum of the hydraulic system, an iron beast over 3 meters tall fully appeared before everyone, its cold metal shell exuding a suffocating sense of oppression. Open fire! Coulson made a decisive call, and he and the agents beside him unhesitatingly raised their guns and fired. A dense barrage of bullets poured onto the Ironmonger armor, erupting in continuous metallic impacts and sparks. However, these attacks, powerful enough to tear flesh and bone, were like mere tickles to the Ironmonger, leaving only shallow white marks on its thick outer shell before being mercilessly deflected. Get out of my way! Stain's voice came through the armor, a harsh roar like grinding metal. Before he finished speaking, the Ironmonger armor's massive body suddenly activated, slamming violently into the agent at the very front. The agent had no time to dodge. He was sent flying by the immense force, crashing heavily against the wall with the dull thud of shattering bones, his fate unknown. Facing such overwhelming power, the remaining agents immediately realized the vast disparity and quickly sought cover. Fortunately, Stain's target was clearly not them. The Ironmonger armor ignored the hiding agents, directly smashing through the thick wall of the R&D factory and thundering onto the middle of the road. The people in their vehicles were stunned by the sudden appearance of the Iron Beast. What is this? A miniature iron giant. It wasn't until the Ironmonger effortlessly flipped over a 100-ton queen that dominated the national highway that panic spread like a plague. In an instant, piercing screams and chaotic honking rose and fell. Stain. Just then, a roar filled with fury cut through the night sky. A golden-red figure, accompanied by the shriek of its thrusters, swooped down from the sky, crashing heavily into the Ironmonger armor in the middle of the road. Bang! A deafening roar exploded on the street. The 2 iron armors collided violently, the immense impact causing them to instantly lose balance, uncontrollably rolling and scraping across the asphalt, sparks and lightning flying, rolling several times before finally coming to a stop. But the Ironmonger armor quickly stood up. Its crimson mechanical eyes locked onto the golden-red iron armor, and Stain inside instantly guessed the pilot. Tony, how do you like my new suit? Stain's voice came through the loudspeaker, full of arrogance and mockery. Shut up, you fake. Tony felt a chill. A genius like him could tell at a glance what kind of junk the Ironmonger armor in front of him was. Isn't this the Mark I that he hammered out in the cave? Both in appearance and design, the Ironmonger armor was a complete, enlarged replica of the Mark I. What's more, even the arc reactor providing energy in the Ironmonger armor's chest was dug out of him. How is this any different from being NTR'd to his face? Tony, you are indeed a genius, but unfortunately, the ideas you come up with sometimes don't belong to you. Stain's voice fell. The Ironmonger armor's right arm suddenly lifted, and the 6-barreled Gatling gun on its gauntlet began to spin wildly, warming up. Da. Countless bullets spewed out, forcing Tony to retreat under the violent firepower. Tony gritted his teeth, enduring the metal barrage, and his palms glowed with dazzling white light as he fired 2 energy cannons at the Ironmonger armor, forcibly interrupting the Ironmonger armor's offensive. "Sir, energy is down to 18%. Jarvis's alert sounded inside the iron armor. "I know." Tony's heart sank, and he secretly cried out, "Damn it." At this time, the arc reactor in his chest was the initial version, and the energy inside was already running low. Although the Mark III was much more efficient than the Mark I, this amount of energy was not enough to last long. If this continued, the Mark III would soon become a pile of immobile scrap metal, and he would completely lose the power to resist. Rumble. The heavy engine roar sounded again. Tony had just stabilized himself when he saw the Ironmonger armor stomping on the road, charging at him with a fierce speed that belied its size. "Damn it!" Tony cursed, and in haste, could only cross his arms over his chest. Bang! The Ironmonger armor, with its absolute advantage in tonnage and impact force, easily lifted the Mark III off the ground. Tony felt as if he had been hit by a high-speed train, his entire body slamming heavily onto the road more than 10 meters away, creating a shallow pit. Before he could even struggle to get up, the huge shadow of the Ironmonger armor had already enveloped him, pinning him firmly underfoot. Looking at Tony beneath his feet, Stain laughed triumphantly. "Tony, your armor isn't as good as mine." "Bullshit." At this moment, Tony was like an incompetent husband, utterly helpless against Stain, that evil bald man. Although in his eyes, the Ironmonger armor was a shoddy imitation. But it cannot be ignored that the Ironmonger armor's defense, built up by its tonnage and superthick armor, was indeed ridiculously strong. With insufficient energy supply, it was almost impossible for the Mark III to break through the opponent's defense. Tony felt an unprecedented humiliation. Is there anything more uncomfortable than the original creator being rubbed into the ground by a plagiarist? The Ironmonger armor released its foot and instead grabbed the Mark III, throwing it towards a distant bus. Stain controlled the Ironmonger, taking heavy steps, and approached again. He looked at Tony, who was embedded in the bus, and said coldly, "Listen, this company was built by me from scratch, step by step. No one is going to stand in my way, especially not you." With that, an anti-tank missile launcher rose from the Ironmonger armor's shoulder, locking onto Tony in front of him. Tony looked at the anti-tank missile aimed at him and couldn't help but be stunned. Such a familiar scene. The next moment, without the slightest hesitation, flames spewed from the tail of the anti-tank missile, blasting directly towards Tony. Just as Tony was about to brace himself for the bombardment, a figure suddenly appeared in front of him, holding an ordinary frying pan, and swung it hard at the anti-tank missile like a baseball bat. Clang! Boom! With a loud bang, the anti-tank missile instantly exploded, flames quickly rising and spreading outwards with a powerful shockwave. As the dust and smoke gradually dispersed, Darian was seen standing in front of Tony, holding the frying pan, completely unharmed. "You're fighting a boss without calling me?" Chapter 18 TNT. 1,281 words. 1 chapters will be uploaded on daily basis, i.e. 7 chapters will be uploaded every week apart from the bonus chapters. 1 bonus chapter will be uploaded for every 100 Power Stones or 1,000 collections. All interested readers can read advanced chapters on p@atreon.com Heroic Verse. What the F? Stain's eyes nearly popped out of his sockets as he watched the scene through the Ironmonger armor's video system. A frying pan actually blocked his anti-tank missile. Who could tell him what scientific principle this was? Tony, as a top scientist, expressed, "I also want to know." Stain forcibly suppressed the absurd feeling churning in his heart, staring at Darian and saying, "I recognize you. You're Tony's bodyguard." Darian advised, "Stain, stop this. Your daughter is still waiting for you to come home for dinner." Stain, ? "No, how did you know about this?" "No matter who you are, anyone who obstructs me must die." Stain snorted coldly, controlling the Ironmonger armor to charge fiercely at Darian, its massive metal fist raised high, smashing down forcefully at Darian. Darian dodged the attack with a neat roll, and a crater instantly appeared where he had been standing. Bang! 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 Darien pulled out his golden Desert Eagle and fired continuously, bullets sparking off the Ironmonger armor. Ha 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 ha. Useless. My Ironmonger armor is invincible. Stain laughed arrogantly, and the Ironmonger armor immediately raised its arm, the Gatling gun barrels rotating again. Da. A dense storm of metal instantly formed, sweeping madly towards Darien. Darien immediately moved nimbly to evade, sprinting and rolling, his movements fluid and practice. These were all basic operations from playing soul-like games in the past. His footwork was already etched into his DNA. After a round of sweeping fire, Stain couldn't even graze Darien's clothes. Even more disgusting was that Darien kept making various taunts while dodging. Old lady crossing the road, old lady doing square dancing, old lady doing a step back. F*******, old lady. Stain's blood pressure rapidly soared, his face visibly reddening. Stain. Tony naturally wouldn't just sit and watch. Seizing the opportunity, a row of miniature missiles rose from the Mark III's shoulder, instantly locking onto the target and firing. Boom. A violent explosion completely engulfed the Ironmonger armor, thick black smoke and flames rising into the sky. But as the saying goes, where there's smoke, there's no injury. Heavy metallic footsteps sounded, and the Ironmonger armor stepped out of the flames unscathed, without even a noticeable dent on its surface, only traces of being blackened by the explosion. Darien jumped to Tony's side and whispered, "This boss's defense is a bit overpowered, much stronger than your armor." Tony. "Damn it, I'll build a bigger one when I get back. His shell is too thick." "This isn't going to work, Tony, I have a plan," Darien suddenly said. "What plan?" "Don't ask. I'll go prepare first. You try your best to stall Stain, then lead him to this location. The rest is up to me." Darien stated a location in the suburbs. All right. Given the circumstances, Tony could only choose to trust Darien. Watching Darien turn and run away, Stain sneered, "Tony, your bodyguard seems to have abandoned you. Just like your wife abandoned you back then. Then found a second wife, and even made her daughter your assistant." When it came to sharp tongues, Tony truly wasn't afraid of many people. "You're asking for death." Stain was instantly enraged, casting Darien out of his mind and engaging Tony in battle again. After a few rounds, Tony quickly fell into a disadvantage, being pressed to the ground and rubbed by the Ironmonger armor, the Mark III directly becoming a battle-damaged version. However, the anti-shock system of this iron armor was indeed abnormal. Normally, even if the iron armor's shell was hard, the human body inside would have long turned into a pulp or suffered a severe concussion under such violent kinetic impact. Yet, aside from being dizzy and disoriented, Tony was still full of vigor, as if the iron armor was his health bar, and as long as the iron armor was intact, he wouldn't be injured, just like the battle-damaged clothing in a certain game. Bang! Tony was hammered away by the Ironmonger armor for an unknown number of times. He immediately activated his hand thrusters to stabilize himself, hovering in mid-air in a slightly embarrassing maiden pose. Seeing this, Stain laughed wildly. "Not bad, improved, but I've also improved a few things myself." No sooner had he spoken than a dazzling burst of flames erupted from the Ironmonger armor's feet, and its massive body actually wobbled and lifted off. "Copycat." Tony Stark gritted his teeth in hatred, then ordered Jarvis to head towards the location Darien had mentioned. Stain followed closely, unwilling to be outdone, his legs spraying like a rocket, emitting large amounts of black exhaust that caused severe environmental pollution. The two chased each other in the air, quickly arriving at a place in the suburbs. Energy remaining, less than 5%. As soon as he landed, Tony heard Jarvis's voice. After such a long battle, the iron armor's energy was already running low. "Where did that Darien guy go? He didn't run off, did he?" Tony felt a surge of anxiety, looking around but unable to find Darien. Bang! Suddenly, Tony heard a heavy thud behind him. As Tony turned his head, he saw the Ironmonger armor landing behind him, then suddenly reaching out and pulling him into a tight embrace. Stain sneered, "Tony, is this the grave you've prepared for yourself?" As he spoke, the Ironmonger armor's hands gradually tightened, performing a crushing embrace, and the Mark III immediately groaned under the strain. Jarvis simultaneously reported, Left arm severely damaged, most weapons inoperable, air conditioning system intact. Flares. Tony roared, and the Mark III's legs instantly shot out a large burst of flames, forcing the Ironmonger armor to release its grip, allowing him to barely break free. Energy remaining 2%, activating emergency backup power. Jarvis's voice sounded again. This is bad. Tony inwardly cursed. As its energy ran out, the Mark III lost most of its functions, retaining only basic mobility. At this moment, Stain also recovered. Looking at the dimly lit Mark III, he immediately understood what was happening and said mockingly, "How ironic, Tony. You said you wanted to eliminate weapons, but you ended up creating even more powerful ones. Now, die by the weapon you created with your own hand." Stain controlled the Ironmonger armor, walking towards Tony, preparing to send his nephew to meet his deceased father. Suddenly, a voice came from a distance. "Hey, look here." Stain immediately looked towards the sound source, discovering Darian aiming an RPG rocket launcher at him. Stain scoffed disdainfully, "You think that thing can hurt my armor? One isn't enough, so what about 100? Question mark. Before Stain could think further, Darian decisively pulled the trigger. Whoosh. The rocket, trailing exhaust, directly blasted towards Stain's feet. Boom. A violent explosion instantly ripped through the ground. Stain felt his feet give way, and the Ironmonger armor immediately lost balance, falling uncontrollably downward. Amidst the swirling dust, Stain was shocked to find himself falling into a massive underground space. The surrounding clumps of earth and rocks were very strange, being perfectly regular block shapes, and there were also obvious excavation marks. And at the bottom of this huge pit, countless identical red and white block-shaped objects were scattered, flashing with urgent white light. 3 glaring letters were clearly printed on them. TNT. Chapter 19. Chapter 19. Who pilots a mech without a helmet? 1,183 words. 1 chapters will be uploaded on daily basis, i.e. 7 chapters will be uploaded every week apart from the bonus chapters. 1 bonus chapter will be uploaded for every 100 Power Stones or 1,000 collections. All interested readers can read advanced chapters on p@atreon.com Heroic Verse. Boom. A terrifying explosion suddenly erupted, and the ground trembled violently, cracking apart. Tony ran out like a madman, shouting at Darian, who was also fleeing, "How many bombs did you bury?" "Not many, just about 100. Tony instantly felt like he was being chased by a dead memory. He recalled that before the Mark III was born, he ran for his life like this. Now that the Mark III was created, things had finally gotten better. He could run while wearing the Mark III. Fortunately, this explosion was not as powerful as the last, and it occurred deep underground. After the two ran for over 100 meters, the impact finally subsided. Looking back, a giant pit, dozens of meters in diameter, had appeared on the ground. Tony came to the edge of the pit, looking at the smoke-filled abyss, his mouth twitching. He should be dead this time, right? Darian glanced at the mission panel. No, not yet. Thump. Before he finished speaking, a tattered Ironmonger armor suddenly leaped out of the bottom of the pit. The Ironmonger armor was in terrible condition at this moment. Under the continuous bombardment of TNT, even its powerful defense couldn't hold up. Its body was covered with damaged cracks, and even the central cockpit had a large hole blown out, revealing Stain's disheveled figure inside. "Didn't expect it, did you? I'm back." Stain laughed maniacally, with the relief of having escaped death. Tony was instantly shocked. He couldn't be killed even by that. Was it true that the bigger the mech, the stronger it was? He subconsciously raised his right arm, intending to fire an energy cannon, but the display showed insufficient energy. Seeing this, Stain's face showed a cruel smile. "Haha. Now you two finally have no way, right? Now it's my turn." Bang. A crisp gunshot interrupted his declaration. Stain's smile instantly froze, a clear bullet hole on his forehead slowly oozing blood. Darian expressionlessly put away the golden Desert Eagle in his hand and shook his head. Who pilots a mech without wearing a helmet? Tony was stunned, unable to recover for a long time. He never expected that Stain would meet his end in such a comical way. Darian ignored the bewildered Tony. His attention had been drawn to the system messages appearing in his mind. You have successfully defeated the boss Ironmonger Obadiah Stane. Starting damage reward settlement. Rewards are as follows: 10,000 experience points, 5 free attribute points, equipment take your life 3,000, item universal key, item red mushroom, item blue pill, equipment BT-7274 Vanguard class Titan. Equipment, take your life 3,000 A super weapon overlord combining 10 killing weapons in one. Item, universal key you can open any door, and also steal other people's Wi-Fi. Item, red mushroom you will grow larger if you eat it. Item, blue pill you will grow larger if you eat it. Darian, ? It felt like none of these were legitimate items. However, his gaze was quickly fixed on the last item. Equipment, BT-7274 Vanguard class Titan. Effect, 4th generation Vanguard class Titan mech, possessing high artificial intelligence, capable of synergistic combat with the pilot via neural link, equipped with various powerful weapon systems including high-speed autocannons, missile launchers, and energy weapons, while also featuring excellent mobility and defense systems, capable of automatic repair and energy absorption. Comment, Protocol 3, protect the pilot. Mech. Darian's eyes lit up, and a huge surprise surged in his heart. The reward actually included a complete mech, and from the description, its performance seemed to be no less than that of Tony and Stane's Iron Man armor. If Tony hadn't been standing next to him, Darian would have summoned it to study it. Boom. With the end of Stane's life, the uncontrolled Ironmonger armor crashed to the ground. Tony finally came back to his senses, looking at Stane's corpse with complex eyes, his voice a little low. I truly considered him family once, I never thought it would end up like this. Darian shrugged. His daughter probably thought the same way. Tony, ? Not long after, accompanied by the sharp sound of brakes, the SHLD team led by Coulson arrived at the scene. Coulson looked at the two speechlessly. I have to say, your locations are always remarkably easy to find. You can't blame me for this. Tony pleaded innocence. He was always the victim, all right. After understanding what happened, Coulson directed the team to clear the scene. His gaze swept over the Ironmonger's wreckage, and he asked curiously, one thing, why is the arc reactor on this armor's chest missing? Missing? Tony was startled and immediately strode forward to check. Indeed, the chest area of the Ironmonger armor was empty. The arc reactor Stane had stolen from him was gone, but he had clearly seen it there earlier. Tony immediately turned his head and looked at Darian, the most suspicious person on the scene. Feeling that scrutinizing gaze, Darian felt his pure dignity had been greatly humiliated. Why are you looking at me? I didn't steal it. He really didn't steal it. He just forgot to turn off the auto pickup function. The next day, Stark Industries held a press conference. The truth is, I am Iron Man. With just one sentence, Tony ignited a frenzy across the US, and also made all departments of SHELD work overtime to clean up the mess he left behind. Even Nick Fury developed dark circles under his eyes, though luckily his face was dark, so it wasn't noticeable. Agent Darian, your surveillance mission ends here. Tony Stark will be handled by Black Widow for subsequent contact and assessment. Nick Fury's voice came through the phone, hoarse from staying up late. The system's prompt sound rang out at the opportune moment. Mission surveillance of Tony Stark settlement complete. Rewards obtained, experience plus 1,000, SHIELD reputation plus 30, item Hive Tech Smoke Grenade, equipment Loitering Munition. Item, Hive Tech Smoke Grenade releases a large amount of smoke, convenient for escape. Equipment, Loitering Munition launches a controllable loitering munition, scattering 4 bombs upon explosion. Blocking a bridge. 1 short of 2. Good heavens. Wouldn't he have to go to a space base to try out the effect? Darian thought to himself. Then he heard Nick Fury's voice sound again. Now I have an urgent mission for you. Over the past month, multiple cases of missing persons have been reported in the Bronx, with over 100 people missing in total, including local residents and tourists. Preliminary assessment suggests the incident may have unusual characteristics, and I need you to go investigate. NPC Nick Fury has issued you a new mission. Mission: investigate missing persons. Objective: ascertain the cause of the missing person's disappearance. Rewards: 500 experience points, SHIELD reputation plus 10, random equipment *1. Chapter 20, Vampire. 1,345 words. 1 chapters will be uploaded on daily basis, i.e. 7 chapters will be uploaded every week apart from the bonus chapters. 1 bonus chapter will be uploaded for every 100 Power Stones or 1,000 collections. All interested readers can read advanced chapters on p@atreon.com. Heroic verse. Night fell. Following the mission's guidance, Darian arrived at a bar in the Bronx. Investigation? There was no need. The game mission would directly point out the clues. Following the conspicuous red line in his vision, Darian quickly locked onto a brown-haired man dressed gaudily with slicked-back hair. At this moment, the brown-haired man was hitting on a girl whose arms and neck were covered in runes. As he spoke, he inadvertently revealed the fake gold watch on his wrist, and the rune girl's eyes instantly lit up. She immediately put down her almost untouched beer and drunkenly leaned into him. The brown-haired man smiled, casually put his arm around the rune girl's waist, which was as thick as an ironmonger's helmet, and turned to leave the bar. This guy really isn't picky. Darian watched in awe and immediately followed silently. The brown-haired man, with his arm around the rune girl, expertly turned into a narrow, dark alley and stopped in front of an inconspicuous iron door. He knocked on the door, and soon, a burly man opened it and greeted them. The brown-haired man whispered a few words, the burly man nodded, stepped aside to let them in, and the iron door closed immediately. Seeing this, Darian also mimicked him and knocked on the iron door. The burly man reappeared, and upon seeing Darian's completely unfamiliar face, he immediately frowned. "What do you want?" "I just saw my friend being led in by a strange man. I need to go in and find her. This is a members-only establishment. You cannot enter." The burly man looked at Darian coldly and flatly refused him. Darian angrily said, "Damn it, that's my friend. Even though she drinks, gets tattoos, and has one-night stands, I know she's a good girl. What if that man tricks her into sleeping with him?" The burly man's mouth twitched. "Are you sure anyone would be interested in that rune poppy's body? If you don't let me in, I'll call the police." Darian immediately laid down a threat. Hearing this, a fierce glint flashed in the strong man's eyes, a barely perceptible crimson hue. "All right, then we'll make an exception and let you in." The burly man pushed open the iron door, looking at Darian as if he were looking at a dead man. Darian walked in without a care. Inside the door was a long, dim corridor, with only a few scattered lights providing illumination. At the end of the corridor was another iron door. This time, it was a bald bouncer who reached out to block Darian's path and brandished the fluorescent stamp in his hand. Fortunately, Darian was not allergic to fluorescent stamps like Zhong Wei, and he allowed the other party to stamp the back of his hand. Pushing open this last iron door, a strong smell of alcohol mixed with the stench of marijuana instantly assailed him, and the powerful rhythm of electronic music violently assaulted his eardrums. A huge dance floor occupied most of the space, with dazzling colored spotlights flashing wildly overhead to the rhythm, and countless figures twisting ecstatically below. In the booth area at the edge of the dance floor, the lighting was even more ambiguous and hazy. Men and women guzzled strong liquor, exhaling smoke from slender cigarettes held between their fingers. Some even openly performed a series of mosaic-like scenes, bringing no small shock to Darian's pure and innocent mind. Darian noticed that the red line of the mission guidance had disappeared, indicating that the clue was in this underground bar. A red hair with big waves, you know what waves are, noticed the fluorescent stamp on Darian's hand, her eyes lit up, and she immediately swayed her hips over to him. "Hey, handsome, can we get to know each other?" Darian lowered his head, and his gaze met a dizzying abyss, instantly filling him with reverence. "Of course, I love making friends." The red hair with big waves suddenly sniffed and frowned in confusion. "You seem to have a bloody smell on you. What kind of work do you do?" "Doctor." Darian replied casually, his expression unchanged. "Oh, that's great." The red hair with big waves' eyes brightened even more, her finger gently tracing Darian's chest, her demeanor full of seduction, her body subtly rubbing against him. "Lately, I've been feeling a bit unwell. Can you help me figure out what's wrong with me?" Darian was not a doctor, but he could still tell the red hair with big waves' symptoms at a glance. This was definitely a typical case of being horny. "Oh no, it was a fever." Darian feigned reserve, saying, "It's not very convenient to examine you here." "It's fine, we can find a place and take our time." A thorough, all-around look, the red hair with big waves whispered into Darian's ear. "It seems she really has a bad fever." Darian was shy and truly didn't know how to refuse an invitation, so he let the red hair with big waves pull him towards the bathroom in the corner. Once inside the cubicle, the red hair with big waves immediately locked the door behind her. "Doctor, where do you want to start the examination?" The red hair with big waves stuck out her tongue and licked her lips, her eyes filled with a predator's excitement. "That depends on where you feel unwell." Feeling the astonishing pressure on his arm, Darian glanced at the red dot on the minimap, wondering whether to feign giving up resistance. "Well, of course, it's my stomach. Right now, I'm starving." The red hair with big waves' voice suddenly became hoarse and distorted, her eyes erupted with terrifying crimson light, and her mouth split open, revealing two ferocious, sharp fangs. Her originally beautiful face instantly became hideous, and she pounced on Darian like a monster. Seeing this, Darian immediately found it uninteresting. Thai boxing warning. Just as the fangs were about to touch his skin, Darian's waist suddenly exerted force, and an elbow strike fiercely hit the red hair with big waves' face. Bang! A dull thud accompanied by the faint sound of bones cracking. The red hair with big waves felt an unimaginable force explode from her cheekbone, and several broken teeth mixed with bloody foam splattered from her mouth. She didn't even have time to scream before her entire body, like a broken sack, flew off the ground and slammed heavily against the cubicle wall with a thud, making the wall hum. The red hair with big waves slumped to the ground, dizzy and disoriented, half of her face visibly caved in, her crimson eyes filled with bewilderment. "Who am I? Where am I? What am I doing?" Darian retracted his elbow, stepped forward, and sternly demanded from above, "Speak. What kind of monster are you?" "That question should be mine to ask you." The red hair with big waves looked at Darian in horror. The strength he displayed completely exceeded her understanding. One strike completely incapacitated her. "Is this something a human could do?" "Not talking." Darian showed no mercy for the fairer sex, grabbing the limp red hair with big waves with one hand, while the elbow of his other hand rained down like a furious storm. The red hair with big waves initially wanted to speak, but each time the words reached her lips, they were brutally driven back into her stomach by a fierce elbow strike. With continuous elbow strikes falling, the red hair with big waves felt her head was about to be flattened. Relying on her strong survival instinct and willpower, she endured a pause between elbow strikes and, using her last ounce of strength, screamed tearfully, "Stop hitting me. I'll talk. I'm a vampire. I'm a vampire." Chapter 21. Chapter 21. You call this a Nichiren blade? 1242 words. 1 chapters will be uploaded on daily basis, i.e. 7 chapters will be uploaded every week apart from the bonus chapters. 1 bonus chapter will be uploaded for every 100 power stones or 1000 collections. All interested readers can read advanced chapters on p@atrian.com heroic verse. Vampire? Darian wasn't surprised. The other party's characteristics indeed matched the vampire in his impression. But isn't this game setting a bit too much of a mashup, with even fantasy creatures like vampires popping up? Darian put away his elbow, shaking his head with a helpless expression. "Look at you, if you had just said so earlier, you wouldn't have had to take this beating. At least give me a chance to speak." The red hair with big waves dared not speak out, convinced that this human was a lunatic. Darian scrutinized the limp red hair with big waves, asking curiously, "You say you're a vampire, what kind are you?" "Vampires have types." The red hair with big waves was stunned. How did she not know about this? Of course, some vampires are slightly stronger than ordinary people, but can only drink blood and have a bunch of obvious weaknesses. Some vampires are not afraid of sunlight and have superpowers, but are love-struck idiots with water in their brains, constantly involved in love triangles with humans and werewolves. So, which one are you? I should be the former. Although the red hair with big waves didn't really want to admit she had weaknesses, she certainly didn't want to be categorized as a love-struck idiot with water in her brain. Darian pressed on. In America, are there many vampires like you? The red hair with big waves hesitated. Not very many, otherwise we would have been discovered by humans long ago. That much was true. If vampires were everywhere, SLD couldn't possibly be unaware. Otherwise, given Fury's personality, he would have already started considering a racial extermination. Darian continued to ask, are the numerous missing persons cases in the Bronx recently related to you vampires? Hearing this, the red hair with big waves suddenly froze. But seeing Darian slowly raise his elbow, she quickly said, yes. Some time ago, Frost suddenly announced that he would allow us to capture humans ourselves, which is why we started hunting nearby. Who is Frost? He is the leader of the half-breeds, and has a very powerful influence among vampires. A hint of fear showed in the red hair with big waves' eyes. Mission: investigate missing persons. Settlement complete. Reward: 500 experience points, SHIELD reputation plus 10, equipment: Nichiren blade. Equipment: Nichiren blade crafted from special material that absorbs sunlight, with a fatal effect on all creatures afraid of sunlight. Player: do you want to skip the cutscene and start the next mission? According to the normal process, Darian would need to report the situation to Fury, who would then issue the next mission. But this game system could directly skip this step, allowing players to seamlessly transition to subsequent missions. The game did a good job on this point. Unlike some games that force players to watch cutscenes, not even providing a skip option. Skip. Darian made a decisive choice. NPC Fury has issued you a new mission. Mission: Vampire Eradication Operation. Objective: clear out the rampant vampires in New York, time limit 1 week. Reward: depends on the number of vampires killed. Afterwards, Darian asked a few more questions, and the red hair with big waves answered honestly. There was no other way. The psychological trauma from that elbow strike was simply too great. One last question. Darian held up a finger. If you answer it correctly, I promise to let you go. You ask. The red hair with big waves seemed to see a glimmer of hope. Humans will do anything to survive, and vampires are no exception. Darian smiled. The question is simple. Please prove Goldbarker's conjecture. The red hair with big waves. A moment later, Darian pushed open the bathroom door and walked out, but there was no one beside him. It proved that people really would do anything to live. Except for math problems. By the way, isn't the appearance of my Nichiren blade a bit too unique? System, you wouldn't give me a fake, would you? The appearance of the Nichiren blade varies according to the user. Whatever kind of person the user is, that is the appearance of the Nichiren blade. You call this a Nichiren blade? Darian held up the watermelon knife in his hand, looking speechless. What kind of person did this watermelon knife represent him to be? Someone who likes to eat watermelon? Ah! A piercing scream suddenly cut through the din of the bar. Darian looked in the direction of the sound, only to see someone in the dance floor being violently tackled to the ground by another figure, sharp fangs savagely piercing their neck, blood instantly gushing out. Clearly, that was also a vampire. Like falling dominoes, throughout the bar, one figure after another suddenly erupted, pouncing on unsuspecting humans nearby. In an instant, countless screams and shrieks echoed throughout the bar. Facing this attacking horde of vampires, ordinary humans were powerless to resist, like lambs to the slaughter, one after another becoming dinner for the vampires. In a short time, the entire bar transformed into a bloody slaughterhouse. Emaciated corpses lay haphazardly in sticky pools of blood, the floor reflecting a nauseating crimson glow, and the strong smell of blood was so pungent it made one want to vomit. In the chaos, some unknown scoundrel manipulated the lights, and a spotlight suddenly shone on Darian, instantly making him the most dazzling person in the entire venue. In that instant, dozens of blood-red eyes, glinting with hungry ferocity, locked onto Darian in unison, as if he had stumbled into a Ucha clan gathering. Hello, everyone. Are you eating? Are you full? Darian awkwardly greeted them. One by one, the vampires bared their fangs and sneered, surrounding Darien from all directions, intending to prove with their actions that they were not yet full. Looking at the encircling group of vampires, Darien showed no panic on his face, merely tightening his grip on the watermelon knife Nichiren blade. "Don't say I didn't warn you, after-meal exercise is bad for your health." The vampires completely disregarded his words. The vampire at the front bared its fangs and rushed impatiently towards Darien, eager to make the first kill. Swish! A cold flash quickly passed. The rushing vampire's body suddenly stiffened, and a subtle scratch quietly appeared on its neck. The next second, its head and body silently separated, and its entire body, like a lit piece of paper, instantly turned to ash and dissipated into the air, leaving nothing behind. Darien rested the watermelon knife on his shoulder, sighing, "TSK, I have to say, your way of dying is quite environmentally friendly." The other vampires' steps abruptly halted. Their faces were now filled with shock and disbelief. One must know, vampires are creatures with extremely tenacious vitality. Ordinary weapons have no effect on them whatsoever. Even powerful gunshots would only cause wounds that would quickly heal. Only by incorporating substances like pure silver, which are naturally anathema to vampires, could one inflict irreparable fatal damage upon them. Yet this human, with a single slash, instantly killed their companion, not even giving it a chance to heal. Is this really a watermelon knife? Chapter 22, Blade's Advanced Stealth Skill. 1,236 words. 1 chapters will be uploaded on daily basis, i.e. 7 chapters will be uploaded every week apart from the bonus chapters. 1 bonus chapter will be uploaded for every 100 Power Stones or 1,000 collections. All interested readers can read advanced chapters on p@atreon.com heroic verse. But soon, the vampires calmed down. "He's just a mere human. What good is a weapon, no matter how good it is?" a vampire said disdainfully. Their vampire physique was much stronger than a human's. As long as they avoided that strange watermelon knife, they could easily take him down. Many vampires found this very reasonable, and immediately swarmed forward, baring their fangs and claws, and pounced on Darien. Grim Reaper's eye. Suddenly, the vampire's movements became incredibly slow. Darien didn't hesitate at all, his wrist flicked, and the watermelon knife quickly slashed out. Swish! Swish! 2 cold lights flashed, and 2 vampire heads flew up in response, their bodies instantly turning into scattered ashes. Darien's offensive did not stop. He gripped the watermelon knife tightly and began to hack and slash at the other vampires who swarmed him. Driven by his immense strength, the blade easily cut through the vampires' bodies. The vampires didn't even have time to fully scream before they exploded into clumps of ashes in the blade's light. The fierce fighting here immediately attracted the attention of all the vampires in the bar. They were first stunned to see their companions die, but then their bloodthirsty instincts replaced thought, and one after another, they surged towards Darien. Seeing this, Darien didn't retreat but advanced, his figure suddenly exploded, and he plunged fiercely into the midst of the vampires. Setting aside their supernatural identities, these vampires, in Darien's eyes, were actually no different from random thugs spawning on the street. Their attacks were chaotic, either biting or clawing. Coupled with the Nichiren blade in his hand, which was a natural bane to vampires, killing them was like slicing melons and dicing vegetables. He simply raised his hand and brought down the blade. Raised his hand and brought down the blade. He didn't even blink. The number of vampires on the field rapidly decreased, and the ground beneath Darien's feet had already accumulated a thick layer of ashes. "No, don't come over." The remaining vampires huddled in the corner, their rationality finally returning, trembling as they looked at Darien holding the watermelon knife. Who said this guy was human? He was 100 times more vicious than them vampires. Swish, swish, swish. Cold lights flashed repeatedly, and the last few vampires also turned into flying ash. Darien shook off the ashes from the watermelon knife and glanced at the mission progress. Currently killed vampires, 34. Ignoring the mess on the ground, Darien left the underground bar and casually dealt with the 2 security guards stationed at the iron gate. Yes, those 2 were also vampires. System, help me mark some locations. As Darian spoke, a dozen crimson markers immediately appeared on the map, distributed throughout New York. These were all intelligence Darian had coerced from the red hair with big waves, all vampire gathering places. Looking at the markers on the map, Darian stretched his muscles. Time to grind. In the time that followed, Darian began to shuttle through the streets and alleys of New York, sweeping through one vampire gathering place after another. The vampire strongholds were largely similar, either bars or nightclubs, perfectly fitting the characteristics of vampires. The only somewhat special one was a church, where everyone from the priest to the cleaning lady was a vampire, perfectly illustrating the saying that the most dangerous place is the safest place. Unfortunately, their disguise was meaningless in Darian's eyes. Darian directly sent them to meet God with his watermelon knife. He wondered what God would think when he saw these vampire pseudo-believers. Darian, with just one watermelon knife, cut his way from the south of New York to the north of New York, hacking back and forth for 3 days and 3 nights. In just 3 days, Darian successively raided more than 10 vampire gathering places, and the number of vampires killed soared to over 400. His actions were incredibly swift, and the commotion he caused didn't even attract the attention of ordinary humans. It was just that nearby residents felt that the air quality seemed to have worsened recently, and there always seemed to be some unknown grey dust floating in the air. The next night, Darian acted again. But this time, he found that the security of the target stronghold had significantly increased by several levels. Clearly, the vampire community had caught wind of his activities and started to take precautions. Just as Darian was hiding in the shadows, observing the entrance of a nightclub, a low voice suddenly sounded behind him without warning. "Are you the vampire slayer? Who is it? Who's speaking?" Darian's eyes widened, and he vigilantly scanned his surroundings. "I'm to your left." Hearing the voice, Darian then noticed that in the shadows beside him stood a muscular black man wearing a black leather trench coat, black sunglasses, and fully clad in black gear. He was almost one with the darkness. If one didn't look closely, it would be very difficult to spot him. Darian couldn't help but exclaim, "What an advanced stealth skill. I didn't even notice him." The muscular black man, ? He was just standing still. There was no stealth involved. "Oh, right. What did you call me just now?" Darian asked. "Vampire Slayer." The muscular black man repeated, his voice low. "It is said that recently someone has successively cleared several vampire strongholds and killed hundreds of vampires, and is therefore called the Vampire Slayer by the vampires. I guess that person should be you, right?" "What a cliché codename." Darian grumbled, sizing up the muscular black man. "Then who are you?" The muscular black man said coldly, "You can call me Blade. Like you, my target is those blood-sucking scumbags." "I see, so you're here to steal my kills." Darian suddenly understood, immediately pulled out his watermelon knife, and pondered how many pieces would be best to cut Blade into. "Blade? ? He was a little slow to follow Darian's train of thought, but he still saw that Darian had a strong desire to kill vampires. "The enemy of my enemy is my friend." Blade immediately said, "Don't worry, I won't interfere with your actions. I'm looking for a vampire named Deacon Frost. According to my intelligence, one of his important subordinates is hiding in this stronghold." He paused, looking at the heavily guarded entrance. "However, your actions these past few days have scared these scumbags witless. Now all vampire strongholds have strengthened their defenses. Once we make a big commotion here, the vampires inside will definitely sneak away immediately. At that time, it will be difficult to dig out these rats hiding in the gutters." Darian nodded. There was indeed some truth to that. The enemies in this game were not like monsters in other games, who would just stay in their specific places, waiting for players to come and farm them. "Then do you have any good suggestions? We can cooperate. Those vampire scumbags inside are all yours. I just want Frost's subordinate." "Heh, why should I cooperate with you? I can provide you with more vampire strongholds." "Pleasure working with you." Chapter 23, Bullets are too expensive. 1,219 words. 1 chapters will be uploaded on daily basis, i.e. 7 chapters will be uploaded every week apart from the bonus chapters. One bonus chapter will be uploaded for every 100 Power Stones or 1000 collections. All interested readers can read advanced chapters on p@atrian.com Heroic Verse. First, let's agree, all the kills are mine later. No problem. The two reached an agreement, said no more, and walked directly towards the target nightclub. The several vampires guarding the nightclub entrance immediately became alert, sternly demanding, "Stop. Who are you?" "The ones who've come for you." Before Darian's words finished, his figure shot out like a ghost. Swish, swish, swish. Cold light flashed continuously, and the several vampires didn't even have time to react before instantly turning into ashes in the blade's light. A trace of surprise flashed in Blade's eyes. What a formidable watermelon knife. Darian was displeased. This is a Nichiren blade. It just looks like a watermelon knife. Isn't that still a watermelon knife? Blade's mouth twitched imperceptibly, and he wisely chose silence. The two continued walking, swaggering into the nightclub. As soon as they entered, two patrolling vampires heard them and came forward. Swish, swish. Darian's hand moved, the blade fell, swift and decisive, and the two vampires turned into ashes without even a whimper. On the other side, Blade also displayed extraordinary skill. He used his racial talent to passively conceal himself in the darkness, silently approaching another vampire. The opponent didn't even realize someone was behind him before he was knocked unconscious by two heavy punches. Blade kept his promise and gave this kill to Darian. Both of them were clearly practical fighters and didn't need to formulate any complicated plans. A single look was enough for them to understand each other, and they tacitly entered stealth mode. Thus, the two stealthily made their way deeper into the nightclub, and Darian's mission progress soared by more than a dozen points. Well, it can only be said that the stealth was very successful. When they truly stepped inside the nightclub, a strong smell of blood assailed them. The fire sprinklers on the ceiling were spraying wildly, but what came out was not water, but thick, crimson blood. And on the dance floor below, a group of people were twisting and jumping wildly to the deafening, explosive music, letting the blood rain drench their entire bodies. Judging by their high expressions, there was no doubt that these were all vampires. Darian looked disgusted. Are all vampires this disgusting? Although blood is food for vampires, normal humans wouldn't spray soda on themselves. How messy. Of course, except for energetic young men. Soon, an energetic young vampire discovered the two uninvited guests, and his face instantly filled with horror. It's Blade. The Daywalker. The vampires' faces instantly turned pale, looking at Blade as if they had seen their natural enemy. In vampire circles, Blade's notorious reputation was already well known. Even newly converted vampires had heard his name from elder vampires. He was like an urban horror legend in the vampire world. Blade clearly enjoyed this effect. He bared his teeth, revealing a set that appeared exceptionally white even in the dim light. I heard you're having a party here. Why wasn't I invited? Go to hell, Daywalker. A bold vampire, unable to suppress his fear, roared and pounced at Blade. Swish. Blade instantly drew a silver long sword. With a flash of the blade, the pouncing vampire's arms were severed. Immediately after, the sword swept back, and his legs were also cut off at the knee, but he didn't deliver the finishing blow, instead silently watching the vampire struggle and scream on the ground. His expression was like that of a pervert. Seeing this, the other vampires immediately chickened out. They were already filled with fear of Blade, and now seeing this, they became even more terrified, rushing towards the main entrance in a panic. As a result, they saw Darian blocking the door. Get out of the way, human. The vampire leading the charge roared, his face contorted in a ferocious grimace. Swish. His answer was a cold light. This vampire was instantly split in half, turning into ashes and dissipating. Darian locked the door, holding the watermelon knife in his hand, and smiled slightly at the horrified vampires. Sorry, this way is closed. He's the vampire slayer. The madman who carnaged hundreds of vampires these past few days. A well-informed vampire shrieked, recognizing this newly famous figure in the vampire world. A hungry wolf ahead, a fierce tiger behind. All the vampires were instantly enveloped by fear, It seemed they were surrounded by two people. "Don't be afraid, there are only two of them, we have a huge advantage. Kill them." Under the pressure of desperation, some vampires were instead provoked into ferocity, pouncing on the two like mad beast. Facing the vampire encirclement, Blade snorted disdainfully, twirled his silver sword, and charged directly into the vampire crowd. In fact, Blade is a half-human, half-vampire hybrid. He not only possesses the superhuman physique and healing abilities of a vampire but also eliminates all vampire weaknesses, even being unaffected by ultraviolet rays, which are extremely fatal to vampires. If Blade wanted to, he could even sunbathe under the sun. This setting is almost comparable to the overpowered hybrids in some hot-blooded manga. Coupled with Blade's years of rigorous training, his combat skills had long reached their peak. These small fry vampires were simply no match for him. In a short time, more than a dozen vampires lay on the ground, having lost their limbs. Taking advantage of a lull in the fighting, Blade glanced in Darian's direction and found that the latter had gone berserk. The watermelon knife in his hand was swinging so fast it was almost a blur, and with every swing, a vampire would wail and turn into ashes. As a combat master, Blade could tell at a glance that Darian wasn't using any combat techniques. It was pure numerical crushing. Just then, the door of a private room deep inside the nightclub was violently kicked open, and more than a dozen figures dressed in black leather rushed out. Leading them was a rugged-faced man. He immediately saw the two people in the arena who were Carnage, his subordinates. Especially when he clearly saw Blade's familiar set of teeth, his astonishment instantly turned into rage. "Blade, it's you again, you half-human, half-vampire bastard." Blade kicked away a pouncing vampire. "Quinn, I've come to play with you again, are you happy?" "Fuck you," Quinn roared, raising his middle finger. "Kill them." Receiving the order, the vampires around him immediately pulled out various firearms from their pockets, aiming their muzzles at the two. As modern vampires, especially in America, carrying guns is perfectly reasonable. Da. Countless bullets flew out of the barrels, and the two each found cover and hid. Blade immediately pulled out a powerful-looking shotgun and pulled the trigger at the charging vampires. Bang! 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 Special silver buckshot sprayed out, instantly blowing the lower halves of several vampires into smithereens, but after only a few shots, Blade suddenly stopped and didn't continue firing. Darian asked doubtfully, "Why did you stop?" "Bullets are too expensive." Blade's voice carried a hint of pain. Darian. Chapter 24, The Game's God. 1,310 words. 1 chapters will be uploaded on daily basis, i.e. 7 chapters will be uploaded every week apart from the bonus chapters. 1 bonus chapter will be uploaded for every 100 Power Stones or 1,000 collections. All interested readers can read advanced chapters on p@atreon.com heroic verse. Feeling the undisguised look of disdain from Darian, even Blade, who always presented a cool image, couldn't help but show a flicker of embarrassment on his face. To effectively deal with these dark creatures, every bullet in his shotgun was mixed with expensive pure silver. One clip of bullets would cost him at least several hundred US dollars. As an unemployed vagrant who hunted vampires year-round, Blade's financial situation simply couldn't support such a luxurious way of watering with bullets. Otherwise, why do you think he carries that silver long sword to chop vampires all day long? Do you really think he's purely doing it to show off and look cool? Well, there is indeed a little bit of that reason. "Give me the gun." Darian extended his hand. Blade hesitated. "My gun is out of 5,000 US dollars, consider it bought by me. Cat. The gun and the remaining 20 bullets are all yours." Blade instantly became incredibly decisive, unhesitatingly throwing the shotgun in his hand, along with all the silver buckshot he carried, to Darian. Darian, Bro, your cool persona really collapsed a bit too quickly. Darian steadily caught the shotgun, quickly loaded the bullets, raised the gun, and fired at the vampires. Bang! 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 Gunshots rang out consecutively, and the heads of several vampire gunmen instantly exploded. The headless bodies swayed, then fell to the ground, quickly turning into puddles of ash. Seeing Darian's precise marksmanship, The remaining vampires were terrified and immediately shrank behind cover, not daring to show their heads. Seeing this, Darian unhurriedly pulled out a few grenades, pulled the pins, and without even looking, threw them forcefully towards the vampires' hiding places. Boom! A huge explosion sounded. Several unlucky vampires were directly blown away by the grenades, their skin and flesh torn, falling to the ground and screaming in pain. It must be said that vampires' vitality is indeed tenacious. Even with such severe injuries, their wails were still full of vigor. Darian raised his muzzle, finishing off the vampires on the ground one by one, and the mission progress quickly increased by several points. Seeing Darian's ferocity, Quinn swallowed with difficulty, forcing himself to remain calm, and shouted, "Don't be afraid. Let's go together. He can't kill all of us at once." The vampires looked at each other, seemingly persuaded, and simultaneously raised their guns at Darian. Bang! 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 As the gunshots rang out, another layer of ash appeared on the ground. Facts proved that Darian certainly could. Bang! Darian slightly raised his muzzle, precisely hitting Quinn's legs as he tried to escape in the chaos. "He's yours." Darian ignored Quinn, who was wailing on the ground, and walked towards the vampire Blade had just knocked down, carrying his watermelon knife to finish him off. Current vampires killed, 665. Looking at this number, Darian frowned, feeling uncomfortable all over. He turned his head and looked at Blade, who had just finished a brief interrogation of Quinn. "Do you want this kill?" Blade shook his head. "No." Swish. A flash of blade, and Quinn's head instantly moved. Current vampires killed, 666. "Ah, that feels good." Darian let out a long sigh of relief, as if a heavy burden had been lifted. Blade looked at Darian's relieved expression and always felt that this guy seemed to have some special hobbies. Darian put away his watermelon knife and asked, "What do you plan to do next?" Blade said in a deep voice, "Quinn said Frost has been planning a big move recently. I'm not sure what it is, but I'm going to Frost's territory to search for him one by one and drag him out." When Frost's name was mentioned, Blade's voice was filled with bone-chilling coldness. Frost killed his birth mother. He and Frost had an irreconcilable grudge, and this revenge must be taken. Darian grinned. "Coincidentally, I also need to hunt vampires. How about we temporarily team up? You look for your Frost, and just leave the kills to me." "Good." Blade thought for a moment and then agreed to Darian's suggestion. He wasn't a stubborn person. With an extra powerful helper, the search for Frost would only be smoother. The moment Blade agreed, the system's prompt sounded in Darian's mind. "NPC Eric Brooks has joined your team. You can view your teammate's personal panel." Seeing the prompt, Darian exclaimed, "This game actually has a team-up function? Why didn't it appear before?" He remembered fighting a boss with Tony not long ago, and there was no such prompt then. Teaming up with an NPC requires the player to personally send an invitation. After the NPC agrees, the team can be successfully formed. NPCs do not have the authority to initiate team-ups proactively. Then why didn't you say so earlier? Darian was speechless. This game has extremely high freedom, aiming to provide the most realistic immersive experience. All gameplay and plot developments are to be explored and discovered by players themselves. "All right then." Darian pouted and curiously clicked on Blade's personal panel. NPC, Eric Brooks Blade. Race, half human, half vampire. Attributes, strength, agility, constitution, spirit. Cannot view until favorability is reached. Equipment, cool sunglasses, bulletproof armor, silver longsword, silver dagger. Favorability, 0. This guy is actually a half human, half vampire. Darian was a bit surprised, but then he thought, does that make him half a vampire? If he chopped him, would the mission progress increase by 0.5? At this moment, Darian suddenly noticed that Blade's equipment slot seemed clickable, and he curiously tapped on the silver longsword. This NPC's favorability towards the player is insufficient, unable to remove this equipment. Darian's eyes widened instantly. He immediately asked the system, according to this, as long as the NPC's favorability is high enough, I can freely remove their equipment. Yes. Hiss tilde. Darian gasped, contributing a little to global warming. He seemed to have inadvertently discovered the game's god-tier mechanism. Darian looked at Blade, his gaze suddenly becoming incredibly enthusiastic. Bro, do you have any missions? Or anything you need help with? I'm free anytime. No. Blade looked at the suddenly enthusiastic Darian, feeling an inexplicable chill rise from his spine, as if some conspiracy awaited him. The two did not linger in the nightclub. After agreeing on the location and time for their next action, they left one after another. Before leaving, Blade did not forget to carefully search for the silver buckshot scattered on the ground, even using a dagger to pry out those embedded in the wall. These pure silver bullets were extremely precious to him. After taking them back, melting, and recasting them, they could be used again. This is what it's like behind the scenes for a superhero, bittersweet and real. And Darian also asked Blade for some special equipment to deal with vampires. Blade was hesitant at first, as his equipment was all expensive. But Darian didn't say a word, directly pulling out a large stack of banknotes with Franklin's portrait. Seeing Darian try to insult him with money, Blade immediately turned hostile, snatched the Franklins in front of him, slammed them into his pocket, and then unhesitatingly took off his equipment and weapons, throwing them all to Darian. If Darian hadn't explicitly stated that he wasn't interested in his iconic sunglasses, Blade would have even taken them off and given them to him as well. It's no wonder Blade reacted so strongly. After all, the price of pure silver had been soaring recently, and he was almost out of money to eliminate vampires and protect New York. Chapter 25, Black and White Death Gods. 1,360 words. 1 chapters will be uploaded on daily basis, i.e. 7 chapters will be uploaded every week apart from the bonus chapters. 1 bonus chapter will be uploaded for every 100 Power Stones or 1,000 collections. All interested readers can read advanced chapters on p@atreon.com Heroic Verse. In the following days, Darian and Blade teamed up to sweep Deacon Frost's territory. Blade was responsible for charging into battle and dealing damage, while Darian focused on finishing off enemies and securing kills, a clear division of labor. As the number of vampires they killed rapidly increased, their fearsome reputation spread like a plague throughout the entire vampire community. Some vampires even gave them a resounding nickname, Black and White Death Gods. Black and White double kill. Perhaps their actions were too high profile. Starting on the 3rd day of their team-up, they noticed a significant decrease in the number of vampires. Often, only a dozen or so vampires remained guarding a territory, and at the slightest disturbance, they would immediately flee, abandoning their territory entirely. After clearing out another almost empty territory, Darian finally received a system prompt. Mission Ghost Sweeping Operation Settlement Complete. Total vampires killed, 1234. Rewards obtained, 2,000 experience points, SHIELD. Reputation plus 50, equipment gravity boots, item Amaterasu's sealing scroll, item coin of destiny. Equipment, gravity boots allows free movement on any flat surface after wearing, provided the activation button is pressed, otherwise there is a certain risk of breaking a leg. Item, Amaterasu's sealing scroll. A scroll sealing Amaterasu can be used on a designated target. Item, coin of destiny. 50% chance to trigger life recovery after use, 50% chance to trigger lightning heavenly scourge. Player, do you wish to skip the plot and activate subsequent missions? There are follow-up missions. Darian didn't think much and directly chose to skip. NPC Fury has issued you a new mission. Mission, Blood God Sacrifice. Objective, end the conspiracy of the vampire leader Deacon Frost. Rewards, 5,000 experience points, SHIELD reputation plus 100, random skill 1, random equipment 2, random item *3. Although it wasn't a main quest, the rewards were quite generous. Just in time, Blade had already tracked Deacon Frost's stronghold these past few days, so Darian immediately decided to set off with Blade. The next morning. According to intelligence, Darian and Blade arrived at a completely sealed private building. The entire building resembled a steel fortress, all windows were firmly covered by heavy metal gates, making it impossible to see inside from the outside. Darian looked at the building from a distance, Are vampires that rich? Blade snorted. There are plenty of rich people who want to become vampires. The wealthier people are, the more they fear death. For eternal life and youth, they are willing to pay any price. Darian looked at Blade curiously. Then why are you so poor? Blade. I am a half-human, half-vampire, a new species, not counted. Next, the two began to formulate a plan. Their plan was simple. First, infiltrate the building, and the rest would be improvise. It could be said to be a very rigorous plan. Darian suggested, to prevent Deacon Frost from escaping, you go in from downstairs, and I'll go in from upstairs. The two of us will surround the entire building. 2 people surrounding the entire building, that's cool, I like it. Blade silently approved but then asked, but how do you plan to get up there? This building is at least 50 stories high. Darian didn't explain. He squatted down, pressed the switch on his new gravity boots, then moved to the edge of the building, raised his foot, and stepped onto the vertical wall. The next moment, Darian's feet were as steady as if he were walking on flat ground, standing firmly on the wall. Blade was completely dumbfounded. He hadn't studied. Could anyone tell him if this was scientific? With the help of the gravity boots, Darian easily reached the building's rooftop. As soon as he poked his head up, he heard a burst of explosive music. A group of vampires was having a party around the swimming pool. Darian was a bit speechless. Do these vampires have no other hobbies? Why are they always partying? He pulled out a megaphone and shouted down, "Hello. Everyone look at me. I have an announcement to make." All the vampires instinctively looked up towards the edge of the rooftop upon hearing the sound. They saw half of Darian's head peeking out and were instantly bewildered. This was the 50-something floor. How did this guy climb up here? Before they could react, several cylindrical objects suddenly dropped among them. Shit. It's a flashbang. Boom. Blindingly bright light instantly erupted. The vampires were caught off guard and hit squarely by the flash. Although vampires have strong self-healing abilities, being flashed like that was still quite debilitating. They were blinded, deafened, snot and tears streaming down their faces, all instantly losing their ability to resist. Bang! 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 Darian flipped over and jumped off the platform, pulled out his golden desert eagle, and continuously fired at this group of vampires suffering from various WFF. He had already switched to silver bullets. A dozen or so vampires had their heads blown open, instantly turning into ashes and scattering with the wind. The remaining vampires frantically tried to grab their guns to retaliate, but they were still in a blinded state. The bullets they fired either went nowhere or hit their companions nearby, creating a chaotic scene. Darian stood still, picking off the remaining vampires one by one, leaving only the last one for questioning. Where is Deacon Frost? Deacon what? Deacon Frost. What Frost? Bang! Darian shot and killed this vampire elder. It seemed he had overestimated the vampire's self-healing ability. The deafness caused by the flashbang lasted surprisingly long. Darian opened the communicator by his ear. This is Darian. I have successfully infiltrated the building. No one has discovered my whereabouts. Over. I've also infiltrated. No one has discovered my whereabouts either. Blade's voice came from the other end of the communicator, along with intense sounds of fighting. Darian nodded. Very good. Now we'll split up and search for Frost's whereabouts. Subsequently, Darian found the stairwell and walked down the stairs. Tap 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 tap. Rapid, dense footsteps suddenly came from the end of the corridor. Dozens of fully armed vampires appeared in view. Their equipment was excellent. They wore bulletproof helmets, bulletproof vests, and were each equipped with automatic rifles. They clearly looked like a professional team. Seeing Darian's figure, this group of vampires didn't hesitate at all and immediately raised their muzzles. Da. Clusters of flames erupted, and dense firepower surged towards Darian. Darian performed a tactical role and hid behind cover. The vampires were experienced. While maintaining continuous suppressive fire, they formed a tactical formation and steadily advanced towards the cover where Darian was hiding. Just as they were about to close in on the cover, a grenade suddenly flew out from behind a pillar, rolling precisely to the front of their team. Watch out for the grenade. A vampire exclaimed. However, the expected explosion did not occur. With a hiss, the grenade released a large amount of thick yellow smoke, which rapidly spread through the enclosed corridor. Fuck. It's a concentrated garlic power grenade. The vampires' faces changed dramatically, and they tried to retreat in terror. But it was too late. The yellow garlic essence smoke, like maggots clinging to bones, instantly engulfed them. Their bodies burst into flames, emitting heartbreaking screams, and then turned into piles of ash. Vampires have extremely tenacious vitality but are also very fragile. Even ordinary people, as long as they possess weapons like garlic essence and pure silver, can easily instantly kill vampires. Not to mention Darian, a player, with absolutely counter-effective weapons and equipment. It was almost like playing against bots. After dealing with the vampire armed forces, Darian searched the upper floors for Deacon Frost's traces but found nothing. So, he contacted Blade again. Blade, how's your situation? Have you found anything? Yes, I found my deceased mother resurrected. Darian. Chapter 26, the most touching family drama of the year. 1,477 words. 1 chapters will be uploaded on daily basis, i.e. 7 chapters will be uploaded every week apart from the bonus chapters. 1 bonus chapter will be uploaded for every 100 Power Stones or 1,000 collections. All interested readers can read advanced chapters on p@atreon.com heroic verse. Darian was about to speak, but a muffled groan from Blade came through his communicator. Immediately after, a strange voice came from the communicator. Hey, you must be the vampire killer, right? I heard you've been messing with Daywalker, looking for me. Darian raised an eyebrow. Deacon Frost. That's right, it's me. Frost readily admitted. To be honest, I'm very interested in you. A mere human being can kill so many vampires. I can give you a chance. Join us and become part of the great vampire race. Darian chuckled. I'll have to think about that. How about this? I'll come find you now, and we can sit down and talk slowly. Me. Frost snorted coldly, his voice instantly turning frigid. Since you don't cherish this opportunity, then just wait. The era of vampires is about to arrive. After tonight, all humans will become our slaves. After delivering a standard villainous speech, Frost cut off the communication. Darian glanced at the map. The green dot representing Blade was moving rapidly. He immediately took the elevator to the floor where the other party was located. Ding! The elevator stopped, and outside the door stood a group of vampires holding firearms. The moment the elevator doors opened, they immediately pulled their triggers, and countless bullets poured out, rattling against the elevator. However, when the elevator doors fully opened, it was empty inside, and all the bullets missed. Cease fire. The leading vampire issued an order, signaling to the vampires around him with a gesture. This vampire nodded, holding an automatic rifle, and cautiously walked into the elevator to investigate the situation. He looked around, confirmed no one was there, then turned his head and shouted, "Captain, there's no. Watch out behind you." The vampire outside the elevator widened his eyes, pointing behind the vampire. The vampire spun around, only to see Darian, like a ghost, flipping down from the elevator ceiling, grinning at him. "Have you eaten? If not, I'll treat you to some garlic." Before he finished speaking, Darian pulled the pin from a concentrated garlic powder grenade and shoved it into the vampire's mouth, then kicked him fiercely out of the elevator. Yellow mist sprayed from the vampire's mouth, instantly turning him into a roasted vampire, ready to eat with a sprinkle of cumin. Speaking of which, vampires are indeed an ingredient in the classic of mountains and seas. Eating them is said to prolong life. It's garlic powder, run. Seeing the spreading yellow mist, the vampires reacted as if a septic tank had exploded, desperately trying to get away. Seizing the opportunity, Darian quickly raised his gun and fired. Bang! 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 Bullets pierced through the yellow mist, accurately perforating the heads of these vampires. As the yellow mist gradually dispersed, only the lone vampire captain remained in the corridor. The vampire captain, seeing Darian's ferocity, dropped his automatic rifle, clenched his fists, assumed a fighting stance, and challenged Darian. "Dare you put down your gun and have a man's duel with me?" I don't dare. Darian answered succinctly. Vampire Captain. Why was this script not quite what he imagined? Bang. Bang. Darian pulled the trigger, shooting off the Vampire Captain's legs, then walked forward and pressed the muzzle against his forehead. Where is Frost taking Blade? Do you think I'll tell you? The Vampire Captain sneered. Bang. Without another word, Darian shot the Vampire Captain's arm again. From now on, every time you don't answer my question, I'll shoot you. The pure silver attached to the bullets burned the wound, causing the Vampire Captain immense pain. Fuck you. Bang. You. Bang. I'll tell you. Bang. I was about to tell you, why did you still shoot me? The Vampire Captain broke down. My apologies, it's a habit. Fearing Darian would shoot again, the Vampire Captain quickly said, Eternal Night Palace. They went to Eternal Night Palace. Frost needs a living daywalker to complete some kind of ritual. It seemed Blade was not in immediate danger. Darian noticed the green dot of his teammate on the map starting to move outwards, grabbed the Vampire Captain. Do you have a car? Yes I do. Give me the car keys. The Vampire Captain, with a mournful face, tremblingly handed over the car keys he had just gotten on loan. Was he being robbed? Eternal Night Palace was located in a remote, developing suburb. A construction site could be seen from afar. However, upon closer inspection, one would notice that these facilities were not in operation, with no signs of actual construction, clearly serving as a cover-up. Darian drove to a flat area 200 meters away from the construction site and pulled out a telescope to observe it. 2-meter-high barbed wire surrounded the perimeter, and many vampires carrying firearms patrolled the construction site, suggesting something very important was inside. Darian glanced at the map, found Blade deep underground, and immediately pulled out a diamond pickaxe to dig downwards. 10 minutes later, Darian dug through the earth in front of him, and his vision suddenly opened up. Deep underground, there was an incredibly vast subterranean space, which looked like an ancient structure left from a long time ago. Following Blade's location, Darian quickly arrived at a secret room where several vampires were guarding a huge stone sarcophagus. Bang! 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 The golden desert eagle fired continuously, and the vampire guards instantly turned to dust. Ah! A piercing scream suddenly came from beside him. Darian turned his head, only to find a female vampire standing in the shadows. Bang! Darian decisively shot her to shut her up. He walked to the stone sarcophagus and fumbled around, quickly finding and pressing a switch. With the sound of a mechanism activating, the stone sarcophagus slowly opened, revealing the unconscious Blade inside. However, his condition was very bad. There were 2 sharp blades on either side of the sarcophagus interior, deeply cutting his wrists. Blood continuously dripped from the wounds, flowing down the patterns of the sarcophagus. Without the support of the stone sarcophagus, Blade directly fell to the ground. Blade, wake up. Darian squatted down and patted Blade's face, but there was no reaction. From Blade's pale complexion, it was clear this was a symptom of severe blood loss. According to Blade, although he was half human, half vampire, he had never consumed fresh human blood, and his self-healing ability was far less powerful than that of a vampire. At this rate, even with Blade's strong physique, he would surely die. Darian pulled out the newly acquired coin of destiny from his game inventory, but after looking at Blade's unlucky face, he put it away and took out a bottle of red potion instead. Item: Potion of Life after use, gradually restores health over 15 seconds. Darian pinched open Blade's mouth and roughly poured the potion in. The medicine was effective immediately. The wound on Blade's wrist began to heal at a visible speed, and his pale face gradually regained some color. His eyelids fluttered, and he slowly opened his eyes. Looking at the awakened Blade, Darian said speechlessly, "We agreed to catch Frost together, but how did you end up getting caught instead?" "There was an accident. My mother isn't dead. It turns out she was already turned into a vampire by Frost, became Frost's person, and ambushed me with Frost." Blade's mood was very complicated at this moment. Originally, his birth mother being alive again should have been a happy thing, even if she became a vampire. But he never expected that his birth mother would get involved with Frost, his enemy. In other words, Frost became his stepfather, and from now on, they would have to address each other accordingly. Thinking of this, Blade gritted his teeth. I must find her and ask her face to face why she did this. Darien looked at Blade with some sympathy. His own mother, for the sake of her stepfather, did not hesitate to harm her own son, even trying to kill him. Anyone would find that unbearable. He patted Blade's shoulder in comfort. So where is your mother? I can help you find her. Blade looked around, trying hard to recall. Before I passed out, she seemed to be right beside me. Did you see a black woman when you came in just now? Darien glanced at the inconspicuous pile of ashes in the corner and shook his head without hesitation. Never seen her. I guess your mother must have left, but I believe you two will reunite someday. Chapter 27, Vampire Eating Vampire. 1,253 words. 1 chapters will be uploaded on daily basis, i.e. 7 chapters will be uploaded every week apart from the bonus chapters. 1 bonus chapter will be uploaded for every 100 Power Stones or 1,000 collections. All interested readers can read advanced chapters on p@atreon.com Heroic Verse. At this very moment, deep within Eternal Night Palace, there was a massive cylindrical space, several tens of meters deep. At the bottom was an altar-like circular platform, adorned with strange runic patterns, surrounded by 12 stone pillars also inscribed with runes. And beneath each stone pillar, 12 vampires were bound, all of them pureblood vampire elders without exception. Release us. Frost, we are purebloods. How dare you treat us like this? Frost, you bastard, you will regret this. The vampire elders cursed. They had been sleeping soundly in their coffins when Frost suddenly showed up with his subordinates, flipping open their coffin lids. The vampire elders were instantly enraged and immediately resisted. Then they were defeated. There was no other way. The vampire elders had lived too long, and their thinking was too outdated. While they were still using traditional vampire attacks, biting and gnawing, Frost and his young vampires had already adopted firearms, directly demonstrating what it meant to have a fast and accurate gun within 7 steps. Moreover, these young vampires had no sense of martial ethics. They were even using silver bullets. Frost, however, scoffed. Who says vampires can't use weapons against vampires? No matter how much the vampire elders clamored, Frost, standing in the center of the altar, remained unmoved. He gazed at the blood gradually coalescing in the dome, a look of excitement on his face. This moment is finally coming. According to ancient vampire texts, there was a forbidden ritual called the blood god sacrifice. Through the blood of a half-human, half-vampire as an intermediary, the power of 12 pureblood vampires would be gathered into a single vampire, thereby gaining power far exceeding that of an ordinary vampire. Years ago, Frost specifically sought out a pregnant woman about to give birth, infected her with vampirism, and had her bear a half-human, half-vampire child. And that child, needless to say, was Blade, that unlucky fellow. Frost had been preparing for this ritual for a long time, investing countless thoughts and efforts in the process. Once the ritual is complete, I will become the god of vampires and control the entire world. Frost spread his arms wide in a frenzied embrace. Soon, the blood in the dome gathered together and, following inertia, dripped onto Frost's forehead. Outside Eternal Night Palace, the night sky suddenly changed. Dark clouds gathered above Eternal Night Palace, and thunder rumbled within them. Boom! In an instant, a thick bolt of lightning suddenly struck Eternal Night Palace. Terrifying lightning power surged down the 12 runic stone pillars, fiercely striking the bound vampire elders. RRR! The elders let out heart-wrenching screams. Amidst the violent lightning, their bodies rapidly disintegrated into ashes, and 12 grey skeletal frames with bat wings broke free from the ashes, like undead beings from hell, flying and crashing wildly above the altar. This was truly seeing a ghost. Seeing such a horrifying scene, the vampire subordinates guarding the edge of the altar couldn't help but shrink their heads. Although they were vampires, they still feared ghosts when appropriate. After flying around in the air for a few circles, these grey skeletons, as if drawn by an invisible force, suddenly changed direction and rushed towards the center of the altar, frantically burrowing into Frost's body. Frost's eyes widened, his pupils and whites instantly completely stained with a deep bloody red, appearing exceptionally eerie. Frost. A roar, filled with monstrous hatred, exploded. Blade descended from the sky, crashing heavily onto the edge of the altar, his eyes angrily fixed on Frost. Frost was already his enemy, and now with the added identity of a stepfather, Blade's killing intent towards Frost boiled to its peak. Blade had now retrieved his equipment, brandished his silver longsword, and without a word, charged towards Frost. Damn it, it's the Daywalker, stop him quickly. Seeing Blade's appearance, the vampires were startled at first, then immediately intercepted him, engaging in a fierce battle. On the platform above the altar, some vampires simultaneously raised their firearms, aimed at Blade, and prepared to pull the trigger. Bang! 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 Silver bullets shot out, instantly piercing the heads of several vampire gunmen. Immediately after, several concentrated garlic essence grenades were thrown from a higher position, arcing down to various parts of the platform. Sizzle. Dense yellow smoke violently erupted, rapidly spreading. The vampires enveloped by the garlic essence mist let out shrill screams, their bodies sizzling as if splashed with strong acid, instantly turning into piles of charred ashes. "He's up there." A sharp-eyed vampire spotted the source of the attack, pointing to Darian, who was standing upside down on the highest ceiling. What the hell was this again? The vampires were all stunned. First ghostly skeletons, then a human hanging from the ceiling. In comparison, the vampires, seemed incredibly normal. They reacted, frantically turning their guns and wildly firing at the strange figure on the ceiling. Relying on his gravity boots, Darian moved like a phantom, freely traversing between the ceiling and vertical walls, maneuvering while taking aimed shots, eliminating the vampires within his line of sight one by one. In no time, the platform's vampires had been cleared. Darian looked down at the platform, finding Blade still locked in intense combat with over a dozen vampires. Bang! 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 Accompanying 5 gunshots, the heads of several vampires about to pounce on Blade burst open, instantly turning into ashes. "I've cleared my side, why haven't you finished yours yet?" Darian executed a perfect hero landing, gracefully leaping in front of Blade. Blade cleaved an attacking vampire with a sword, retorting, "Give me a few more seconds, and I'll deal with them." Seeing Darian and Blade approaching together, the remaining vampires retreated in terror, backing all the way to the center of the altar. Suddenly, a pale, bloodless hand gently rested on a vampire's shoulder. The vampire subordinate turned his head. The owner of the hand was Frost. Frost's appearance had already drastically changed. His face was an inhuman pallor, his 2 eyeballs glowed crimson, and his entire body exuded a chilling, eerie aura. The vampire subordinate exclaimed in surprise, "Boss, you succeeded." Frost's lips curved into a sinister, eerie smile. "Yes, but now I feel very hungry, extremely hungry. I'll go find you some fresh blood bags right away," the vampire subordinate said hastily. "No need to trouble yourself." Frost's crimson eyes locked onto the vampire subordinate. "Here. There's already some ready." As his voice fell, Frost suddenly pounced, moving too fast for the naked eye to discern, his sharp fangs sinking fiercely into the vampire subordinate's neck. "Ooh!" The vampire subordinate only managed a brief gasp before his body rapidly shriveled at a visible rate. In less than half a second, he became a skin and bones mummy. A vampire drinking a vampire's blood. Darian's expression was very strange. Some time ago, he had curiously asked Blade if vampires could consume the blood of other creatures. Blade's answer at the time was that while blood was the vampire's only food, they only consumed human blood, whether chilled or fresh. As for the blood of their own kind or animals, for vampires, the taste and texture were no different from eating excrement. Chapter 28. Chapter 28. Now that the health bar is showing, it's easy. 1,343 words. 1 chapters will be uploaded on daily basis, i.e. 7 chapters will be uploaded every week apart from the bonus chapters. 1 bonus chapter will be uploaded for every 100 Power Stones or 1,000 collections. All interested readers can read advanced chapters on p@atreon.com. Heroic verse. Not enough. Still not enough. Frost casually tossed aside the dried corpse in his hand and continued to pounce on other vampire subordinates. His speed was astonishing. The terrified vampire subordinates couldn't react in time before he grabbed them and instantly drained them dry. In just a few breaths, all remaining vampire subordinates were sucked into shriveled corpses by Frost, who had personally turned himself into a lone commander. Finally full. After draining the last subordinate, Frost's face revealed a satisfied yet twisted smile. Darien didn't understand his actions, but he was greatly shocked. Frost. Blade roared and charged at Frost without hesitation. The silver longsword in his hand flashed with a cold light, swiftly cutting across Frost's neck, and a grotesque head flew high into the air. However, a bizarre scene unfolded. Despite such a fatal injury, Frost did not turn to ashes like a normal vampire. From the severed neck of the headless corpse, a large amount of viscous blood suddenly gushed out, coiling around the head in the air like living tentacles, pulling it back to the neck with a violent tug. Immediately after, the cut on the neck quickly stopped bleeding and healed, restoring itself in the blink of an eye, as if it had never been injured. What the F dash? Blade was dumbfounded. The scene before him completely exceeded his comprehension. Ha 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 ha. Frost laughed wildly. See. This is the power of the blood god. Truly immortal and indestructible. Suddenly, Frost erupted. He transformed into a bloody afterimage, carrying a sharp whooshing sound, and slammed a heavy punch into Blade's chest. Bang! A dull thud echoed. Blade coughed up a mouthful of blood, his entire body flying backward like a broken kite, crashing heavily beside Darien. Be careful, this guy is a bit off, pure silver doesn't seem to affect him. Blade struggled to prop himself up, blood spilling from the corner of his mouth, as he urgently warned Darien. I see it. I'm not blind. Darien raised his golden desert eagle, aimed at Frost, and pulled the trigger. Bang! Bang! Silver bullets shot out, instantly piercing Frost's head and heart. But Frost merely swayed, and the bullet holes healed at a visible speed, restoring themselves in less than a second. He twisted his neck, his blood-red eyes locking onto Darien. I didn't expect you, a mere human, to dare seek death. Good, I'll deal with both of you at once. Frost's body erupted again. In the blink of an eye, he rushed in front of Darien, extending sharp claws from his 5 fingers, accompanied by a whooshing sound, aiming directly for Darien's head. Grim Reaper's eye. Darien decisively activated his skill, and the surrounding flow of time instantly slowed. He dodged the incoming claw attack, and at the same time, pulled out a watermelon knife from his game inventory and slashed continuously. Swish, swish, swish. Frost's body was instantly cut into several pieces. However, in the next second, blood again furiously gushed from the cross-sections of those severed parts, connecting and merging with each other. In just a few seconds, Frost stood in place again, completely unharmed. Even the Nichirin blade has no effect. Darien was a little surprised. Frost's regeneration speed was indeed outrageous. Don't waste your energy, such attacks no longer have any effect on me. Even if I stand here and let you attack me at will, you still can't kill me. Frost's tone was playful. He enjoyed the feeling of a cat playing with a mouse. He wanted to see the opponent's face filled with despair after realizing they couldn't kill him, no matter how much they resisted. Hearing Frost's words, Darien raised an eyebrow. Oh? You said that. With that, Darien put away his watermelon knife and golden desert eagle, pulled a Gatling gun from his game inventory, and aimed it at Frost. Frost! Da. 6 barrels spun wildly, countless silver bullets turning into a storm of metal, overwhelming Frost completely. Frost's face drastically changed. He wanted to go back on his word and dodge, but it was too late. In an instant, the dense hail of bullets completely engulfed him. This was all thanks to Stain and his stepdaughter, who had added a huge sum of money to Darien's account, making it effortless to spray silver bullets like water. In the blink of an eye, Frost's body was riddled like a sieve, covered in dense blood holes, with hardly a single intact spot. However, these seemingly terrifying injuries did not finish Frost. His flesh and blood around the wounds violently writhed, furiously converging and merging like viscous blood, struggling to reform into a human shape. What kind of monster is this? Even the battle-hardened blade couldn't hold back now. If injuries like these could be repaired, how were they supposed to fight? In contrast, Darian's eyes gleamed with excitement. He clearly saw that under the Gatling gun's furious barrage, the conspicuous red health bar above Frost's head had visibly decreased by a small segment. This meant that Frost was not truly immortal and indestructible. With enough damage, he could still be slowly worn down to death. Now that the health bar is showing, it's easy. Darian's lips curved into an arc, and the Gatling gun's roar grew even more ferocious, continuously suppressing Frost, who was struggling to reconstitute himself. Under the baptism of the metal storm, Frost's body violently trembled, breaking, reforming, and breaking again, in a continuous cycle. The accumulated silver bullets inside him must have weighed several kilograms. Blade, watching from the side, felt a pang of heartache, pondering whether he should find a way to dig out and recycle these silver bullets after the battle. Bastard! Frost let out an angry roar amidst the hail of bullets. Having obtained the power of the blood god, he was actually suppressed by a human, which was an utter disgrace. He forcefully activated his power, and the speed of his flesh and blood aggregation suddenly accelerated, his shattered body barely forming a rough human outline. Although his body was still riddled with bullet holes and his flesh was not fully healed, he had regained his ability to move. Damned human! I'm going to drain your blood! Frost roared, ignoring the continuous bombardment of the Gatling gun, his figure transforming into a blood shadow, charging towards Darian at an astonishing speed. In his opinion, as long as he could get close, this fragile human would be at his mercy. Frost thought this, a sinister smile on his face, his sharp claws reaching straight for Darian. Looking at the charging Frost, Darian also smiled. Thai boxing warning. The Gatling gun in Darian's hand instantly vanished. His right forearm recoiled sharply, and a fierce, sharp elbow strike, like a heavy hammer, solidly slammed into Frost's face. Bang! Amidst the dull thud, Frost's face instantly caved in and deformed, shattered teeth mixed with blood spraying from his mouth. Before Frost could recover, Darian stomped forward, his hands clamped tightly around the back of Frost's head, and at the same time, he raised his left knee, aiming between Frost's legs, delivering a merciless knee strike. Ah! Frost let out an unprecedented scream. Although vampires have many weaknesses, as a vampire, Frost was first and foremost a male, inherently possessing one more weakness than female vampires. With his most vital part severely injured, Frost's body involuntarily went limp, and his eyes gradually became vacant. Darian wouldn't let go of this opportunity to kick a man while he was down, delivering a continuous barrage of furious knee strikes to the same spot. Bang! 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 That series of dense impacts, and Frost's increasingly shrill screams, made even Blade's scalp tingle. Who exactly is the villain here? Chapter 29, Upgrade. 1,349 words. 1 chapters will be uploaded on daily basis, i.e. 7 chapters will be uploaded every week apart from the bonus chapters. 1 bonus chapter will be uploaded for every 100 Power Stones or 1,000 collections. All interested readers can read advanced chapters on p@atrian.com Heroic Verse. Under Darian's continuous fatal blows, Frost was in agony. He struggled to resist but found Darian's strength astonishingly great. Even with the power of the blood god, he was firmly suppressed. Is this guy really human? Frost roared frantically in his heart, but the intense pain and the disadvantage in strength left him helpless. Although the power of the blood god granted him almost abnormal self-healing abilities, the improvement in his basic physical strength was quite limited, at most a notch above Blade. Against a pure stat monster like Darian, Frost couldn't gain any advantage. What alarmed him even more was that as his body continuously healed and repaired its wounds, he clearly felt the power of the blood god within him gradually diminishing. If this continued, his power of the blood god would eventually be depleted. I must leave here. Involuntarily, the thought of escaping arose in Frost's mind. As long as I escape and consume enough fresh blood, my power of the blood god will recover and become even stronger. Then it won't be too late to return and crush this damned human. The power of the blood god had another characteristic. The more blood consumed, the stronger the power became. That's why Frost had consumed the blood of those vampire subordinates at the start. Otherwise, did he really think he liked eating raw food? Thinking of this, A ruthless glint flashed in Frost's eyes. Crack. He endured the tearing pain in his groin and suddenly exerted force, forcefully twisting his own neck. Using the momentary gap created by this self-mutilation, he immediately broke free from Darian's grip. Without even waiting for his neck to fully recover, he twisted his body with his head eerily askew, turning around without a care and bursting out with all his speed, madly rushing towards the exit. The scene was bizarre and grotesque. Don't even think about running. Blade, who had been waiting for an opportunity, immediately rushed out from the flank to intercept, his silver long sword fiercely slashing at Frost. However, at this moment, Frost only had the exit in his eyes. He didn't dodge or evade, allowing the silver longsword to cut deep, bone-revealing wounds on his body. His speed didn't diminish in the slightest. He stomped his feet hard on the ground, leaping high like a cannonball, aiming directly for the platform leading to the exit. Seeing the exit right before his eyes, a look of wild joy couldn't help but appear on Frost's askew head. "You want to kill me, Frost? It's not that easy." Whoosh. A sharp whistling sound suddenly rang out. A rocket trailing an orange-red tail flame accurately struck Frost, who was in mid-air with nowhere to exert leverage. Boom. A violent explosion erupted in mid-air. Frost, charred and smoking all over, fell from a height, crashing heavily onto the ground. Before his wounds could heal, he saw Darian walk to a nearby spot, unfolding a strangely shaped scroll in his hand. On the scroll were densely packed, eerie characters, surrounding a large seal character in the middle. "Unseal." As Darian's words fell, the seal character on the scroll quickly ignited. The next moment, a large ball of black fire surged out from the sealed scroll, instantly pouncing onto Frost and completely setting him ablaze. Frost, completely covered by the strange black fire, let out a mournful shriek. Under the terrifying high temperature, his body carbonized and cracked at a visible speed. His skin and flesh rapidly melted and peeled off, revealing charred and twisted bones and smoking internal organs, a truly gruesome sight. Frost rolled frantically on the ground in pain, trying to extinguish the black fire on his body. But this black fire was like maggots clinging to bone, stubbornly adhering to every inch of his flesh, showing no signs of weakening no matter how much he slapped or rolled. Frost didn't know that this black fire, named Amaterasu, had the characteristic of never extinguishing until it completely incinerated its target. Although the power of the blood god within Frost frantically repaired his injuries, Amaterasu's speed of burning and destruction was equally astonishing, causing his body to repeatedly seesaw between destruction and repair. In Darian's sight, the long red health bar above Frost's head was rapidly shrinking at a visible speed. His health bar was already bottoming out. No. Feeling the power of the blood god completely exhausted within him, Frost let out one last desperate and unwilling cry. The next moment, he was completely incinerated by Amaterasu, turning into ashes and scattering with the wind. Tui. Blade spat wildly. He was standing downwind and accidentally got some ashes in his mouth. At the same time, the system's voice echoed in Darian's mind. Task end: the vampire leader Deacon Frost's conspiracy settlement complete. Reward obtained, 5,000 experience points, SHAELD reputation plus 100, skill parry, equipment hidden blade, equipment physics holy sword, item $1 coin, item automatic fishing rod, item power of the blood god. Skill: parry requires holding a sword-type weapon and charging to use. Block at the moment an enemy's attack hits to cause a brief stun status on the enemy. Equipment: hidden blade, symbolic weapon of the Assassin Brotherhood, concealed on the wrist. The first page of the instructions states that the ring finger must be severed for installation. The second page states that after improvement, it can be installed without self-mutilation. Equipment: physics holy sword, a crowbar with multiple functions including attack, obstacle destruction, lockpicking, etc. Simple and practical. Item: $1 coin. This is a magical coin. If dropped on the ground, even a billionaire can't help but bend down to pick it up. Item: automatic fishing rod, a fishing rod that can automatically fish. Fishermen no longer have to worry about catching nothing. Item: power of the blood god, special quest item. Using it can unlock a special quest. Difficulty is high. Use with caution below level 30. Power of the Blood God. Darian's eyebrows twitched. Isn't this Frost's ability? However, seeing the subsequent prompt, he temporarily dismissed the idea of using it, as he was still some distance from level 30. Just then, the system's voice rang out again. Congratulations, player, you have successfully leveled up. He leveled up. Darian immediately opened his personal panel. Player, Darian. Level, 20,052,000. Attributes, Strength 60, Agility 30, Constitution 40, Spirit 20. Allocatable free attribute points, 10. Skills, Grim Reaper's Eye, Thai Boxing Warning, Leap of Faith, Breathing Health Regen, Parry. Equipment, Golden Desert Eagle, Nichiren Blade, Frying Pan, Gravity Boots. Each level up grants 5 free attribute points. Coupled with the 5 unallocated points accumulated before, he now had a total of 10 free attribute points. Darian didn't think much and directly allocated them as 5 points to Strength, 2 to Agility, and 3 to Constitution. This game had no attribute point allocation restrictions. Even if all points were put into Strength to reach 100, with other attributes only at 10 points, there wouldn't be situations like exploding himself with one punch. In previous quests, Darian had also obtained some free attribute points, almost all of which were added to the 3 core attributes, Strength, Agility, and Constitution. Strength was his pursuit, Agility could be compensated by Grim Reaper's Eye, and Constitution was for higher survival rate. After all, being in the free US, one could encounter gunfights or even nuclear attacks at any time. Without high Constitution, there was truly no sense of security. As for the Spirit attribute, Darian hadn't yet discovered its use and hadn't added any points to it after reaching 20. And after Darian finished allocating his attributes, the system's voice rang out yet again. STLD reputation has reached its cap. You can accept the Identity Advancement quest from NPC Fury. Chapter 30, Chapter 30, RSHIELD and HYDRA indistinguishable? 1,287 words. 1 chapters will be uploaded on daily basis, i.e. 7 chapters will be uploaded every week apart from the bonus chapters. 1 bonus chapter will be uploaded for every 100 Power Stones or 1,000 collections. All interested readers can read advanced chapters on p@atreon.com Heroic Verse. Excellent, excellent. 3 happy occasions. Darian was in a great mood. This Frost was truly a lucky star. If it weren't for the fact that the guy had already vanished into thin air, he would have invited him to the beach for a nice sunbath. After all, his face was so white, indicating severe anemia. Getting more sun would definitely benefit his physical and mental health. Blade walked over and asked Darian, "Is Frost dead?" Darian replied, "If he doesn't have a second phase, then he's definitely dead." A flicker of almost imperceptible regret crossed Blade's face. It wasn't regret for Frost, but for not having had the chance to dig out those few kilograms of silver bullets from his corpse. Regarding the strange black fire that devoured Frost, Blade wisely chose silence. Everyone has their secrets, and delving deeper was pointless. Since Frost is dead, I should leave too. Blade put away his silver long sword, put on his signature sunglasses, and reverted to his cool demeanor. The system prompt sounded, "NPC Blade Brooks has left your team." Darian didn't pay attention, only curiously asked, "Where are you going?" "Let's add each other as friends, maybe we can team up again in the future." To be honest, Darian and Blade had a rather pleasant time teaming up these past few days. Teammates who actively give kills are truly rare. Blade was clearly used to Darian's way of speaking and automatically translated it into something he could understand. No need for contact information. I plan to go to other cities to continue hunting those vampire bastards hiding in dark corners. Blade paused, his voice low and firm. Besides that, I also need to find my mother. There are some things I must ask her face to face. Ah. Darian scratched his head guiltily. All right. Then I wish you good luck. SHEELD Headquarters, Director's Office. Director Fury sat with his fingers interlocked, supporting his chin, a serious expression on his face. "You're saying that I sent you to investigate a missing persons case, and you found out the case was related to legendary vampires, and you conveniently eliminated the vampire forces in New York City. And in the process, you discovered that the vampire leader was holding a mysterious ritual to obtain the so-called blood god's power, attempting to lead the vampire race to dominate the earth. Finally, you intervened in time to stop him, thwarted the vampire's conspiracy, and saved human peace. Darian gave a thumbs up, as expected of the director. Your summary is incisive and accurate. Director Fury. For a moment, he didn't know what to say. A missing persons case actually led to so many earth-shattering events. The most outrageous thing was that by the time he learned of the incident, Darian had already wrapped up the entire affair. This feeling was like making a wish upon a shooting star and then going to sleep, only to wake up and hear that the star almost caused the end of the world, and the entire world experienced a night of terror while he was sound asleep. Director Fury rubbed his temples. Such a big matter, why didn't you notify me from the beginning? No need, you just give me the follow-up tasks anyway, so it's better to just skip it all at once, Darian said matter-of-factly. Director Fury, ? Who said I was going to give you the follow-up tasks? If he had known it was related to vampires earlier, he would have mobilized KLD agents that very day to disinfect those vampires with UV lamps, a bunch of creatures that couldn't stand the light dared to cause trouble on his turf. However, Director Fury knew Darian was crazy and couldn't be bothered to argue with him. Besides, Darian had indeed done a good job in this incident. Apart from not notifying him, everything else was well done. Still, Director Fury was quite surprised that Darian had single-handedly taken down an entire vampire force. In fact, long before, Director Fury knew that Darian possessed some special ability. After all, for a guy who could instantly arrive at SKLD headquarters from thousands of miles away, it was hard for Director Fury not to notice something unusual. Moreover, Darian didn't even bother to hide it, constantly performing various tricks in front of him, such as disappearing acts, instant costume changes, and conjuring objects out of thin air, practically treating Director Fury as if he weren't human. He had only lost one eye, he wasn't completely blind. So, one day, Director Fury, in a fit of rage, only raged for a moment. No choice. Darian was simply too useful. He only needed to issue tasks, and Darian would complete everything else. It was simply effortless and convenient. Of course, Darian also occasionally caused him trouble, even making SHELD's budget quite tight at one point, but compared to an agent with a 100% mission completion rate, Director Fury could grit his teeth and accept that amount of funding. However, Director Fury hadn't expected Darian's abilities to be much stronger than he had imagined. He could even take down a nearly immortal vampire like Frost, which was truly beyond his expectations. Director Fury narrowed his eyes and pushed a prepared document towards Darian. This is your new mission. After it's completed, the Bureau will evaluate whether you qualify for promotion to a Level 6 agent. The system prompt sounded. NPC Director Fury has issued you an identity advancement mission. Mission: The Mystery of the Ninja. Objective: investigate a mysterious organization called the Hand and obtain important intelligence to give to Director Fury. Reward: Level 6 SHIELD HYDRA Agent Authority Qualification. What was interesting was that the identity ranks of SHIELD and HYDRA were actually interchangeable. So, had these two organizations reached a point where they were indistinguishable? In the early hours of the morning, following the mission guidance, Darian arrived near a heavily guarded building. Several security personnel were stationed at the entrance of the building, and every entrant had to undergo their strict inspection before being allowed in. But this didn't stop Darian. He crouched down, activated his gravity boots, and directly scaled the side of the building, easily reaching the top floor. Then he pulled out a master key, easily opened the locked iron door on the roof, and silently infiltrated the interior of the building. The hallway was dimly lit, but cameras were clearly visible in every corner, monitoring every position with full coverage and no blind spots. The security measures could be said to be quite stringent. Darian was completely unconcerned, pulling out a cool-looking phone from his game inventory. Item: Hacker phone. A phone from a top hacker, capable of easily infiltrating most electronic systems. Darian had used this hacker phone to successfully hack into Pierce's office system back then. Even SHIELD's level of defense system couldn't stop it, so a commercial building system was naturally no match. After a few quick taps on the screen, Darian successfully infiltrated the building's surveillance system, replacing the real-time footage with a looping segment. What a perfect infiltration! Darian's lips curved slightly, quite satisfied with his performance. Let's see who dares to say I only know how to go berserk now. However, he had barely taken a few steps forward when a sudden, urgent alarm sounded. Mixed with it were the exclamations of the security personnel. Damn it, someone broke into the building. Darian. Chapter 31. Chapter 31 Matt Lawyer, follow my lead later. 1,360 words. 1 chapters will be uploaded on daily basis, i.e. 7 chapters will be uploaded every week apart from the bonus chapters. 1 bonus chapter will be uploaded for every 100 Power Stones or 1,000 collections. All interested readers can read advanced chapters on p@atreon.com Heroic Verse. The moment Darian heard the security guards shouting, he thought he had been exposed. However, those footsteps did not approach his area, but rather moved away towards the other side of the building. It seemed that someone else had also broken into the building. Another master? Darian was slightly surprised, but the current chaos provided him with convenience. While the building's security forces were distracted, Darian swaggered towards a target office, once again pulling out his master key to unlock the door. He quickly scanned the room, his gaze soon locking onto a seemingly ordinary mural on the wall. In his vision, the edge of the mural was emitting a faint white glow indicating interactable, a typical trigger marker for a mission mechanism. I like games that don't require thinking. Darian immediately walked over to examine the mural. Sure enough, he quickly discovered a hidden compartment behind the mural, with a small safe embedded inside. Darian opened the safe with his master key, and inside, some notebooks were neatly arranged, yes, the legitimate kind. Mission items easily acquired. Darian stuffed all the ledgers into his game inventory and turned to prepare for evacuation. Just then, footsteps came from the office doorway. Darian followed the sound and saw a familiar red figure standing in the corridor. It was Matt, dressed in his Daredevil costume. Oh, isn't this Matt Lawyer? Long time no see. Are you also out for a walk in the middle of the night? Darian greeted him in a relaxed tone. Matt. Who would come to a place like this for a walk in the middle of the night? Matt was clearly not expecting to run into Darian here again, and his expression instantly turned serious. He took a deep breath and said in a low voice, "Please hand over the ledgers you just took. Those are important criminal evidence for the hand, and you cannot take them away. Don't you understand the concept of first come, first served?" Darian pouted, and putting that aside, what use are ledgers to a blind man like you? Can you even see the text on them? Yes, Matt nodded. Darian didn't believe him, so he pulled out a pen from his game inventory and wrote a few words on his hand. Then tell me what words are on my hand. I don't know. And you say you can see words. What you wrote on your hand is I don't know. Matt was somewhat speechless. Is there something wrong with this person's brain? Darian was also surprised. Matt's perception ability was too outrageous, he could even see text. He looked at the other party with suspicion. Matt Lawyer, are you really blind or just pretending? You're not one of those perverts who pretends to be blind to teach piano, but actually peeks at girls changing clothes, are you? How did it get back to perverts again? Matt's mouth twitched uncontrollably. Now, can you give me the ledgers? This evidence needs to be handed over to the police. No. Darian flatly refused, saying cheerfully, it's too much trouble to give it to the police, there are so many procedures. It's better to give it directly to our SHIELD, a professional team, highly efficient. SHIELD? Matt quickly searched his memory, confirming that he had never heard of any official law enforcement agency with that name. However, judging from Darian's crazy behavior, this organization called SELD was clearly not a legitimate organization either. Matt was about to retort. Suddenly, his keen ears caught a subtle disturbance. The next moment, a dozen figures dressed in pitch-black ninja outfits emerged from the shadows, appearing silently in various corners of the corridor, surrounding Darian and Matt at the office doorway. It's you again, Daredevil. How dare you provoke the hand again and again? This time, you will surely die. The red ninja leading them spoke with a chillingly cold voice. Suddenly, he violently swung his right hand, and several shurikens shot directly towards Matt. Matt reacted extremely quickly, avoiding the attack with a difficult sidestep. The red ninja didn't hesitate, pulling a katana from his back with a backhand, letting out a low growl, and charging at Matt. In an instant, the two engaged in fierce combat, producing intense sounds of struggle. Meanwhile, Darien was also surrounded by several black-clad ninjas wielding katanas. Their grip on their swords was steady and strong, and their eyes were sharp, clearly indicating they were all master swordsmen. Darien pulled out a watermelon knife with his left hand and said coldly, "Don't say I didn't warn you, I know martial arts." The ninjas surrounding him looked indifferent, ignoring his words. Their figures flickered, charging simultaneously at extreme speed. Several chilling sword light flashed, savagely striking at Darien's vital points from different angles. Even a martial arts master would be defeated under their combined attack. Bang! 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 Gunshots rang out, and 4 ninjas fell to the ground. Darien blew away the white smoke from the muzzle and shook his head. "I warned you already." Seeing this, the faces of the other ninjas stiffened. This is martial arts. But the ninjas showed no fear on their faces. Their speed did not decrease as they wielded their katanas and charged at Darien, fearless of death. Unfortunately, no matter how fast they weren't as fast as Darien's American Iaido. Bang! 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 Darien raised his golden desert eagle and fired repeatedly, directly dispatching these master swordsmen. In less than a few seconds, only the red-clad ninja, who was passionately fighting Matt, remained on the field. He caught a glimpse of his fallen comrades' bodies piled at Darien's feet from the corner of his eye, and a flicker of rage crossed his gaze. "Baka Yaru! I'm going to make you shinu shinu." The red-clad ninja burst into his native tongue, and disregarding his entanglement with Matt, his body suddenly spun, gripping his katana tightly with both hands, and lunged at Darien with astonishing speed. Bang! Darien raised his hand and fired a shot. However, the red ninja quickly twisted his wrist, bringing the katana horizontally in front of him, and the bullet was actually deflected by the blade. Darien was a little surprised, but he didn't continue shooting. He tightened his grip on the watermelon knife in his left hand, watching as the red ninja charged forward with his sword raised. Shine! The red-clad ninja raised his katana high with both hands, using all his strength, and furiously chopped down towards Darien's head. Just as the blade was about to fall, Darien suddenly raised the watermelon knife in his hand. Parry! Clang! The blades of the watermelon knife and the katana collided fiercely, producing a crisp and loud clang of metal. The red-clad ninja felt a powerful recoil from the hilt, and his entire body stumbled uncontrollably backward, his body falling into a strange state of rigidity, unable to move. Nani! The red-clad ninja's eyes widened, filled with disbelief. But before he could recover, a watermelon knife flashed past, directly severing his head. Matt, who was nearby, wanted to stop him, but it was too late. "You're killing again." Matt's voice was low, his face grim. Darien looked at him disdainfully. "This is self-defense. Don't you understand the law, Matt lawyer?" Matt. After taking down the red ninja, Darien saw another group of black-clad masked ninjas emerge from the end of the corridor, brandishing katanas and charging towards them with murderous intent. Darien's expression hardened, and he shielded Matt in front of him. "Matt lawyer, there are too many of them. Later, follow my lead, and we'll split up and run." "Matt? Question mark." Before Matt could react, Darien suddenly gave him a meaningful look, then turned and ran. Anyway, he had already given the signal. As for whether Matt saw it, that was no longer his concern. Chapter 32, Great Memory Restoration Technique. 1,340 words. 1 chapters will be uploaded on daily basis, i.e. 7 chapters will be uploaded every week apart from the bonus chapters. 1 bonus chapter will be uploaded for every 100 Power Stones or 1,000 collections. All interested readers can read advanced chapters on p@atrian.com. Heroic verse. Darien ran incredibly fast, leaving Matt Lawyer standing alone in the middle of the hallway, facing a group of murderous ninjas. That scoundrel. Matt cursed inwardly and immediately took a fighting stance. Unexpectedly, the footsteps that had just disappeared around the corner of the hallway quickly returned. Darian came back to Matt Lawyer's side, his face full of righteous indignation. "Matt Lawyer, I thought about it seriously, and I still can't abandon my comrade and escape alone, so I've decided to come back and fight alongside you." Matt did not speak. Because in his perception, another group of ninjas emerged from around the corner, forcing Darian back. Ninjas from both sides gradually closed in on the two from opposite ends of the hallway. Just as they were about 5 meters away, all the ninjas suddenly stopped in unison. The crowd parted like a tide, and a sexy woman walked out from among them. She was dressed in a striking red ninja suit, with slits so high they almost reached her waist, perfectly showcasing her 2 long, muscular legs. The female ninja's gaze swept over Darian and Matt, and she said coldly, "Hand over the ledger, and we might consider leaving you with intact corpses." Matt heard her voice and said in surprise, "Your voice sounds a lot like my ex-girlfriend." The female ninja. Darian. Good heavens, that pickup line is way too cliché. What ledger? We've never even seen it. Darian vehemently denied, decisively dragging Matt into the water. "In that case, you'll stay here forever." The female ninja snorted coldly, charged forward, and wielded 2 sai, stabbing fiercely at Matt. She didn't know why she chose Matt as her target, she just subconsciously felt a strong urge to beat him up. "Erica, it really is you." Matt swiftly dodged, relying on his superhuman senses. This unique weapon further confirmed her identity. Upon hearing that name, the female ninja's brow furrowed slightly, as if it had stirred some deeply buried memories. And so, she fought even harder. Darian shook his head at the sight. Recognizing an ex-boyfriend is basically courting death. The best ex is a dead ex. At the same time, the surrounding ninjas swarmed him. Bang! 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 Darian decisively opened fire, instantly blowing off the heads of several ninjas. The other ninjas reacted extremely quickly, immediately throwing several smoke bombs to the ground, and dense smoke instantly filled the hallway, engulfing everyone. However, the smoke did not hinder the ninjas' movements. Instead, it became their cover. They skillfully merged into the smoke, their figures becoming blurry and indistinct, approaching Darian's position like ghosts, intending to launch an attack from within the smoke. Just as a black-clad ninja stealthily crept near Darian, pulling out a shuriken and preparing to strike. A gun-wielding arm suddenly pierced through the smoke, the muzzle precisely aimed at his forehead. "Brother, want to buy a hack?" Bang! A gunshot rang out, and the ninja fell to the ground. Darian could see all the ninjas' red markers on the minimap. Even with obstructed vision, he could easily pinpoint these ninjas, who thought they were perfectly hidden, by simply judging their approximate direction from the minimap. In fact, the ninjas' cautious movements made it even easier for Darian to aim. Bang! 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 Darian stared at the red dots on the minimap and raised his gun, spraying bullets into the smoke. Each gunshot was accompanied by the disappearance of a red dot on the map. He wasn't even trying to hide it. When the smoke slowly dissipated, ninja corpses lay scattered across the ground, likely furiously reporting Darian after their death. Meanwhile, Matt was caught in a bitter struggle. Having recognized the opponent as his ex-girlfriend Erica, Matt was full of reservations, his moves constantly restricted, only able to passively block and dodge. Erica, on the other hand, had no qualms, her attacks ruthless, aiming directly at Matt's vital points, and her crotch kicks were used so frequently it was as if they had no cooldown. "Erica, it's me. I'm Matt." Matt sensed that Erica seemed to have lost herself, and he continuously called out her name in between blocks, trying to awaken her memories. "Matt." Erica's movements showed a slight hesitation, her brow furrowed, as if she was trying to recall something. Matt's heart swelled with joy, thinking he saw hope. "Erica, have you finally remembered?" He subconsciously relaxed his guard and moved closer, only to be struck in a vital spot by Erica's crotch kick, instantly donning a mask of pain, bending at the waist and kneeling on the ground. What a brilliant feint! Darian, watching from the side, couldn't help but chuckle. "Matt Lawyer, how could your method of awakening memories possibly work?" Let me do it. Darian put away his golden desert eagle and slowly walked towards Erica. Hey, do you remember who you are? Erica didn't answer, as cold as a killing machine, and without a word, she charged at Darian, quickly thrusting out her two Grim Reaper's eye. Time slowed abruptly, and Darian calmly avoided the sigh. Then, Thai boxing warning. Darian unleashed a powerful elbow strike, mercilessly smashing it towards Erica's cold and beautiful face. Erica's pupils constricted, and her combat instincts drove her to barely raise her arms to crossblock. Bang! A dull thud echoed. The immense force made Erica grunt, and she was elbowed backward, crashing heavily onto the ground several meters away. But Erica was a top assassin after all, and she quickly sprang up with a carp jump. However, her cross-blocked arms were clearly red and swollen, and what was even more unbearable for her was that half of her cheek quickly showed clear bruising and swelling. A hint of anger involuntarily rose in her originally machine-like, cold and emotionless eyes. It proved that even if all past memories were forgotten, some feminine instincts remained deeply ingrained. Die! Erica, like an enraged leopardess, charged again recklessly, delivering a fierce airborne whip kick towards Darian. Darian reacted extremely quickly, raising his arm to block the whip kick, then seized Erica's ankle and forcefully swung her towards the nearby wall. Bang! Erica slammed heavily into the solid wall with a dull thud, feeling the impact reverberate through her internal organs. Before she could catch her breath, Darian's assault descended like a storm. As a top assassin, Erica's physical prowess and combat skills were first-rate. Unfortunately, she encountered Darian, this cheater. With the blessings of Grim Reaper's eye and Thai boxing warning, as long as he didn't encounter some absurd mechanic monster, Darian could easily crush all enemies with lower stats than him. The battle didn't last long. Under Darian's fierce assault, Erica gradually couldn't keep up, and was finally struck in the abdomen by Darian's powerful uppercut, completely losing her fighting ability and collapsing to the ground. Darian stepped forward, grabbed Erica's collar, and lifted her upper body. How about it? Have you remembered anything? Erica didn't answer, only stared at Darian with eyes full of murderous intent and anger, as if she wanted to devour him alive. Bang! Darian didn't hesitate for a moment, delivering another heavy punch to Erica's already swollen cheek. Then he asked again, now? Still haven't remembered? Erica gritted her teeth, still glaring stubbornly. Bang! Another heavy punch landed on her face. Remember quickly. I'm going to kill you. Bang! Have you remembered? I remembered. My name is Erica. I remembered everything. After an unknown number of punches, Erica finally shouted her name. The chaotic fragments of memory in her mind seemed to be forcibly pieced together, and she gradually remembered everything. Matt listened on, dumbfounded. This wasn't awakening memories, this was clearly beating a confession out of her. Chapter 33, The Failed Man. 1,405 words. 1 chapters will be uploaded on daily basis, i.e. 7 chapters will be uploaded every week apart from the bonus chapters. 1 bonus chapter will be uploaded for every 100 Power Stones or 1,000 collections. All interested readers can read advanced chapters on p@atreon.com Heroic Verse. Under Darian's great memory restoration technique, Erica finally recovered all her memories. But the cost was that Erica's face was swollen like a pig's head, a truly gruesome sight. Sensing his ex-girlfriend's miserable state, Matt's heart ached. He endured the pain, limping over to Erica. Erica, Bang! Erica delivered another kick to the groin, once again sending Matt to his knees. After recovering her memories, Erica's temper was clearly even more explosive than when she had amnesia. Especially after realizing she had been beaten into a pig's head, she grew even angrier. But she couldn't beat Darian, so she could only vent her anger on her ex-boyfriend, Matt. So what exactly did Matt Lawyer do to make his ex-girlfriend act so ruthlessly? Darian's heart was filled with curiosity. He couldn't help but reasonably suspect it might be related to Matt's overly sensitive physique. After delivering that fierce kick to Matt, Erica seemed to have vented some of her anger and calmed down slightly. With her large pig-like face, she coldly uttered a sentence. The hand has already set their sights on you. Good luck. With that, Erica turned and left without a trace of lingering attachment, completely ignoring Matt's reluctant expression. Darian completely disregarded Erica's warning. Just an ordinary ninja organization. They couldn't form hand seals, nor did they have colored contact lenses or tattoos, so what was there to worry about? You've done well, Agent Darian. Nick Fury, as always, sat behind his desk, just like an unmoving NPC in all games. He pulled open a drawer, took out a new ID and a stack of documents, and pushed them over. Your Level 6 agent clearance has been activated. This is your new ID and the corresponding clearance instructions. Remember, Level 6 means you can access more confidential information, and it also means you need to bear greater responsibility. Mission Mystery of the Ninja Settlement complete. Reward obtained, Level 6 SHIELD HYDRA Agent Clearance Qualification. Your SHIELD HYDRA Identity Clearance has been upgraded to Level 6. New functional modules unlocked. Function 1. Probe system has been upgraded. New function View NPC Basic Panel added. Function 2. Morality system has been activated. Probe system. You can now view basic information about NPCs. Morality system. Players who complete certain specific goals or tasks have a certain probability of gaining justice points or sin points. Justice points and sin points do not cancel each other out. Each time his identity clearance was promoted, Darian's game system would unlock or upgrade more special functions. For example, the map teleportation, minimap enemy marking, automatic pickup, and so on, which he frequently used, were conveniences brought by previous promotions. And now, the system had upgraded again, bringing 2 new functions. Darian already had a basic probe function, which previously usually only showed the NPC's name and title above their head. Now, the upgraded probe system allowed him to see more basic information. He immediately used the probe function on Nick Fury in front of him. NPC, Nick Fury. Identity, Director of SHIELD, Level 10 SHIELD Agent. Affinity, 50. Comment, one of the undercover agents hidden within HYDRA, nicknamed Motherf****** man. Darian. How much had SHIELD been infiltrated by HYDRA to become such a sieve? Darian complained helplessly, turning his gaze to the other newly unlocked morality system. This function was not common in games, and he didn't know how to specifically acquire justice points and sin points. Darian thought for a moment and decided to find a place to test it out. After leaving SHIELD headquarters, Darian returned to New York City, specifically finding a district with relatively poor public order. Before long, he found his target in a quiet back alley. A hip-hop dressed youth. Standard thugs like this had a refresh rate of up to 60% in the alleys of some chaotic districts in New York, and their equipment drop rate was even frighteningly high, far beyond what other countries could compare to. When Darian first started playing the game, a large part of his initial pistol ammunition supply came from farming these small monsters, which led to a significant improvement in New York's public order for a time. He felt a bit nostalgic thinking about it. At this moment, the hip-hop man was snatching a handbag from a brown-haired woman. The brown-haired woman was no match for the guy and quickly had her handbag taken away. But the hip-hop man was not satisfied. He lecherously eyed the brown-haired woman, seemingly planning to sexually assault her as well. "Ah, excuse me." A voice suddenly interrupted his actions. The hip-hop man turned his head and saw Darian standing behind him. His good deed interrupted, the hip-hop man pulled out a dagger and glared fiercely at Darian. "Hello, you're pretty handsome, if I may say so. Can I help you?" The hip-hop man looked at the golden desert eagle pointed at his forehead, his voice trembling. He had encountered a tough guy. Darian held up the golden desert eagle and said coldly, "Give the bag back." Okay. The hip-hop man dared not refuse and quickly returned the handbag to the brown-haired woman. Prevented a criminal activity, justice points plus 0.01. Indeed, it was pretty much as Darian had imagined. Since it was a game related to a superhero background, justice points were most likely linked to combating crime. It was just that these justice points were a bit meager, and he didn't know what use they had. "Can I go now?" the hip-hop man tentatively asked. "No." Darian pointed to the brown-haired woman's handbag, now snatched the bag back. "Brown-haired woman? Hip-hop man? Bro, are you sick?" The hip-hop black man felt he had met a lunatic. But under the threat of the gun, he could only obey and snatch the brown-haired woman's handbag again. "Give the bag back, hip-hop man." "So are you telling me to snatch it or give it back?" "You're confusing me." If he wasn't being held at gunpoint, the hip-hop black man would have definitely rapped a few lines for Darian. The hip-hop man returned the bag yet again, but this time, the justice points did not increase. Darian immediately lost interest. It seems there's no way to glitch the system to farm justice points. Just then, a figure suddenly descended from above, landing on the fire escape on the side of the alley. "So lively, are you having a secret party? How about I join you?" Darian looked up and saw a strange guy wearing a red sleeveless hoodie, blue sweatpants, and goggles made from a monocular scope cover. And on the person's clothes, there was also a crude spider pattern drawn. This look seemed inexplicably shabby. Darian used the probe function on him. NPC, Peter Parker. Codename, Spider-Man. Affinity, 10. Comment, a representative of the rich rely on technology, the poor rely on mutation, an uncle killer, a failed man. This comment looked quite miserable. Darian felt the strong aura of a loser emanating from Peter and instantly determined that he belonged to the latter category, the poor rely on mutation. Miserable, loser. These were Darian's first impressions of Peter. Spider-Man. Save me. This guy's a lunatic. The hip-hop man recognized Peter as the street hero who had recently emerged and immediately yelled for help. He would rather be arrested by Spider-Man and sent to the police station than die under the gun of this lunatic, Darian. Actually, Peter didn't arrive too late. He had witnessed the hip-hop man snatching the brown-haired woman's handbag and knew that this hip-hop man was no good. As for Darian, Peter considered him a passerby who had stepped forward, and although his behavior was a bit strange, he had indeed stopped the hip-hop man's violence. For all intents and purposes, Peter naturally sided with Darian. Of course, all lives matter, and as a hero, Peter couldn't just stand by. Peter advised, "Bro, calm down, put down the gun. Killing won't solve problems." Darian narrowed his eyes, but it can solve the people who create problems. Peter was slightly stunned. That statement seemed to have no flaws. Chapter 34. Chapter 34 Shocking. Billionaire goes to the toilet in public. 1,259 words. 1 chapters will be uploaded on daily basis, i.e. 7 chapters will be uploaded every week apart from the bonus chapters. 1 bonus chapter will be uploaded for every 100 Power Stones or 1,000 collections. All interested readers can read advanced chapters on p@atreon.com heroic verse. Peter snapped back to reality and quickly said, "Killing is wrong. We can hand him over to the police and let the law judge him. Besides, you'll go to jail for murder, and he's not worth it." Yes, yes, yes. "Please don't go down the path of crime for my sake," the hip-hop man quickly echoed. Darian put down his pistol and shook his head. "You misunderstand me too deeply. I'm not a murderer. How could I just shoot someone?" Seeing this, Peter immediately breathed a sigh of relief. It seemed the other party was quite reasonable. Just as Peter was thinking this, Darian suddenly lifted his leg and delivered a perfectly aimed kick to the hip-hop black man's crotch. The hip-hop man's eyes bulged. He immediately clutched his groin and let out a piercing wail. Red and yellow liquids instantly seeped through his pants. He probably wouldn't be seeing a men's restroom for the rest of his life. Peter instinctively clamped his legs together and swallowed. "I know he was going to assault that lady, and that made you very angry, but isn't that a bit too cruel?" Darian looked calm. "Oh no, I just didn't like that he cursed at me a moment ago." Peter, Is he that petty? Peter jumped down the fire escape and grabbed the limp hip-hop man with one hand. "Buddy, I gotta go. Nice meeting you. I'm your friendly neighborhood Spider-Man." Before he finished speaking, he shot a web upwards from his wrist and swung through the air, quickly departing. He wasn't going to the police station, but to the nearest hospital. Peter was genuinely worried that if the hip-hop man didn't get treatment soon, he'd be meeting God before he met a judge. That's not Spider-Man, he's probably a spider demon, right? Darian watched Peter's agile swinging figure between the tall buildings and found it quite magical. However, he was more curious about how Peter managed to swing in areas where buildings were sparse. Where exactly did that web stick? The brown-haired woman retrieved her handbag and quickly thanked Darian. "Sir, thank you for saving me." "You're welcome." Darian smiled slightly, then raised his gun and aimed it at her. "This is a robbery. Please hand me your handbag again." "Thank you." The brown-haired woman. Sin value plus 0.01. Darian walked out of the alley and casually tossed the handbag away. Fighting crime earned justice value, and conversely, committing crime earned sin value. However, he still hadn't figured out the specific functions of these two. Darian was too lazy to ask the game system. He knew without even thinking that this artificial idiot would surely tell him to figure it out himself again. Never mind. Things would work out in the end, he'd find out eventually. Darian didn't dwell on the problem. When playing a game, the most important thing is to have fun. At this moment, Darian suddenly received a call from Tony. "Hey, Darian, I'm throwing a birthday party at my place. Interested in coming to hang out?" "When?" "Tomorrow night at 10 p.m. "Okay." Darian agreed without much thought. Speaking of which, this was his first party invitation from an NPC. Could it be that the higher an NPC's favorability, the easier it is for them to interact with players? Night. Darian arrived at Tony's seaside mansion. The mansion's exterior was bustling with activity, with various luxurious cars parked outside, making Darian, the player, quite eager. He wondered if he should drive one home later. Inside the mansion, it was even livelier, with many beautifully dressed men and women agitated by the dynamic music. And on the platform at the very front, Tony, wearing his latest model of battle armor, was drinking and dancing to the rhythm of the music. Oh no, he was just moving. In short, the scene was quite an eyesore. Darian's eyes lit up, and he immediately said, "System, record all of this for me and put it in a new album called Tony's Don't Laugh Challenge." Camera mode activated. Darian admired Tony's dance moves and walked over to a side table to grab some pastries. Suddenly, he noticed a familiar figure in the crowd and immediately walked over. Widow, Joan of Arc Disney Duck. Darian greeted her indistinctly while eating a pastry. In front of him was a well-built, red-haired woman with wavy hair, wearing a leopard print dress. Of course, this person was not the vampire from before. It was SHIELD. Level 7 agent, Natasha Romanoff, codenamed Black Widow. She was SHIELD's top agent, its number 1. Before Darian joined SHIELD, she was also the only top agent who maintained a 100% mission completion rate, making her Darian's senior. A while ago, Natasha took over Darian's job of monitoring Tony. With just a few small tricks, she easily became Tony's female assistant, completely charming him. So, it really came down to the honey trap. Darian had voluntarily undergone SHIELD's confidentiality tests, enduring countless rounds, all for this one strategy. But just when he finally reached the last round, Nick Fury, that bald egg, suddenly stopped the test. Darian was furious whenever he thought of this. Natasha saw Darian arrive and corrected him. "I am Black Widow." Same difference, same difference. Darian waved his hand. Natasha's mouth twitched. "Why are you here?" She and Darian had met a few times before and had some understanding of Darian's style of doing things. "Tony invited me over. I had nothing else to do, so I came." "I didn't expect to see such an explosive scene," Darian said cheerfully. Natasha looked at Tony, who was acting crazy on stage, and said helplessly, "I sent Tony Stark's blood back to headquarters. After testing and analysis by the R&D department, the palladium content in Tony Stark's blood is very high, causing his health to rapidly deteriorate. He can only survive for a maximum of 72 hours. I guess he knows about his health problems, which is why he's like this." Natasha knew that Darian had already been promoted to a level 6 agent, so there was no need to hide this classified information. "Got it. His last madness before he dies, Darian summarized. Natasha nodded. You could say that. The R&D department is currently thinking of solutions. My mission has also changed from monitoring to preventing Tony Stark from committing suicide. If possible, I hope you can persuade Tony Stark, as you two seem to have a close relationship. No problem, leave it to me. Darian gave a thumbs up, looking like you can trust me to handle this. At this moment, Tony on stage picked up the microphone and said to everyone, many people ask me, Tony, how do you use the restroom when you're wearing that suit? As he spoke, he showed a relieved expression. This is how. The crowd below laughed and cheered. Some even egged him on. Tony, why don't you show us how to poop? Agree. I want to see too. Poop. People were wildly egging him on. A billionaire defecating in public that was truly unheard of. Natasha looked at Darian, who was in the crowd, covering his mouth with his hand and frantically leading the chant, and couldn't help but doubt her decision. Chapter 35. Why didn't I think of that? 1,237 words. 1 chapters will be uploaded on daily basis, i.e. 7 chapters will be uploaded every week apart from the bonus chapters. 1 bonus chapter will be uploaded for every 100 Power Stones or 1,000 collections. All interested readers can read advanced chapters on p@atreon.com Heroic Verse. Unfortunately, in the end, everyone still didn't get to see the billionaire publicly relieve himself. Because another Iron Man suit appeared on the scene. The party's over, everyone out. The newcomer was Tony's good friend, Colonel Rhodes. He had put on an Iron Man suit, ready to forcibly end this farce. But Darian saw through it at a glance. This was clearly Tony intentionally letting him wear it. Otherwise, how could someone without authorization possibly wear an Iron Man suit? Did he really think Jarvis, the super-intelligent AI, didn't exist? How boring. Darian shook his head, his appearance, as if he wished for chaos, left Natasha speechless. She regretted it. If she let this guy persuade Tony, she was afraid Tony wouldn't even last 72 hours. Natasha quickly said, "You keep an eye on Tony here, I'll go report the situation to the director." With that, she immediately turned and left. Bang, bang, bang. At this moment, the 2 Iron Man suits were already fighting, wildly punching each other with iron fists. They fought from the living room to the gym, from the 2nd floor to the 1st floor. For a time, Tony and Rhodes's passionate struggle left traces everywhere in the mansion. By the end, both of them were enraged, charging their repulsor rays and simultaneously firing a beam of energy at each other. Boom. The 2 energy blasts collided violently, instantly erupting a powerful impact that spread outward. Fortunately, the crowd inside had been evacuated beforehand, otherwise, Tony and Rhodes's combat record would surely have suddenly gained dozens of casualties. When the dust settled, Rhodes, wearing the silver Iron Man suit, flew away without looking back, leaving Tony lying alone in the ruins. Darian kicked away the broken panel in front of him, walked up to Tony, and tapped the Iron Man mask with a bent finger. "Hey, are you dead?" "Not yet." The Iron Man mask opened, revealing Tony's utterly exhausted face. And on his neck, black blood vessels were clearly visible, spreading upwards like circuit patterns. NPC, Tony Stark. Codename, Iron Man. Affection, 70. Rating, the representative of rich people rely on technology, poor people rely on mutation. Tony Stark, Marvel Kryptonian. Status, palladium poisoning. Good heavens, in one day, he'd gathered 2 representatives of rich people rely on technology, poor people rely on mutation. Darian looked at Tony's miserable state and asked curiously, "You were fine before, how did you suddenly become like this?" Tony was silent for a few seconds, then slowly spoke, "It's the arc reactor. Its energy core is palladium. Every time a palladium plate is consumed, a small portion of the element seeps into my bloodstream, gradually destroying my circulatory system." "But didn't you say that 1 palladium plate was enough to power the reactor for decades?" "That's under minimum power operation. As soon as I put on the armor, energy consumption increases dramatically. I've been looking for a substitute for palladium, trying all possible ratios of all known elements, but ultimately without success. Perhaps he had held it in for too long. Tony blurted out his situation all at once. Darian asked in confusion, "So why don't you just install the arc reactor on the Iron Man suit? That way, the palladium wouldn't flow into your body, right?" Tony: "That's right. Why didn't I think of that?" Tony said with a mournful face, "It's too late, it's already too late. There is basically no treatment for palladium poisoning. After all, no one in history has ever installed a miniature nuclear reactor in their chest. Tony can be said to be the first, and it wouldn't be an exaggeration to name this disease after him. It's just a poisoning debuff. Is it necessary to be so dramatic?" Darian said, pulling out a strangely green potion from his game inventory. Item: Antidote potion can cure all poisoning statuses. Synthesis materials include poison glands, seaweed, and coral. Before Tony could even ask, Darian directly opened the bottle cap, pinched open Tony's mouth, and poured it in. Tony was too weak to resist and was forced to drink the viscous green liquid in the bottle. Damn it. What the hell did you make me drink? Tony only felt a strange taste rush to his head. An antidote potion. See for yourself. Darian pulled out a small mirror and held it up to Tony's face. Through the mirror, Tony was shocked to find that all the black patterns on his neck had disappeared. At the same time, a long-lost sense of lightness flowed through his body, as if a heavy burden had been lifted. "Sir, the palladium content in your body has dropped to less than 1%, and the symptoms of palladium poisoning have disappeared." Jarvis's voice sounded at the opportune moment. It actually disappeared. And it wasn't just alleviated, it was completely cured. Tony was somewhat incredulous. The palladium poisoning that had plagued him for many days and was considered incurable, was it really solved by a bottle of unknown green liquid? "You saved me again." Tony looked at Darian with a complex expression. Counting it, this was the third time Darian had saved his life. Darian waved his hand indifferently. "It's a small matter. Consider it a reward for all the fun you provided me tonight." He took out his phone, opened the album, and played a highlight reel from tonight. It was the clip of Tony publicly drinking his own urine. "When I run out of money later, I'll post this video and make a huge fortune. I've even thought of the title. Shocking. Iron Man drinks urine in public. Tony. I feel like I'd rather just die." Not long after, SHIELD. Agents arrived on the scene. Leading them was none other than director Nick Fury, who had finally left his office. And behind him was Natasha, who had changed into a sharp black combat suit. Tony looked at Natasha's attire and said with surprise, "So you're also a SHIELD agent? I can't believe you hid it so well." Darian, seeing this, also sighed, "I'm sorry, Tony, actually, I'm also an undercover agent. I've been hiding by your side as a bodyguard all this time. I bet you couldn't have guessed that, right?" Tony's mouth twitched slightly. "No, I totally guessed it. Anyone who isn't blind could tell you're an undercover agent." Next, Nick Fury ordered all SLD agents to leave the second-floor hall. He wanted to talk to Tony alone. Darian and Natasha came to the first-floor hall. Under Natasha's speechless gaze, Darian naturally opened a bottle of wine from the wine cabinet, then tilted his head and stared at the ceiling with relish. "What are you looking at?" Natasha noticed Darian staring at the ceiling and was somewhat confused. "The subtitles." Darian took a sip of wine, with an expression like he'd discovered a new continent. "I didn't expect Tony's father to be one of our SLD founders. This intelligence is a level 8 secret. Did you know about this?" "Natasha. I'm only a level 7 agent. I don't know anything, and I didn't hear anything." Chapter 36. Chapter 36. The Green Big Guy at Midtown High School. That's right, it's the Hulk. 1,197 words. 1 chapters will be uploaded on daily basis, i.e. 7 chapters will be uploaded every week apart from the bonus chapters. 1 bonus chapter will be uploaded for every 100 Power Stones or 1,000 collections. All interested readers can read advanced chapters on p@atreon.com Heroic Verse. Nick Fury and Tony didn't chat for long before their conversation ended. Darian withdrew his gaze from the ceiling and turned to Natasha, who was a few meters away. "Why did you go so far?" Natasha said expressionlessly, "It's cooler here." It was all Darian's fault. He was like an interpreter, translating Nick Fury and Tony's conversation in real time, with each piece of information more explosive than the last. Natasha was sweating just listening to it. She didn't want to be inexplicably charged with eavesdropping on important classified information. Then, Nick Fury walked down. "Agent Romanov, you will continue to monitor Tony Stark until Agent Coulson takes over from you." Nick Fury assigned Natasha a task, then turned to Darian. "As for you, Agent Darian, I have a mission for you. I need you to immediately head to Midtown High School to find a man named Bruce Banner. I just received news that General Ross is about to take action against him. Notify me immediately if anything happens." Finally, Nick Fury specifically emphasized, to prevent Darian from making the same mistake again. "NPC Nick Fury has issued you a new mission. Mission: the Green Monster of Midtown High School. Objective: go to Midtown High School, find Bruce Banner, and report the situation to Nick Fury in time. Reward: EXP plus 1000, SHIELD reputation plus 20, random item *1. Understood, officer." Darian nodded and turned to leave Tony's mansion. Outside the door, the luxurious cars that had previously filled the area had long disappeared, leaving only a few SLD special vehicles. Too late. Darian secretly thought it was a pity. He had been thinking of stealing a luxury car to fill his garage after the party ended. But since he was already here, leaving empty-handed wouldn't quite fit his style. A few minutes later, Nick Fury, having arranged everything, strode out of the mansion, habitually pulled out his car keys, and prepared to drive back to headquarters. Then, he froze. Before him, it was empty. His car, which had been parked in the most conspicuous spot at the entrance, had disappeared. Nick Fury. "No, where the hell is my car?" At this moment, Peter was in a very bad mood. In the corridor not far away, a couple was engaged in the exchange of microbial flora and genetic material carriers, as if no one else was around. One was Flash, the school bully who often picked on him, and the other was his crush and neighbor, Mary Jane. Watching his goddess being treated like this, Peter felt an indescribable discomfort. What a well-matched couple. A voice suddenly sounded in Peter's ear. Where did this blind person come from? Peter turned his head to see Darian standing next to him in casual clothes. "It's you. The one in the alley." Before he finished speaking, Peter forcibly swallowed the rest of his words. That was close. He almost exposed his identity. Peter had already recognized him. The person in front of him was the ruthless man who had exploded eggs whom he had met in the alley not long ago. At that time, he had appeared as Spider-Man, so the other party shouldn't recognize him. Darian didn't expose Peter, and asked curiously, "From your expression, you seem very interested in that couple?" Peter chuckled dryly, No. You can lie to your buddies, but don't lie to yourself. Your eyes have already betrayed you. Actually, you like that red-haired girl. Or the white-skinned jock next to her." "Peter." "Just kidding, but take my advice, that girl isn't suitable for you." Darian wasn't speaking nonsense. He glanced at Mary Jane's personal information. This girl was indeed not very well regarded. Peter subconsciously asked, "Why?" Darian chuckled, "Isn't it obvious? This girl is clearly a green tea type, flirting with all the boys around her, primarily casting a wide net. If you become her boyfriend, you'll be blessed with free cuckold hats every day." Hearing his goddess being slandered, Peter immediately became unhappy. Mary Jane isn't like that. I'm her neighbor, and she's never flirted with me. Darian. He didn't speak, just sympathetically patted Peter's shoulder, everything left unsaid. Peter looked confused. "No, who exactly are you?" Darian said, "My name is Darian, the new jock at school." Peter was surprised. "You're a student too?" "What, do I not look like one?" Peter's mouth twitched. "What student is as fierce as you, pulling out a gun at the slightest disagreement, and even turning people into Bakugan boys?" Peter complained, "I think you're more like a writer, so good at making up stories." He still believed Mary Jane wasn't a green tea girl, just as a simp always believes his goddess is really going to shower and sleep. Darian was surprised. "Oh, how did you know I used to be an author?" It's just that my novel was later unique-ed, and I was chased by readers sending razor blades. I accidentally discovered that I run incredibly fast, so I switched to being a jock. Peter. At this moment, Peter seemed to suddenly sense something and sharply turned his head to look out the window of the teaching building. Darian followed his gaze and saw several fully armed soldiers had already rushed into the campus, with more than a dozen military tactical vehicles parked outside. Clearly, General Ross's operation had begun. Everyone in the school noticed this unusual situation, their faces filled with confusion and unease. What's going on? Have terrorists entered the school? Before they could figure out the situation, the piercing school broadcast suddenly blared, "Everyone evacuate the school immediately. Attention, this is not a drill. Repeat, this is not a drill." Hearing the broadcast, the crowd instantly erupted into chaos, rushing out of the school in terror. "Darian, let's go." Seeing Mary Jane and Flash run off together, Peter finally relaxed and turned to kindly remind Darian. Darian waved his hand. "It's fine, I'm a jock. Even if something unexpected happens, at most I'll just get a scratch." "Peter, ? Roar. Just then, a furious roar, like that of an ancient beast, suddenly exploded, sweeping across the entire campus. At the same time, a violent sound wave, carrying a visible impact, spread out. The glass windows in the teaching building corridor shattered in response, glass shards splattering everywhere, triggering a chorus of terrified screams. The next moment, a giant green figure broke through an obstacle, appearing prominently in everyone's vision. It was nearly 3 meters tall, covered entirely in a very healthy, fresh dark green, wearing only a pair of loose purple underwear, revealing bulging, knotted muscles that clearly weren't built from protein powder. Its green eyes, burning with endless rage, glared fiercely at the scattering crowd before it. NPC, Bruce Banner Hulk. Codename, Hulk. Affection, 0. Rating, Loki's Nightmare, Underwear Spokesperson. The sun is setting use with caution if not Black Widow. Status, Transformed. Chapter 37, Chapter 37, Mary Jane's Summoned Beast, Spider. 1,274 words. 1 chapters will be uploaded on daily basis, i.e. 7 chapters will be uploaded every week apart from the bonus chapters. 1 bonus chapter will be uploaded for every 100 Power Stones or 1,000 collections. All interested readers can read advanced chapters on p@atreon.com Heroic Verse. Oh my goodness. What in the world is that? A monster. Run. Run for your lives. Seeing the Hulk appear, the students and staff in the teaching building were scared out of their wits, fleeing even more frantically. At this moment, the soldiers in the school also discovered the Hulk. Without a word, they raised their firearms and fired wildly at the massive green body. Da. Countless bullets rained down on the Hulk, sparking intensely. However, the bullets couldn't penetrate the Hulk's tough skin. This provocative attack instead thoroughly ignited his rage. Roar. With a furious roar, the Hulk's massive body instantly launched, like an out-of-control 100-ton truck, charging ferociously towards the group of firing soldier. Many soldiers couldn't dodge in time and were directly sent flying by the Hulk, the crisp sound of breaking bones clearly audible. Bang! Due to the Hulk's overwhelming charge, he couldn't stop in time and slammed his head hard into a load-bearing wall. Cracks spread across the wall, and large chunks of bricks and concrete peeled off, collapsing onto the crowd below. Seeing the falling bricks about to hit 2 terrified students, Peter, disregarding his secret identity, immediately raised his wrist and shot out 2 white webs, sticking to the students and yanking them away from the danger zone. Fortunately, the scene was chaotic, and with the smoke and dust, only Darian noticed Peter's actions. After saving the students, Peter quickly turned and ran, simultaneously pulling open his shirt to reveal the Spider-Man uniform underneath. Darian knew he was going to change, so he ignored him and went to a corner to call Fury. "Officer, I've found Bruce Banner, but he's turned green and is currently fighting General Ross's army. The scene is quite intense. Mission Green Monster of Midtown High School Settlement complete. Reward, 1,000 experience points, 20 SHIELD reputation. Item Infinite Wine Bottle. Item, Infinite Wine Bottle after drinking, New wine is automatically produced in the bottle. Type of wine is random. Motherfucker. Ross, that lunatic. Fury cursed angrily on the other end of the phone. He never expected that old bastard General Ross would dare to start a battle directly in a densely populated place like a school. He was even more reckless than HYDRA. Fury immediately ordered, "Absolutely do not let General Ross take Bruce Banner. If possible, try to stop him, and most importantly, he must not harm any innocent people." Bruce Banner was a key figure in his Avengers initiative. If he caused a large number of civilian casualties while rampaging, even he wouldn't be able to protect Bruce Banner. NPC Fury has issued a new mission. Mission, Hulk's Rage. Objective, prevent General Ross from taking Bruce Banner, and prevent the Hulk from causing innocent casualties. Reward, experience points plus 3,000, SHIELD reputation plus 50, random equipment 1, random item 2. Understood, officer. Also, is my car yours? Officer, the signal here is bad. I'm hanging up. Before Fury could finish speaking, Darian decisively hung up the phone. In the short time he was on the phone, more soldiers had already flooded into the teaching building. Using cover and the hallway terrain, they launched a more intense tactical strike against the Hulk. Gunshots and explosions were incessant. Roar. The Hulk was agitated by the annoying attacks. He raised his massive fist and smashed the floor beneath his feet, his huge body directly leaping to the next floor. Ah! A piercing scream suddenly erupted. Its volume was so great that it instantly drowned out the Hulk's roar. Even the enraged Hulk couldn't help but pause. He looked down and saw Mary Jane, separated from her boyfriend, standing at his feet, staring at him with a terrified expression. Ah. Seeing the Hulk's gaze fixated on her, Mary Jane's scream rose several decibels again. Roar. The Hulk responded with an annoyed roar. This woman's scream was even louder than his roar. However, what the Hulk didn't know was that Mary Jane's scream was actually a superpower. It would automatically trigger whenever she encountered danger. The next moment, a pair of size 42 feet directly imprinted on the Hulk's massive green face. Bang! A dull thud exploded. The unsuspecting Hulk was kicked backward, crashing heavily into the wall behind him. But the Hulk was thick-skinned. He shook his somewhat dazed head and quickly got up from the ground, staring intently at the red and blue figure blocking Mary Jane. This person was none other than Peter, who had just finished changing and was summoned by Mary Jane's scream, "Spider-Man. Hey, big green guy, you look pretty angry. Is it because your back is itchy and you can't scratch it yourself? Don't worry, your friendly neighborhood Spider-Man is always happy to help." After putting on the Spider-Man suit, Peter's mouth was noticeably chattier. Roar. The Hulk merely responded with a roar, raising his fist and smashing it heavily towards Peter and Mary Jane. Peter reacted extremely quickly. The moment the fist descended, he grabbed Mary Jane and leaped backward and to the side. Run. Get out of here. As far away as possible. Mary Jane nodded, her eyes hazy as she looked at the figure protecting her. In this moment, she had one more person she liked. Watching Mary Jane's retreating figure, Peter was about to breathe a sigh of relief when his keen spider sense suddenly blared wildly. Without thinking, his body, as if by reflex, shot upwards towards the ceiling. Boom! The moment he left his spot, the Hulk's green fist, the size of a wok, smashed down, and the ground instantly cracked, sending debris and smoke flying everywhere. Seeing such terrifying destructive power, Peter couldn't help but swallow hard. If he took that punch, both his body and his wallet would definitely suffer. The Hulk's punch missed. He looked at Spider-Man, who was hanging upside down from the ceiling, and let out a savage roar, continuing to pounce on Peter, determined to crush this annoying little bug. Relying on his superhuman reflexes and agile movements, Peter narrowly dodged the Hulk's fists, while simultaneously moving his wrists, shooting webs at the Hulk, attempting to restrain him. "Stay still, big guy," Peter shouted as he dodged. However, the Hulk's strength was beyond imagination. He roared, and those tough webs were easily torn apart by him. To make matters worse, the Hulk took the opportunity to grab the web connected to Peter's wrist, swinging Peter like a chain ball and smashing him fiercely into the nearby wall. Bang! Peter was sent flying like a cannonball, smashing through the wall, and with the loud crash of bricks, he landed heavily on the library floor. Ooh! My back! Peter clutched his back, groaning in pain. Before he could stand up, a huge shadow suddenly enveloped him, blocking out the light. Peter looked up and saw the Hulk's massive green body standing before him, his eyes burning with rage, staring intently at him. Gulp! Peter swallowed, already contemplating what pose would make his death look coolest. Roar! The Hulk raised his fist and unhesitatingly brought it down towards Peter. Suddenly, an arm no smaller than the Hulk's stretched out, blocking the Hulk's fist. The Hulk looked on in astonishment, seeing Darien, over 3 meters tall, standing like an iron tower behind Peter, looking down at him. Little guy, the sun is setting. Chapter 38. Chapter 38. Dizziness is normal. 1,190 words. 1 chapters will be uploaded on daily basis, i.e. 7 chapters will be uploaded every week apart from the bonus chapters. 1 bonus chapter will be uploaded for every 100 Power Stones or 1,000 collections. All interested readers can read advanced chapters on p@atreon.com. Heroic verse. Item: Red mushroom eats and grows bigger. This was an item Darien had acquired a while ago. Seeing that Peter was about to collapse, Darien decisively ate the red mushroom. His size instantly doubled, making him even a head taller than Hulk. At the same time, his various attributes also surged, allowing him to easily block Hulk's punch. Not only that, Darien's clothes also grew in sync with his body, unlike Hulk, who burst out of his clothes, pants, and shoes, leaving only his underwear. But it must be said, the quality of Hulk's underwear was indeed excellent. After such an intense battle, there wasn't a single trace of damage. Looking at Darien, who was even larger than him, a hint of surprise flashed in Hulk's eyes. But this surprise was fleeting, instantly drowned out by surging fury. Roar! Hulk let out a furious roar, swinging his giant fist, larger than a casserole, and slammed it fiercely towards Darien. Darien didn't dodge or evade, also throwing a punch to meet him. Boom! 2 giant fists, imbued with terrifying power, collided head-on. A violent impact exploded, instantly knocking Peter and the surrounding bookshelves, who were close by, to the ground. Taking advantage of the brief stalemate caused by the collision of their fists, Darien advised, "Calm down, Hulk, I'm here to help you." Roar! But Hulk didn't listen at all, roaring and about to throw another punch. However, Darien's movements were faster than him. Thai boxing warning. Darien suddenly stepped forward, slamming an elbow heavily into Hulk's face. Bang! A dull and shocking impact sound exploded. Hulk was smashed backward like a cannonball, crashing into a row of heavy bookshelves in the distance, collapsing them. Wood chips and books flew everywhere, instantly burying him. Peter struggled out from a pile of scattered books, coughing and dusting himself off. He looked at Darien's tall figure and the collapsed bookshelves in the distance, completely stunned. Are all jocks this fierce these days? Roar! An angry roar exploded from the ruins of the book pile. Hulk pushed aside the books and bookshelves, his eyes fixed on Darien, burning with pure rage. Clearly, Darien had angered this beast. Hulk roared, his massive body once again surging forward, charging recklessly towards Darien. Darien nimbly dodged the charge, his right leg swiftly sweeping the back of Hulk's supporting knee. Bang! Hulk's momentum was abruptly halted, and he staggered. Taking advantage of Hulk's momentary imbalance, Darien followed up with a knee strike, fiercely hitting him between the chest and abdomen. Oh! Hulk grunted from the blow, his body arching upwards. Darien didn't stop, his left arm bent at the elbow, bringing with it a whistling wind, like a heavy axe, forcefully smashing down on Hulk's back. Splat! Hulk was directly knocked down by this heavy blow, landing heavily on the ground, stirring up a cloud of dust. Although Hulk's strength was indeed terrifying, his combat skills were almost non-existent. At the same size, Hulk was no match for Darien. Hulk struggled to get up, but Darien forcibly pushed him back down. At the same time, he extended his arm, wrapping it around Hulk's thick neck, applying constant pressure. Roar! Roar! Hulk struggled fiercely, his limbs flailing wildly, smashing deep pits into the floor. But Darien used clever technique to lock his key points of leverage, and he couldn't break free for a while. Looking at the struggling Hulk, Darian comforted him. "It's all right, Hulk, dizziness is normal." Seeing this, Peter also quickly came over to help, pressing down on Hulk with all his might. With their combined efforts, Hulk's eyes, which had been filled with anger, gradually became clear and bewildered, and his size began to visibly shrink. Soon, Hulk transformed back into his human form, Bruce Banner. "Just in time," Darian said, and his own size also returned to normal. The red mushroom had a time limit. If they had delayed any longer, or allowed Hulk's anger to accumulate further, the situation might have completely reversed. "Cool, is that your superpower?" Peter asked enviously. "No, I just took some medicine. I only temporarily grew bigger." Darian noticed Peter's gaze and said cheerfully, "You want some? I still have one here. The effect is pretty similar. If you like it, I'll give it to you." "Really? That's too kind." Peter looked a bit embarrassed. "It's fine, I don't really need this thing anyway." Darian pulled out a blue pill from his game inventory, casually tossed it to Peter, and reminded him, "Remember, when you feel sluggish and weak, use this pill. It guarantees you'll instantly regain your vigor." Peter took the blue pill and carefully put it in his pocket. "I understand, this is a trump card to be used at a crucial moment." It seems you understand it very well." While the two were talking, Bruce had already woken up. He slowly opened his eyes, looking around in confusion. "You're awake." Darian suddenly leaned close to Bruce's face. Bruce jumped, asking, "Who are you?" Darian said, "I am Darian, and I'm here to help you escape." "Help me escape?" Bruce had no memory of his Hulk transformation. Noticing that he was still inside Midtown High School, he asked in surprise, "Hulk didn't escape? Did General Ross defeat him?" "Oh no, I defeated him." Bruce was speechless for a moment, somewhat disbelieving. He was very aware of Hulk's terrifying destructive power. Even General Ross's army could barely pose a substantial threat to Hulk. This man in front of him could actually defeat Hulk. But the facts were laid out before him, and Bruce had no choice but to believe. "Thank you for stopping Hulk." Bruce didn't blame Darian for him not escaping. Instead, he was filled with gratitude. If Hulk had been left unchecked, who knew how much destruction he would have caused and how many people would have died? This was absolutely unacceptable to Bruce, which is why he had tried every possible way to get rid of Hulk. Darian waved his hand. "It's a small matter. Let's talk after we leave this place. Guys, I have to warn you, the army outside has already surrounded the school. If you want to escape, it might be a bit difficult." Peter, seeing that Bruce didn't seem like a bad person, kindly offered a warning. Darian chuckled. "No worries, I have a shortcut to get out of here." 10 minutes later, over 1,000 meters away from Midtown High School, Darian and Bruce emerged from underground. "Your pickaxe is amazing." Bruce looked at the diamond pickaxe in Darian's hand, his face filled with shock. No, your Hulk is even more amazing." Darian also didn't know how the weight that appeared out of thin air after Bruce transformed into Hulk came about. Was it photosynthesis? After all, Hulk is so green. Chapter 39, a boss with less than 200 words in his appearance. 1,296 words. 1 chapters will be uploaded on daily basis, i.e. 7 chapters will be uploaded every week apart from the bonus chapters. 1 bonus chapter will be uploaded for every 100 Power Stones or 1,000 collections. All interested readers can read advanced chapters on p@atreon.com Heroic Verse. The mission Hulk's Fury has been completed. Reward received, 3,000 experience points, 50 SHIELD reputation, equipment hormone gun, item impeccable, item invisibility potion. Equipment, hormone gun fires multiple tracking healing bullets, slowly healing the target while temporarily suppressing various abnormal states. Item, impeccable impeccably blocks any attack once. Item, invisibility potion upon use, the entire body enters an invisible state, lasting for half an hour. The rewards this time were quite good. Darian was very satisfied, especially with impeccable, which could block any attack once without damage, making it a god-tier item. He would go back and give that game a good review. Could you trouble him to help me find some clothes and pants? Bruce asked, a bit embarrassed. Due to the Hulk transformation, Bruce's underwear had become L, and he had to hold it up with his hand to keep it from slipping down when he walked. Oh, I see. Follow me, Darian nodded, then turned and walked towards a nearby alley. Bruce was puzzled but still followed him. Soon, they encountered a few shady street thugs in the alley. Seeing the two of them appear, the street thugs seemed to trigger some fixed program and immediately surrounded them. Hey, lend us some money. Big brother, don't shoot. Seeing the golden desert eagle in Darian's hand, the street thugs immediately raised their hands skillfully. Darian turned his head to look at the dumbfounded Bruce and said, "Come over and pick one. Just take whichever set you like. Oh, by the way, do you have any specific requirements for the style of underwear, Bruce?" Soon, Bruce changed into a new outfit, classic West Coast style. Afterward, Bruce stated that he had to leave, as he had a very important matter to complete. Seeing Bruce's firm attitude, Darian called Director Fury and relayed Bruce's words to him. Director Fury thought for a moment. Let him leave. I'll have someone monitor all his subsequent actions. Understood, officer. And my car. Darian decisively hung up the phone. Are you kidding? There's no way he'd return a car he drove away, not even to the director of SHELD. The next day, Darian was at home, engrossed in a comic book. He unintentionally discovered that the DC company actually existed in this game world. One must know that DC and Marvel were famously rivals. After all, both were superhero companies, so some competition was inevitable. Yet, in a game with a Marvel background, there was a DC comic book. Was this an Easter egg for the game? To be honest, Darian was quite familiar with DC, especially their flagship hero, Superman. In his era, DC had already rebooted the universe for the 28th time and was about to film a new Superman prequel. With a Superman movie appearing every year, it was hard for Darian not to be familiar with him. Out of curiosity, Darian opened the DC comic book and ended up reading it for half the day. He found that DC's superheroes had some similarities to the superheroes he encountered in this game world. Especially Batman and Daredevil. They both protected a chaotic area, wore pointed-eared cowls, and preferred to operate at night. Moreover, they both had unbreakable underlying code. Oh no, it was a bottom line, which was the no-kill principle. It was just that Matt Lawyer wasn't as wealthy as Bruce Wayne. After fighting criminals at night, he still had to go to work in the morning to earn money, which made him feel a pang of sadness. However, speaking of it, Batman's arch-nemesis, Joker, did have a bit of a player feel to him. Crazy enough. Just as Darian was absorbed in his reading, the system's voice suddenly sounded. Player, please note, boss activity has officially begun. Objective, defeat Whiplash Ivan Vanko. Reward, determined by the damage the player inflicts on the boss. The higher the damage, the richer the reward. Darian raised his eyebrows. Who secretly started a boss event? New York, Stark Expo. Tony, wearing his Iron Man armor, was flying rapidly through the air. Behind him, a dozen Iron soldiers closely followed, continuously firing attacks at him. Leading them was his good friend, Colonel Rhodey, now the War Machine. Boom. Tony narrowly dodged a missile and shouted to Rhodey through his internal communicator. Rhodey, are you sure this isn't a personal vendetta? Rhodey replied helplessly. Ivan Vanko hacked into Hammer Industries' system and took control of this armor. What could I do? Hearing this, Tony's mouth twitched. You shouldn't have allowed Hammer Industries to touch your armor. Don't you know their system is like a public restroom, anyone can get in? Aside from Rhodey's War Machine, the other Iron soldiers were all from Hammer Industries, built by that Russian man named Ivan Vanko. This guy had attacked Tony before on the F1 track in Monaco, nearly electrocuting him into a black. And now, he had controlled War Machine and the other Iron soldiers to collectively besiege Tony, determined to put Tony to death. Fortunately, with Darian's life extension, Tony had enough time to research a new energy source to replace the palladium element, giving his armor a more abundant energy supply, preventing him from being worn down by these Iron soldiers. Just then, Natasha's voice came through Tony's ear. I've already hacked into Hammer Industries' system and am preparing to reboot Colonel Rhodey's armor. Tony's heart filled with joy. Well done, Agent Romanov. He was right after all. Hammer Industries' system was a restroom. To prevent Rhodey from crashing, Tony immediately controlled his armor to land in the simulated ecological park below, with the Iron Soldiers behind him also diving down. As soon as War Machine landed, Tony immediately shouted, "Now!" The next moment, War Machine's system rebooted, finally breaking Ivan's control. Tony and Rhodey exchanged glances. Without a word, they immediately turned their guns and fiercely opened fire on the other Iron Soldiers. Boom! 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 Explosions rang out one after another. Soon, under the combined attack of Tony and Rhodey, these Iron Soldiers were blasted into a pile of smoking scrap metal. But their armor was also severely damaged, its surface charred black and riddled with bullet holes, looking extremely battered. Before Tony could even catch his breath, Jarvis's voice suddenly sounded, "Sir, there's a high-energy fluctuation in the sky, readings far exceeding the Iron Soldier's peak." Ivan Vanko. Tony knew who it was without even thinking. Indeed, a few seconds later, a massive iron armor descended from the sky, crashing heavily in front of them. The huge helmet slowly opened, revealing Ivan's unkempt face. He looked down at Tony Stark and said in broken English mixed with a Russian accent, "It's good to be back." With such a cool entrance, Ivan had expected to see a shocked expression on Tony's face. However, he found Tony looking at him with a strange expression. Ivan frowned. "Stark, are you scared stiff?" Tony suddenly noticed someone's figure in the distance, and his mouth twitched. "I wonder if you've ever heard a saying." "What saying? Who operates a mech without wearing a helmet?" Question mark. Bang. Before Ivan could understand, he heard a gunshot. And then. There was no then. Under Tony's helpless gaze and Rhodey's bewildered stare, Ivan's head exploded, and along with his newly unveiled whiplash armor, he crashed heavily to the ground. A generation of supervillains appeared for less than 10 seconds, and then he was gone. Chapter 40. Chapter 40. Are you applying to be a researcher or a combatant? 1159 words. 1 chapters will be uploaded on daily basis, i.e. 7 chapters will be uploaded every week apart from the bonus chapters. 1 bonus chapter will be uploaded for every 100 Power Stones or 1000 collections. All interested readers can read advanced chapters on p@atreon.com. Heroic verse. Ivan died extremely suddenly, even somewhat hastily. Neither Tony nor Rhodey reacted before he had already fallen. It's truly a case of better late than never. Darian walked over from a distance, shaking his head and sighing. He wondered what kind of fetish these people in iron armor had. Even though the iron armor had such high defense, they all liked to open their helmets to speak. He had just arrived at the scene, following the map marker, and saw Ivan with his head exposed, delivering his lines. Who could resist that? Darian didn't hesitate and decisively pulled out his gun and shot. Thus, the scene just now unfolded. Poor Ivan, a dignified supervillain, whose screen time was even less than that of the Iron Soldiers he created. His cause of death was not wearing a helmet. Seeing Ivan's death, Tony and Rhodey's mouths twitched slightly. They secretly swore in their hearts that as long as they were wearing their suits in the future, they would never take off their helmets, no matter what. As Darian walked over to Ivan's side, the system's voice sounded at just the right moment. "You have successfully defeated Boss Whiplash Ivan Vanko. Starting damage reward settlement. Rewards are as follows: 10,000 experience points, 5 free attribute points, equipment Whiplash armor, skill Stealth Step, item Ladder of Free Passage, item Everlasting Torch, item Non-Mainstream Wig. Equipment: Whiplash armor, iron armor crafted by Ivan Vanko, equipped with 2 powerful energy whips. Drawback is not wearing a helmet, prone to sneak attacks from certain old sly ones. Note: built-in self-destruct system has been removed, please use with confidence. Skill: Stealth Step. When activated, your movement will not make a sound. Item: Ladder. Holding this ladder, you can enter all locations without any obstruction. Item: Everlasting Torch. A pixel-style torch, the flame on it will never extinguish. Item: Non-Mainstream Wig. After wearing it, you will see half fewer enemies, greatly increasing your courage. The next second, the Whiplash armor on Ivan suddenly disappeared. Darian watched, speechless. Good heavens, on-site collection, is it? Seeing Tony and Rhodus' gazes, Darian immediately explained, "Don't look at me, I didn't do it." "If you say so." Tony chuckled, becoming even more convinced that his reactor had been stolen by Darian last time. As a SHELD agent, there were basically no holidays. Whenever he had free time, there would always be a slave owner whipping him to work. Although this slave owner was a bald egg. Darian was at home watching a Batman movie when he received a call from Fury halfway through. "Agent Darian, I need you to go undercover into Osborn Group to investigate Norman Osborn's secret experiment in cooperation with the military. Mission: investigate Osborn Group. Objective: go undercover into Osborn Group to investigate Chairman Norman Osborn's secret experiment in cooperation with the military. Reward: experience plus 1000, SHIELD. Reputation plus 20, random item *1. Darian curiously asked, "Why not Black Widow? Isn't she better at undercover work?" Fury explained, "I've assigned Agent Romanoff other tasks, and besides, Norman Osborn is an old man, not like Tony Stark, who... Anyway, this mission is yours." Darian understood. Norman Osborn was old and frail, immune to Natasha's honey trap, not as easy to approach as Tony. Osborn Group, America's largest biotechnology company, with a market value of hundreds of billions of US dollars. Of course, biotechnology was only Osborn Group's main business. In military industry, energy, industrial, and many other fields, Osborn Group also achieved remarkable success. Looking across the entire America, only Tony Stark Industries could rival it. Darian drove to the Osborn building. It must be said that Fury's car was indeed excellent, especially the air conditioning system, which was incredibly comfortable. This black egg really knew how to enjoy himself. Darian grumbled inwardly as he walked into the Osborn building. Guided by the front desk lady, he quickly found Osborn Group's recruitment office. "Is this your resume?" The Osborn Group recruiter looked at Darian's resume, a shocked expression on his face. Darian Doom, male, outstanding graduate of MIT, PhD, proficient in biochemistry, genetics, genetic engineering, close combat, firearms, stealth. "Ah, are you sure you're applying for a researcher position?" The recruiter was stunned. "Are you here to apply for a researcher or a combatant?" "Yes." Darian nodded. For a recruitment resume, it was naturally better to make it as exaggerated as possible. Anyway, this was information forged by SHELD, and the other party couldn't verify its authenticity. As he expected, after the recruiter verified it, he found that these credentials were indeed real. The recruiter exclaimed, "Oh, your resume is incredible. I'm surprised we haven't heard of you before." Darian said, "It's normal not to have heard of me, I've always been low-key." "Congratulations, you've been hired by Osborn Group." The recruiter didn't think much of it and decisively hired Darian, having him start as an assistant. But Darian was unwilling. "I won't be an assistant, I need an independent laboratory to continue my research project." "What project?" Darian pulled out a bottle of red potion from his pocket. It was the life potion he had given Blade before. "This is what I'm researching, the life potion. 1 sip refreshes the mind, 2 sips banish fatigue, 3 sips grant immortality." That last part isn't possible, but it can cure most diseases. Listening to this sales pitch that sounded like fake medicine, the recruiter suspiciously asked, "Are you sure it's that miraculous?" "Of course, if you don't hire me, I'll go to Stark Industries next door. Tony Stark, that mustache man, would be very happy to take me in." Hearing this, the recruiter immediately became serious. "Please wait, I need to consult my superior." With that, he immediately picked up the phone to contact his superior. Not long after, an old man in a suit walked into the room. "Oh, Mr. Osborn." The applicant was shocked. How did he manage to summon his boss? Norman ignored him, his eyes fixed on Darian and the life potion in his hand. "You're saying this bottle can cure most diseases?" NPC, Norman Osborn. Codename, Green Goblin. Affection, 0, Evaluation, Marvel Goblin, Spider-Man's nemesis, one of Peter's uncles. Status, suffering from a hereditary disease, not long to live. That's right. Darian looked at Norman's information and happily added, even if it can't completely cure terminal illnesses, for things like hereditary diseases, it can effectively alleviate symptoms, allowing the patient to return to a healthy state. Consistent use will keep them free from the troubles of illness. Hearing this, Norman seemed to see hope, but his expression remained calm. Can I send this bottle for testing? Of course. Chapter 41. Chapter 41. It seems I've infiltrated the lair of supervillains. 1114 words. 1 chapters will be uploaded on daily basis, i.e. 7 chapters will be uploaded every week apart from the bonus chapters. 1 bonus chapter will be uploaded for every 100 Power Stones or 1000 collections. All interested readers can read advanced chapters on p@atrian.com Heroic Verse. The Osborne Group, as expected of a large company, was highly efficient, and the test results were quickly released. Just as Darian had said, a patient suffering from cancer, after drinking the elixir of life, miraculously recovered normal bodily functions in an extremely short period. Aside from the remaining cancer cells in his body, he was otherwise similar to a healthy ordinary person. As long as he continued to take this elixir, even cancer would not pose a threat to his life. Unfortunately, after detailed analysis by the Osborne Group's top research department, they were unable to analyze any of the elixir's components, let alone replicate it. Upon hearing this conclusion, Norman was both surprised and disappointed. He immediately turned to Darian, asking eagerly, "Mr. Darian, how much more of this elixir of life do you have?" Darian shook his head. "None left. This is the only bottle I've successfully made so far." "Norman, why didn't you say so earlier, you bastard?" Norman's composure instantly crumbled. If he had known, he definitely would have drunk it himself. Before Norman could recover from his annoyance, Darian immediately added, "However, with enough materials and time, I can try to make more elixir of life." Actually, Darian still had some elixir of life, but he certainly wouldn't just take it out like that, otherwise, how could he continue fishing? Hearing this, the gloom on Norman's face immediately vanished, replaced by an incredibly eager smile. He stepped forward and patted Darian's shoulder firmly. "Mr. Darian, you are officially hired. From now on, you are a senior researcher at our Osborne Group. I will arrange your laboratory as soon as possible. Feel free to ask for anything you need. The Osborne Group will fully meet your research requirements. As for salary and benefits, I can offer you the highest specifications, including a residence and a car worth no less than $1 million. I guarantee you won't be disappointed, Mr. Darian. How does that sound?" Darian's expression became serious, and his tone was firm. "I am willing to go through fire and water for the Osborne Group, Mr. Osborne." Norman smiled contentedly. "Very good. Later, I will send someone to show you around the Osborne Group. I have only one request, and that is to produce new elixir of life as soon as possible." "No problem, Mr. Osborne." Darian nodded in agreement. After a few more polite exchanges, Norman turned and left. As the big boss of the Osborne Group, he was very busy, unlike a gentleman like Tony, who directly threw all his work to his female assistant, Pepper. Not long after, the door was pushed open, and a blonde girl in a white lab coat walked in from outside. "Hello, Mr. Darian, I'm Gwen Stacy, and I'm responsible for familiarizing you with the Osborne Group," Gwen smiled. "All right." Led by Gwen, Darian began to tour the Osborne building. First, they came to the Osborne Group's biology department and met its head. "This is Professor Kurt Connors, an outstanding scientist at our Osborne Group," Gwen introduced. "Hello, nice to meet you." Professor Connors was gentle and extended his left hand proactively. Darian noticed he had no right arm and curiously glanced at his information. NPC, Kurt Connors. Codename, Dr. Lizard. Affection, 0. Rating, Marvel Lizard, Spider-Man's archenemy, Peter's mentor. Status, armless. Another supervillain? Darian was slightly surprised. He seemed to have encountered quite a few supervillains today, and each of them had a close relationship with Peter and became Spider-Man's enemies. Could it be that this unlucky child Peter has some kind of curse on him? Afterward, Gwen took Darian to visit other departments of the Osborne Group, where he saw various research projects, both developed and under development, each of which could be called black technology. Darian's eyes were truly opened, and he genuinely witnessed the Osborne Group's strong capital. He scanned the heads of various departments, all of whom were top experts in their respective fields, as if all the top talents in America were gathered at the Osborne Group. In contrast, Stark Industries was basically supported by Tony alone. Thinking about it this way, Tony seemed even more formidable. While riding the elevator, a bespectacled black man rushed in hurriedly. Sorry. The bespectacled black man repeatedly apologized to Darian and Gwen while frantically pressing the elevator button. Darian saw the man's shiny, almost reflective forehead and thought he was another top talent, subconsciously checking his information. NPC, Max Dillon. Codename, Electro. Affection, 0. Rating, Power Bank, Spider-Man's archenemy, Spider-Man's little fanboy. Darian. No, have I infiltrated the supervillain's lair? Why are there supervillains everywhere I go? The most outrageous thing is that these are all Spider-Man's archenemies. Darian felt that the Osborne Group could even change its name to the Spider-Man Villain Training Center. Thinking of this, he couldn't help but look suspiciously at Gwen beside him. Could this one also be one of Spider-Man's archenemies? NPC, Gwen Stacy. Codename, Ghost Spider. Affection, 0. Rating, daughter of the New York police chief, also Spider-Man in the parallel universe Earth-65, Spider-Gwen. Alright, not a Spider-Man archenemy, but another version of Spider-Man. The Osborne Group truly is a place where talent abound. Darian couldn't help but exclaim. Then, he asked, System, what does Earth-65 mean? That is the server number of the game. Each server corresponds to a randomly generated independent game world, which may contain NPC individuals you are familiar with, but they are completely different existences. This time, the game system didn't use official jargon to perfunctorily answer Darian, but seriously answered his question. Darian immediately became interested and asked, Then can I go to other game servers? Yes, players can unlock access to other servers by continuing to raise their identity authority. Awesome. Darian couldn't help but get excited. He found that the content of this game seemed to be far richer than he had imagined. Now there's a lot to play. Darian asked, What's the number of our server? Earth 9527. This number is good. Not long after, Darian finished touring the Osborne building. However, he still failed to discover Norman's secret project in cooperation with the military. Needless to say, it must have been hidden by Norman. Darian was not in a hurry. Anyway, Nick Fury didn't set a time limit, so he could just slack off at the Osborne Group and continue reading his comic books. Chapter 42. Chapter 42. You're a scientist. Why are you talking about metaphysics with me? 1,248 words. 1 chapters will be uploaded on daily basis, i.e. 7 chapters will be uploaded every week apart from the bonus chapters. 1 bonus chapter will be uploaded for every 100 Power Stones or 1,000 collections. All interested readers can read advanced chapters on p@atreon.com Heroic Verse. Under Osborne's personal arrangements, Darian's project laboratory was quickly set up. This exclusive laboratory was not only spacious and independent but also equipped with a large amount of professional research equipment and ample experimental materials for him to use at any time. Osborne had originally planned to assign Darian several researchers and assistants to help with the work. However, Darian decisively refused, only allowing Gwen, an Osborne Group intern, to be his assistant. Time flew by. A few days later, Osborne came to Darian's laboratory, eager to learn about the research progress. He pushed open the laboratory door, and a strong, peculiar smell immediately wafted out. Darian and Gwen were gathered around the experimental bench, and on the bench, there was a steaming curry pot. When blanching tripe, you must follow the 7-up, 8-down principle, understood? I understand. Gwen unskillfully blanched the tripe with chopsticks, her focused expression as if she were operating some precise experimental instrument. The two were engrossed in the curry pot, completely unaware of Osborne at the door. What are you two doing? Osborne finally couldn't bear it any longer and couldn't help but question them. Seeing Osborne's arrival, Gwen's hand trembled in fright, and the tripe she had just picked up almost fell back into the pot. Darian calmly raised his head and replied, "Can't you tell? We're developing a life potion. If you didn't say it, I really wouldn't have known." Osborne pointed at the boiling chicken pot, a vein throbbing on his forehead, and gritted his teeth. "Don't tell me this pot of stuff is the life potion." Darian explained earnestly, "That's right, Mr. Osborne, we are developing a curry-flavored life potion. In the future, we also plan to develop more flavors of life potion, so patients will have more choices based on their preferences." Osborne, ? Are you out of your mind? Who would make so many flavors for a medicine? This is medicine, not a snack. But Osborne was in no mood to delve into this issue now and asked directly, "How much longer will it take to develop one bottle of life potion?" Darian could clearly sense the unconcealed urgency in Osborne's words. It was clear that Osborne's physical condition was getting worse and worse. "Maybe 1 or 2 weeks, or about a month," Darian said casually. Hearing this answer, Osborne's face turned ashen. He took a deep breath and said in a low voice, "Can the development process of the life potion be accelerated?" Darian asked curiously, "Why, Mr. Osborne, do you need it urgently?" "Don't ask what you shouldn't ask." "Alright, that's a bit difficult. The main thing is, this stuff depends on fate." Osborne, ? You're a scientist, and you're talking about fate, a metaphysical concept, with me? Is that appropriate? Osborne felt that Darian was a bit unreliable and said with an ashen face, "I don't care what method you use, you must produce a bottle of life potion within 2 days. I'll do my best." Darian spread his hands, Osborne snorted coldly, and left the laboratory. Gwen put down her chopsticks and looked at Darian worriedly. "Darian, is this really okay?" These past few days, she had been eating, drinking, and having fun doing scientific research with Darian, so their relationship had become much closer. Gwen was worried that if Darian couldn't produce the life potion, Osborne would settle accounts with him later. "Don't worry, nothing will happen." Darian waved his hand dismissively. Anyway, he never really intended to work for Osborne. What's the use of an NPC that can't even issue quest? It looks like I can start acting now. Darian pulled out a black access card from his hand and thought to himself. After days of observation, he discovered a secret floor hidden deep within the Osborne building, but that floor could only be unlocked with Osborne's exclusive access card. Just as Osborne had approached earlier, Darian had swiped the access card from his pocket. After a brief explanation to Gwen, Darian also left the laboratory. He didn't act immediately but first slipped into an empty restroom and put on a disguise mask. Yes, that's right, it was Stain's mask. Then, he swaggered towards the elevator, waiting for it to descend. At this moment, an employee carrying documents happened to walk by and inadvertently caught a glimpse of the highly recognizable face in front of the elevator, immediately turning pale with shock. "Mr. Stain?" As the former second-in-command and major shareholder of Stark Industries, Stain had a considerable reputation in the business and technology circles, so being recognized was perfectly normal. It's me." Darian mimicked Stain's arrogant and indifferent tone, nodding slightly. Just as the elevator door opened, he stepped in, unhesitatingly placing the access card on the sensor area and lighting up the bottommost button, which had never been accessible to ordinary employees. As the elevator door slowly closed, the employee outside breathed a sigh of relief, patting his chest. One had to admit, the oppressive aura of a big shot like Stain was truly strong. But soon, he suddenly realized something was wrong. Wait a minute, didn't the overwhelming news reports a while ago say that Stain died in an accident? So, that was. The employee swallowed, a chill running down his spine. Oh my, he seemed to have seen a ghost just now. Ding. The elevator door smoothly slid open, arriving at the mysterious last floor. Darian stepped out and found that it was completely different from the bright laboratories upstairs. Rather than a laboratory, it was more like a combination of a high-tech armory and a private research center. In the most prominent central area, there was a cool-looking green flying glider, and on the shelves nearby, there were neatly arranged a dozen pumpkin-shaped metal bombs, as well as a set of dark green tight-fitting combat gear. Good heavens, the game designer actually hid so many treasures here. Darian's eyes lit up immediately. He didn't hesitate, directly activating the automatic pickup mode, and put all these equipment and weapons into his game inventory. After doing all this, he turned his gaze to a corner where an encrypted computer terminal connected to an independent network was located. Darian took out his hacker phone and easily cracked and infiltrated this computer terminal. As the screen unlocked, a large number of encrypted files appeared. Darian quickly found a secret file marked with the Department of Defense emblem. Clicking to view it, the file revealed that Osborn was cooperating with the military, attempting to replicate a super soldier serum project from World War II. The report showed that after countless failures, 2 serum samples had been successfully replicated, but it was marked in bold red next to them, untested on humans, unknown risks. The moment Darian confirmed the content of this secret file, the system's prompt sounded in his mind. Quest: Investigate Osborn Group Settlement complete. Reward: 1,000 experience points, 20 SHIELD reputation. Item: Death Energy Bomb. Item: Death Energy Bullet. Upon being hit, the target's head ignites with flames, body attributes are greatly enhanced, and they desperately complete the last regretted thing before being hit. Side effects include clothes bursting, easily leading to public humiliation. Chapter 43. Chapter 43. Before I die, I must take Betty to Iceland to see the aurora. 1,366 words. 1 chapters will be uploaded on daily basis, i.e. 7 chapters will be uploaded every week apart from the bonus chapters. 1 bonus chapter will be uploaded for every 100 Power Stones or 1,000 collections. All interested readers can read advanced chapters on p@atrian.com. Heroic verse. Osborn Group suffers major theft. This news quickly spread throughout the Osborn Group, causing a stir. Just recently, several valuable core products or prototypes within the Osborn Group vanished without a trace, their whereabouts still unknown, resulting in heavy losses. Even more outrageous, according to information leaked from an unknown source, someone witnessed the suspect's appearance firsthand. It was none other than Stark Industries' former second-largest shareholder, Obadiah Stane. For a time, rumors flew. Some said Stane never died and had been lurking within the Osborn building. Others claimed Stane's ghost had been resurrected, but since he lived and died for Stark Industries, even as a ghost, he wouldn't forget to go through fire and water for Stark Industries, specifically coming to the Osborn Group to cause trouble. Even more, it was rumored that Stane had become a man-eating ghoul, wandering and preying within the Osborn Group, and Dr. Darian, who mysteriously disappeared shortly after joining, was the best evidence of his malevolence. All in all, these matters had nothing to do with Darian, who had already fled at light speed. After Darian transmitted the acquired data to Director Fury, Director Fury's face grew darker, his voice suppressing anger. It must be that old General Ross again. It seems he hasn't given up on that damned super soldier program. Agent Darian, I have an urgent mission for you. Just recently, General Ross illegally accessed SHIELD's encrypted database and used it to pinpoint Bruce Banner's location. I need you to return to Bruce Banner immediately and absolutely not let him fall into General Ross's hand. NPC Director Fury has issued you a new mission. Mission: Bruce Banner Protection Battle. Objective: do not let Bruce Banner fall into General Ross's hands. Reward: EXP plus 1,500, SHIELD reputation plus 30, random equipment *1, random item *1. Is Bruce a ball? Why is he constantly being fought over by SHIELD and the military? Darian said in surprise. When did SHIELD's security system become like Hammer Industries'? Not long ago, he heard Tony constantly complain about Hammer Industries' security system, and he didn't expect SHIELD's security system to be breached so soon. Director Fury gritted his teeth and said, "That's because of the World Security Council. They gave General Ross special authorization. While SHIELD oversees global extraordinary events, it is also supervised by the World Security Council, composed of representatives from multiple countries. Even Director Fury, the director of SHIELD, has to abide by the Council's resolutions on certain levels, no matter how idiotic those resolutions may be." Upon hearing this, Darian immediately patted his chest and said, "Director, as long as you give me a mission, I guarantee I'll chop down those council members and support you to become the boss." By then, SLD will be unstoppable, invincible, and will fight all the way to the moon, flattening the entire. Stop, stop, stop. Hold it right there. Director Fury's voice changed in fright, and he quickly interrupted Darian's dangerous speech. A chill ran down his spine, fearing that if Darian continued to speak carelessly, SLD would be branded as the second HWDOA by the entire world and be wiped out tomorrow. I'll handle these matters. You just need to complete your mission. After Director Fury finished speaking, he immediately hung up the phone, afraid Darian would utter more dangerous remarks. Night. Several military tactical vehicles swiftly drove into Harlem. Above, several armed helicopters hovered and roared, their searchlight beams illuminating the area below. A soldier who looked very skilled at playing the piano was the first to jump out of a military tactical vehicle, holding a firearm, and charged purposefully towards a nearby building. Other soldiers followed closely behind, pouring into the building like a tide, leaving only a portion of the soldiers outside on high alert. Bang! Just then, a sniper shot pierced the night sky. A window pane of that building shattered in response, turning into countless sparkling fragments scattered on the ground. Hearing the gunshot, passers-by instinctively and skillfully clutched their heads and crouched down. As New York City residents, this was a skill everyone possessed. Soon, everyone saw Bruce Banner, tightly bound with restraints and his face bruised, being escorted out by a group of soldiers. "Dad, please let him go." Bruce's girlfriend, Betty, who was also General Ross's daughter, was crying bitterly, pleading with her father. General Ross, however, remained unmoved, coldly stating, "Bruce Banner is a fugitive. I will never let him go. If you weren't my daughter, I would have had you handcuffed and taken away by now." General Ross strongly disliked Bruce as a son-in-law. This was evident from the 8 years he spent tirelessly pursuing Bruce across the globe. Meeting such a hardcore father-in-law, Bruce could be said to be utterly unlucky. He never imagined that the one accompanying him on his global travels wasn't his girlfriend, but a bearded old man. Of course, Bruce knew that General Ross's true target wasn't himself, but the green monster within him. This cold-blooded general was single-mindedly devoted to his super soldier modification plan, attempting to use the Hulk to create a super soldier surpassing Captain America, which was why he so persistently pursued him. But now, Bruce was no longer worried at all. Because he had successfully developed an antidote to eliminate the Hulk. And the antidote's effect was very significant. General Ross almost beat Bruce into a pig's head, yet he didn't see any trace of green on Bruce's face. In contrast, General Ross was so angry he was turning red, he now looked like he was about to transform into a red giant. One must know that General Ross's core objective in pursuing Bruce for 8 years was for the Hulk. Now that Bruce had injected the antidote, the Hulk might disappear completely, meaning General Ross's painstakingly developed super soldier modification plan would be utterly ruined. 8 years of youth all gone to water. One can imagine General Ross's mood at this moment. The more General Ross thought about it, the angrier he got, and he fiercely threatened Bruce, "If the Hulk is gone, I guarantee you'll be finished." Bruce didn't respond. He knew his fate would not be good if he fell into General Ross's hands. But Bruce had no regrets whatsoever. For him, the Hulk was a nightmare. Even the topics he discussed with his girlfriend dared not exceed an 18+ rating, for fear that a moment of excitement would send his girlfriend flying on the spot. Thinking of this, Bruce looked at the tearful Betty, his voice filled with deep regret. "Betty, I don't regret what I've done. My only regret is that I couldn't keep our promise to take you to Iceland to see the aurora. It's okay, Bruce, I don't blame you." Betty covered her mouth and cried bitterly. Bang! A gunshot suddenly broke the couple's poignant moment. An orange bullet precisely hit Bruce's forehead, and Bruce fell to the ground. Everyone present was stunned. General Ross was the first to react, his eyes bloodshot as he scanned his surroundings, roaring, "Who fired the shot? Who was it?" Seeing Bruce's death, General Ross appeared more anxious than anyone else. "Bruce. No." Betty screamed heartbreakingly, looking at her fallen lover. However, in the next instant, Bruce's tightly closed eyes suddenly snapped open. His body sprang up from the stretcher like a spring, and at the same time, his clothes and restraints instantly ripped apart with a tearing sound, revealing the brand new green underwear beneath. A burning flame blazed above his head. Bruce's eyes were sharp as knives, filled with unwavering determination, and he roared to the sky. "Before I die, I must take Betty to Iceland to see the aurora." As his voice fell, Bruce scooped Betty into his arms and instantly burst forth with speed far exceeding human limits, dashing towards the distance, leaving only a crowd of stunned onlookers in place. Chapter 44. Chapter 44. Have a safe trip, Bruce. 1,310 words. 1 chapters will be uploaded on daily basis, i.e. 7 chapters will be uploaded every week apart from the bonus chapters. 1 bonus chapter will be uploaded for every 100 Power Stones or 1,000 collections. All interested readers can read advanced chapters on p@atreon.com Heroic Verse. No one expected Bruce to be resurrected after being shot in the head. Even more unexpectedly, this seemingly frail scientist not only broke free from the sturdy restraints but also ran incredibly fast while carrying a woman. Even General Ross was stunned by this scene. Isn't such a powerful physique exactly the super soldier he had always dreamed of? If he had known this, why would he have been so fixated on Hulk? He should have just tied Bruce up and taken him back for research. As for the mastermind behind all this, needless to say, it was Darian, who had quietly arrived on the scene. Seeing such a large-scale military encirclement, Darian decisively abandoned the idea of rescuing Bruce in public. So, he used the newly acquired Death Energy bullet and secretly fired one at Bruce. According to the description of the Death Energy bullet, anyone hit by it would try their best to complete the most regrettable thing they had before being hit. Bruce had just told Betty that his biggest regret was not being able to go to Iceland with her to see the aurora. Therefore, Bruce would absolutely not release the Death Energy state until this wish was fulfilled. Wait. Darian suddenly discovered a blind spot. In the Death Energy state, it seemed that actions like buying plane tickets or taking a plane would not occur. In other words, Bruce could only run to Iceland on foot. Have a safe trip, Bruce. I hope you too have a good time in Iceland. Darian looked at the receding figure, silently sending his blessings. General Ross finally came back to his senses. Seeing Bruce about to disappear from sight, he immediately roared into the communicator. Attention all. The target is escaping. Capture him. Remember to capture him alive. With the order given, the soldiers quickly moved into action. However, General Ross looked around and found a crucial figure missing. Where is Blonsky? Emil Blonsky was a top Special Forces soldier General Ross had seconded from the Royal Marines. Not long ago, Blonsky had been injected with the super soldier serum replicated by Osborne Group and had successfully survived, gaining a physique far beyond ordinary people. However, this was still somewhat short of the super soldier in General Ross's mind, and it still couldn't shake Hulk's position in his heart. A soldier immediately pointed to the building where Bruce had been hiding and reported, "Blonsky's team went in to apprehend the target and hasn't come out since. What's going on?" General Ross frowned, about to contact Blonsky. At this moment, a sudden change occurred. Bang! On the top floor of the building where Bruce had been hiding, a heavy medical operating table suddenly smashed through the wall, plummeted down from a height with a whistling sound, and crashed heavily onto the ground, making a huge noise. Accompanied by a shrill scream, several soldiers were thrown dozens of meters away by a terrifying force from the newly broken hole in the wall, slamming heavily into the wall of a distant building and instantly losing all signs of life. Boom! Another loud bang. The wall of that building was blasted open again, creating a huge hole, with bricks and debris flying everywhere, stirring up a sky full of dust. Amidst the swirling dust, a massive figure slowly emerged from the broken hole. Its height was a full 3 meters, its skin was grayish-green, covered with wrinkles and scale-like patterns, its muscles were bulging and swollen, and all its joints were covered with ferocious, sharp bone spurs, like natural killing weapons, making people shudder. Then, the monster leaped from the edge of the tall building, its feet landing heavily on the hard concrete road, directly creating 2 craters. "Hulk! Come out! Fight me again!" The monster's roar, full of savage fighting intent, instantly echoed throughout the entire area. At the same time, the system's voice sounded in Darian's mind. "Player, please note, Boss activity officially begins. Target: defeat Abomination Emil Blonsky. Reward: depends on the damage dealt by the player to the boss. The higher the damage, the richer the reward. At this moment, General Ross and the soldiers' attention was firmly drawn to the sudden appearance of Abomination. Is this Hulk? No, Bruce had clearly run off long ago. General Ross had no time to think and immediately commanded, "Open fire." Fire at it. Da. Countless flashes of fire erupted from gun muzzles. The soldiers on the ground immediately turned their guns and launched a fierce attack on the huge grayish-green figure in the field. However, these soldiers' firearms had no effect on Abomination at all. Bullets only caused faint sparks when they hit Abomination's body. Facing these tickle-like attacks, Abomination did not choose to hold back against its former comrades. It bared its fanged maw, revealing a ferocious and cruel smile, then took heavy strides, rushing to the nearest group of soldiers in the blink of an eye, and began a frenzied slaughter of the surrounding soldier. How could the soldiers be a match for this terrifying monster? Accompanied by bursts of short, shrill screams, soldiers fell one after another, suffering extremely heavy losses. Ha 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 ha. This power is simply amazing. Abomination felt the surging power within its body, letting out a rough, piercing maniacal laugh. General Ross was escorted by soldiers to a safe area in the rear. He looked at Abomination, which was even more brutal than Hulk, and gritted his teeth, saying, "Abandon the pursuit of Bruce Banner. All troops immediately return to Harlem. Concentrate fire and take down this monster." Upon receiving General Ross's order, the troop vehicles that were originally trying to intercept Bruce on the outskirts immediately turned around and approached Abomination in the center of the street. Abomination was completely unfazed by the concentrated firepower. It casually grabbed a car from the roadside and forcefully hurled it at an infantry fighting vehicle that was accelerating towards it. Bang! A heavy impact sound rang out. The infantry fighting vehicle was severely deformed and rolled away, its soldiers' fates unknown. Fart! An anti-tank missile, trailing a fiery exhaust, whistled out and accurately hit Abomination's chest. A huge explosion of fire instantly engulfed Abomination. It hit. The soldiers let out a brief cheer. However, before the smoke completely dispersed, a massive figure charged out, completely unharmed. On Abomination's grayish-green chest, there was only a scorched mark, not even a scratch on its skin. It rushed in front of this group of soldiers, swung its enormous fist at them, and directly smashed them into several lumps of flesh and blood. Inside the command vehicle in the distance, General Ross saw this scene through the remote monitoring screen, and his face instantly became rigid. Only a monster can defeat a monster. Although General Ross had never heard this saying, he understood its meaning. But the problem was, Bruce, the only one who could fight Abomination right now, had long since run off with his daughter to who knows where. Abomination's slaughter continued. It wasn't a mindless brute like Hulk, trading intelligence for strength. In its enhanced state, it retained a bit of its original intelligence, not much, but better than none. As a former member of the military, Abomination knew all the troop deployments, and coupled with its current powerful body, killing was effortless. Give me a stronger opponent. Abomination easily wiped out another squad, feeling an explosion of confidence, and couldn't help but let out an arrogant roar. Just then, a cold mechanical voice suddenly rang out. Protocol 1, Link Pilot. Chapter 45, Titan Technology, Kid. 1,174 words. 1 chapters will be uploaded on daily basis, i.e. 7 chapters will be uploaded every week apart from the bonus chapters. 1 bonus chapter will be uploaded for every 100 Power Stones or 1,000 collections. All interested readers can read advanced chapters on p@atrian.com Heroic Verse. A cold mechanical voice suddenly rang out. The Abomination looked over, only to see a military green mech abruptly appear on the street. Unlike Tony's humanoid armor, this mech was exceptionally massive and heavy, like a mobile steel fortress. It held a huge XO-16 chain gun in its hand, with small missile pods mounted on both shoulders, and at the core of the mecha's head was a large rectangular optical sensor array, emitting a bright blue light. On the side of its head, the designation BT-7274 was clearly visible. This mech was the reward Darien received after defeating the Ironmonger, the BT-7274 Vanguard-class Titan. He had considered summoning it when he fought the Hulk, but the environment of Midtown High School was too confined, unsuitable for a high-mobility mech like the BT-7274 to operate. Now, he finally had a chance to summon this mech and play around with it. Seeing the appearance of BT, the Abomination was momentarily stunned. What is this thing? Tony Stark's new toy? The Abomination had heard of Tony Stark's deeds, and this mech made him instinctively assume it was the latest generation of armor developed by Stark. But he quickly recovered, his eyes showing deep disdain. How could a mere armor compare to his powerful, battle-hardened body? No matter what it is, it can't stop my strength. The Abomination roared, taking huge strides, and charged fiercely towards BT. At this moment, Darien in the cockpit had completed the neural link with BT, achieving a 100% synchronization rate, truly becoming one with the machine. With a thought from Darien, BT's thick mechanical arm immediately raised the XO-16 chain gun, its muzzle precisely locking onto the charging Abomination. Da. In an instant, a deafening roar tore through the air. Scorching bullet chains spewed wildly from the muzzle, transforming into a deadly storm of metal, furiously showering down upon the Abomination's massive body. The power of the XO-16 chain gun was extremely ferocious. Even the Abomination's formidable body, capable of withstanding missile bombardment, suffered several gruesome wounds where its tough skin was torn open after enduring this brutal barrage, with dark green blood gushing out. It should be noted that Titans typically fight other Titans. To penetrate the black tech armor of a Titan, the destructive power of the weapon naturally wouldn't be weak. How is this possible? Feeling waves of intense pain from his body, the Abomination was utterly shocked. Since transforming into this form, he had never been injured to such an extent by any weapon, even heavy artillery bombardment from the military had merely tickled him. Yet, this mech in front of him could actually breach his defenses. For the Abomination, who pursued power, this was an absolutely unbearable humiliation. Damn tin can! I'll tear you into scrap metal. The Abomination endured the sharp pain from his wounds and rushed to BT with astonishing speed. The next moment, he suddenly swung his massive fist, accompanied by a terrifying whooshing sound, and slammed it down towards BT's head. However, Darien, who was controlling BT, had a 100% synchronization rate. At this moment, BT's reactions and agility were like a massive extension of Darien's body. The instant the Abomination's fist came crashing down, BT's massive and heavy frame displayed incredible flexibility. Its upper body slid back and tilted, effortlessly dodging the Abomination's colossal fist. At the same time, BT's left mechanical arm retracted sharply. Driven by the hydraulic system, several tons of metal joints delivered a mechanical elbow strike squarely to the Abomination's huge face. Thai boxing warning. Bang. Crack. A chilling, dull thud, mixed with the distinct sound of bone cracking, suddenly erupted. The Abomination's massive body was directly elbowed off its feet, flying backward and crashing heavily into a distant abandoned factory, kicking up a large amount of dust and rubble. Strike while the iron is hot. Darien didn't hesitate for a moment, and while the Abomination was still struggling to get up, he controlled BT to rush in front of him. The XO-16 chain gun neatly retracted into its arm-mounted interface. Immediately after, two massive iron fists were raised high, unleashing a torrent of continuous heavy punches on the Abomination, who was just struggling up from the wall. Bang! 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 The impact sounds exploded like a drumbeat of war. The Abomination's face was continuously deformed by the iron fists, and dark green blood and shattered bone fragments splattered everywhere with each punch. Darien, getting carried away, even instinctively controlled BT to throw in a few low kicks. But upon closer inspection, he found that the Abomination's massive lower body was completely bare. He didn't know if the Abomination had used too much technology, but although his head hadn't become pointed, a certain organ symbolizing gender had disappeared. Good heavens, I'll call you America's invincible Dongfang Bubai. For a moment, the street echoed with terrifying, bone-chilling impact sounds, making everyone's scalp tingle. Is this Stark's new toy? General Ross, like the Abomination, also mistook BT for armor developed by Tony. Watching Darien, who was piloting BT and suppressing the abomination without any chance of retaliation, General Ross's long-held belief began to waver involuntarily. Had his super soldier program become obsolete? Was piloting mechs the right path? Bastard! The suppressed abomination let out an earth-shattering roar, then powerfully kicked BT's frame, pushing the heavy mech off him. He then quickly got up, disregarding his injuries, and stomped his feet hard on the ground. Boom! The hard pavement instantly cracked. Using the powerful recoil, the abomination, like a cannonball, rushed in front of BT in a blink of an eye, then raised both fists and slammed them into BT's frame. Shields activated. BT's distinctive cold mechanical voice rang out. In an instant, an invisible energy ripple immediately covered the mecha's surface, firmly blocking the abomination's fists, which were capable of crushing tank. The abomination was visibly stunned. What the hell is this? Titan technology, kid. Darien's voice came through BT. Before he finished speaking, BT's right mechanical arm ejected a Titan broadsword, and without hesitation, it powerfully slashed at the abomination's head. The abomination's pupils constricted, his keen intuition for danger making him react instantly, immediately raising his arm to block in front of him. Fart! The sharp blade flashed with a cold light, easily severing the abomination's thick wrist. Roar! The abomination let out a heart-wrenching shriek of pain, blood continuously gushing from his severed wrist. But Darien's movements were unceasing. He controlled BT to spin and swing its arm, the massive blade carving several arcs in the air, fiercely hacking and slashing at the abomination's huge body. Accompanied by tearing sounds, several bone-deep wounds appeared on the abomination's body. Instantly, a large amount of blood surged out from the torn flesh. Chapter 46. Chapter 46. Eat My Plasma Railgun. 1,352 words. 1 chapters will be uploaded on daily basis, i.e. 7 chapters will be uploaded every week apart from the bonus chapters. 1 bonus chapter will be uploaded for every 100 Power Stones or 1,000 collections. All interested readers can read advanced chapters on p@atreon.com. Heroic verse. Roar, roar, roar. Abomination suffered a heavy blow, letting out a painful, shrill roar. It had already been injected with a replicated super soldier serum, and even fused with a small amount of Hulk blood. It was full of technology and advanced techniques, a crystallization of cutting-edge biotechnology. Yet, it was still mercilessly beaten by the BT controlled by Darien. How could Abomination accept this? Damn it! A fierce glint flashed in Abomination's eyes. It extended its intact right hand and grabbed the BT's mechanical arm, which was holding the Titan greatsword. Ignoring the sharp pain from its severed left wrist, Abomination swung its left arm, pounding and smashing the BT's chassis like a pile driver. Under Abomination's desperate and fierce assault, the invisible protective shield covering the BT's body violently fluctuated, its energy rapidly depleting at a visible rate. Inside the cockpit, Darien remained calm and quickly opened the missile bays on both sides of the BT's shoulders. Immediately, several miniature missiles shot out scorching tail flames, delivering a zero-range, face-to-face bombardment to Abomination. Boom! A deafening explosion suddenly erupted. The powerful shockwave detonated between them, instantly sending Abomination flying. Protected by the energy shield, the BT suffered no damage. After tumbling 2.5 times in the air, it landed steadily on the ground. Next, the BT's weapon switched to a sniper cannon with a long barrel. Darien raised the gun, locking onto Abomination, who was struggling to get up from the ground. The energy core in the center of the gun hummed as it began to charge, emitting a dangerous orange-red glow. Eat My Plasma Railgun. Boom! A blinding orange-red beam erupted, shooting directly towards Abomination with the force of thunder. Abomination had no time to make any evasive moves. Its massive body was instantly pierced by the terrifying beam. It lowered its head in disbelief. In the center of its chest, a huge charred hole had appeared. The flesh and blood at the edges of the penetrated area sizzled under the plasma's high temperature, while its internal organs and bones were completely carbonized. How could this be? Abomination let out a final, unwilling growl. Then, its eyes gradually lost focus, and its massive body crashed to the ground, kicking up a cloud of dust. The next moment, the system's notification sound echoed in Darian's mind. You have successfully defeated Boss Abomination Emil Blonsky. Calculating damage rewards. Rewards are as follows: 15,000 experience points, 7 free attribute points, skill Fiery Golden Eyes, equipment Lee's Mother King Flying Dagger, item Cat's Memory, item Senzu Bean. Skill: Fiery Golden Eyes can see through all falsehoods or disguises, directly piercing to the true essence, including beauty filters and makeup sorcery. From now on, you no longer have to worry about being catfished online. Equipment: Lee's Mother King Flying Dagger, number 1 on the weapons ranking, never misses. Item: Cat's Memory can force one person to watch a cat's memory. The visuals are too terrifying, and the viewer will have unpredictable reactions. Please use with caution. Item: Senzu Bin instantly restores stamina and internal-external injuries, but is ineffective against illnesses. One bin can ward off hunger for 10 days. Compared to the previous 2 boss battles, the rewards this time were much more generous. Darian guessed it was related to the boss's strength. He skillfully allocated the free attribute points to the 3 major attributes, and his strength increased again. After eliminating Abomination, Darian ignored General Ross and his troops in the distance, controlling the BT to quickly leave the scene. The next day, news of the fierce battle that erupted in Harlem last night quickly made headlines across major media outlets. Aside from the Daily Bugle's usual negative reports on Spider-Man, all other newspapers focused on the battle between Darian's BT and Abomination last night. Many people believed the BT was a new type of battle armor created by Tony Stark. However, this news was quickly and explicitly denied by Stark Industries' public relations department after it spread. This denial only made people more curious about the BT's origins, leading to widespread speculation about who the pilot of this mysterious mech truly was. At the same time, large-scale protest demonstrations appeared on the streets. Most of the participants were residents of Harlem, or citizens who happened to be in Harlem last night. And all these people had one thing in common: their houses and cars were damaged in last night's battle. It's important to remember that many people's houses and cars were purchased with loans. After painstakingly paying off loans for several years, or even decades, everything turned to dust overnight. Not only were their houses and cars gone, but they also had to continue repaying huge loans. Who could bear that? And with the secret push of a certain black-hearted bald egg, these victims all learned that the monster rampaging through Harlem that night was a soldier under General Ross. Upon learning the truth, the enraged public immediately pointed their fingers at General Ross, strongly demanding that the military compensate them for their losses. For a time, General Ross was caught in a whirlwind of public opinion, so preoccupied that he couldn't even bother with Bruce, who had run off with his daughter. Meanwhile, Darian also received a system notification. Mission Bruce Banner Defense Battle Settlement complete. Rewards obtained: 1,500 experience points, 30 SHIELD reputation, equipment Professor Young's Ring, item Hair Growth Solution. Equipment: Professor Young's Ring can instantly release ultra-high current. Item: Hair Growth Solution. After use, you can obtain a head of thick, lustrous hair, a blessing for programmers. It seems Bruce has escaped the military's pursuit. He wondered where he was now, and if he had left America. Agent Darian. Darian's wandering thoughts were suddenly interrupted. Nick Fury looked at him with a dark expression, knowing that this guy wasn't listening to him again. He said, "You caused quite a stir last night. Do you know how many people are looking for you out there right now?" Darian asked in confusion, "Why are they looking for me?" "Of course, it's for that big contraption of yours, especially the military. They're all contacting Tony Stark now, planning to have him build similar mechs, but Tony Stark refused." Nick Fury knew that mech was something Darian had created. This guy always came up with incredibly magical things he had never even heard of. Nick Fury had once tested the items Darian provided and found that their components couldn't be analyzed at all, as if these things didn't exist in this world. Even more peculiar, these items seemed to be automatically bound to Darian. Without his permission, even if others got their hands on them, they would instantly disappear and return to Darien. As for threatening Darien to hand over these items, Nick Fury had never even considered it. Don't be fooled by Darien's seemingly obedient performance when given missions. Nick Fury knew very well how uncontrollable this guy was. If anyone dared to provoke this guy, he would absolutely blow that person's head off without hesitation, and their status or position, no matter how high, would not be a factor in his consideration. In Darien's words, "I, a dignified fourth calamity, how dare you, a mere NPC, provoke me? Damn it, you don't want to live, do you?" Nick Fury had a deep understanding of this. The first time they met, Darien openly and unreservedly plotted to kill him right in front of him, saying he wanted to see if any equipment would drop. At that moment, Nick Fury almost thought this guy was a HYDRA remnant and had his hand on his gun. Looking back now, Nick Fury only felt a wave of relief. Fortunately, he didn't actually draw his gun then, otherwise SHELD would have been holding a memorial service the next day. Chapter 47, and he calls himself the God of Thunder? 1,179 words. 1 chapters will be uploaded on daily basis, i.e. 7 chapters will be uploaded every week apart from the bonus chapters. 1 bonus chapter will be uploaded for every 100 Power Stones or 1,000 collections. All interested readers can read advanced chapters on p@atreon.com heroic verse. Darien paid no mind to Fury's words. It was like in a game, where the NPC says the world will be destroyed if players don't act fast, but the players still leisurely mine, collect treasure chests everywhere, and don't take it seriously at all. Seeing Darien like this, Fury rubbed his temples helplessly. All in all, keep a low profile during this time. Coulson needs backup for a mission in New Mexico. I originally planned to send Hawkeye, who is on vacation, but now you go instead. NPC Fury has assigned you a new mission. Mission: support Coulson. Objective: go to New Mexico, find Coulson to rendezvous, and assist him in his mission. Reward: experience plus 1,000, SHIELD. Reputation plus 20, item *2. Understood, officer. After receiving the mission, Darien drove to the desert area of New Mexico that very day. He quickly found the small SHELD base that had been temporarily set up and met Coulson, the highest-ranking officer there. Village Chief, long time no see. How come your hairline is even higher? Coulson. As Fury's capable subordinate and SHIELD's recognized workaholic, he had almost no time off. Every day, he was either on a mission or on his way to a mission, rarely even seeing his cello-playing girlfriend. The long periods of travel, coupled with the unavoidable pressures of middle age, had made his hair increasingly sparse. Coulson just didn't understand. Darien was even more diligent than him in completing missions, so why didn't this guy lose hair? Coulson pretended not to hear Darien's latter words and cut straight to the chase. Not long ago, we detected an Einstein-Rosen bridge, which is a wormhole phenomenon, above this area. An alien object fell out of it. Darien asked curiously, "What kind of alien object is it?" "It's a hammer." Darien. Things were going well, so why did he suddenly start swearing? Seeing Darien's expression, Coulson explained, "I mean the alien object is a hammer." "Forget it, just come with me." With that, Coulson led Darien to the innermost part of the small base. As Coulson said, Darien saw a hammer, a square silver hammer that looked unremarkable. Coulson's expression was serious. "According to our tests, no one has been able to lift it so far. Even with heavy cranes, this hammer cannot be moved by even half a millimeter. But strangely, this doesn't seem to be due to the hammer's weight itself. We even tried digging out the soil beneath it, but even with just a little left, it could still support the hammer." "That amazing." Darien immediately became interested, walked up to the hammer, and grabbed its short handle. Just as he tried to exert force, the system's voice suddenly sounded. "You do not meet the usage requirements for this equipment. Usage requirement: righteousness greater than or equal to 1,000. Righteousness? Darien was a bit surprised. It was the first time he had seen equipment with usage requirements, and it was for the recently unlocked righteousness stat. Darian pulled up his personal attribute panel to check and found that his righteousness had already grown to 136. According to the system records, these points were accumulated when he inadvertently saved many lives while performing missions during this time, and also when he defeated supervillains like Abomination, which also yielded a large amount of righteousness. It seems I still have a lot of potential to be a superhero. Darian thought smugly. As for the nearly 200 points of sin, he selectively ignored them. What's wrong? Did you find anything? Seeing Darian holding the hammer handle and remaining silent for a long time, Coulson couldn't help but ask curiously. He knew Darian was not simple, and perhaps he could discover something. Darian decisively released the hammer's short handle and nodded. There are conditions for lifting this hammer. It's probably for people who are righteous, brave, upright, and responsible. So it's normal that you can't lift it. Coulson. Why do I feel like you're indirectly insulting me? Next, Coulson assigned Darian a job, which was to guard the hammer until all their related testing was completed. This job was quite easy. Darian somehow got a folding lounge chair and placed it not far from the hammer. He leisurely lay down, drinking an unknown beverage while reading a comic book. His relaxed demeanor made him look like he was on vacation. This made the surrounding SHIELD. Agents on patrol grind their teeth. They were already annoyed at work. Seeing this scene, their fists clenched. Night. Suddenly, heavy rain began to fall. As Darian was engrossed in his comic book, he heard Coulson's voice from the communicator. Darian, someone has broken into the base, and it seems he's heading in your direction. I know. Darian reluctantly got up from the lounge chair. He wanted to see which arrogant fellow dared to break into SHIELD's territory. With the sound of intense fighting and running, Darian soon saw that arrogant fellow. Chaz! Darian couldn't help but widen his eyes. The newcomer was a muscular, long-haired, blonde strongman. His wet long hair clung to his face, and his appearance was very similar to an actor he remembered. Hearing Darian's words, the muscular man loudly retorted, I am Thor, the great god of thunder, son of Odin. Darian chuckled, You're the god of thunder? Then I'm Zeus. How dare you? A mere mortal dares to blaspheme a god. Thor was furious. He roared and immediately charged, swinging his fist at Darian. It must be said, his speed was indeed astonishing, and his strength far surpassed ordinary people, which was why he was able to break through the outer agent's defenses and reach here. However, in Darian's eyes, this level of attack was nothing special. He didn't even bother to use a skill, simply raised his hand casually, and firmly grasped Thor's fist. How is this possible? Thor's face was filled with shock. Even without his divine power, his body was by no means something a mortal body could contend with. Yet, this person in front of him could block his fist so easily. Thor gritted his teeth and exerted force, but still couldn't break free from Darian's large hand. Darian looked at Thor's flushed face and asked with interest, You said you're the god of thunder, so you must be very resistant to electricity, right? What do you mean? Before Thor could finish his sentence, he felt a violent current instantly sweep through his body, and he began to twitch uncontrollably. A few seconds later, his eyes rolled back, and he fell stiffly to the ground, with wisps of white smoke rising from his body. Darian turned off Professor Young's ring on his finger. He looked at the unconscious Thor with a look of disdain, and he calls himself the God of Thunder. Chapter 48, You're a bit too extreme. 1,289 words. 1 chapters will be uploaded on daily basis, i.e. 7 chapters will be uploaded every week apart from the bonus chapters. 1 bonus chapter will be uploaded for every 100 Power Stones or 1,000 collections. All interested readers can read advanced chapters on p@atreon.com Heroic Verse. Soon, Coulson arrived at the scene with a team of SHIELD agents. He spotted the smoking Thor at a glance and asked with a puzzled expression, What's wrong with him? Darian shrugged. He said he was the god of thunder, so I zapped him a bit. Who knew he'd be so sensitive to electricity? God of thunder? Coulson's eyebrows twitched, clearly not believing Thor's claim either. He knelt down, checked Thor's breathing, and confirmed he was still alive, just knocked out by the electricity. Take him away and keep him under strict guard. Notify me immediately when he wakes up. Coulson ordered his agents, then turned to Darian. Your mission remains unchanged. Continue to guard the hammer well. Okay. Darian returned to his lounge chair and picked up his comic book again. The other agents began busily processing the scene, lifting the unconscious Thor and taking him away. The next day, Darian received a message from Coulson saying that Thor had woken up and he needed to come over to assist. When Darian arrived outside the temporary detention room, he saw Coulson interrogating Thor. But Thor wouldn't listen to anything, loudly shouting, "Mortals, quickly return Mjolnir to me. As long as you return it to me, when I return to Asgard to be crowned king, your rewards will definitely not be few." His words sounded similar to a scam. Coulson's eardrums ached from the noise, and seeing that communication was impossible, he had no choice but to retreat. As soon as he came out and saw Darian, Coulson rubbed his temples and sighed. This guy won't confess to anything. He keeps yelling for Mjolnir. I've checked. Mjolnir is Thor's hammer in Norse mythology, the weapon of thunder god Thor. It seems this guy is really into his role. Darian chuckled, and with a hint of curiosity, looked through the observation window at Thor, who was still shouting inside. NPC, Thor Odinson. Codename, Thor. Favorability, -10. Evaluation, God of Hammers, for the glory of the northern gods, Marvel's Utcher. For every family member sacrificed, his strength increases by 1 point. Status, Divine Power sealed. My goodness, this guy is actually Thor. Darian was incredibly surprised. Vampires and such were one thing, but now even gods from Norse mythology were showing up. So, that hammer outside must be Mjolnir. Darian's mind raced, and he said to Coulson, "Let me go in and talk to him." With that, without waiting for Coulson's response, he pushed the door open and walked into the detention room. Seeing Darian's arrival, Thor, who had been shouting joyfully, immediately stopped. "It's you." Thor recognized Darian and angrily said, "You despicable mortal. How dare you ambush the great thunder god?" Darian raised an eyebrow. The god of thunder can be knocked out by electricity. Thor was immediately speechless, a trace of embarrassment flashing across his face. He stiffened his neck and retorted, "That's because my divine power was sealed. As long as I get Mjolnir back, I can restore my divine power. NPC Thor Odinson has issued you a new quest. Quest, Mortal Thor. Objective, help the powerless Thor retrieve Mjolnir. Reward, EXP plus 500, Thor favorability plus 30, item *1. Darian looked at the quest prompt before him and said cheerfully, "Helping you get the hammer isn't impossible, but you have to tell me how you ended up here first." "Really? You're willing to help me?" Thor's eyes lit up, as if he had grasped a lifeline. At this moment, he was eager to get his hammer back, and he didn't care about hiding anything, so he immediately laid out his entire experience. In short, Thor was provoked by the frost giants on his coronation day. In a fit of rage, he led people to attack Jotunheim, triggering a war between the two realms. After angering his father, Odin, he was stripped of his divine power and banished to Earth along with his hammer. Darian was speechless after hearing it all. As a god who had lived for thousands of years, Thor had participated in countless battles and was, by all accounts, a seasoned warrior with ample combat experience. Yet, 1,000 years of experience led Thor to blindly charge into the enemy's stronghold. Was his brain just all muscle? Darian shook his head. A few people daring to invade the enemy's base camp. No wonder your father was so angry. You also think I shouldn't have done that? Thor was quite indignant. It was the frost giants of Jotunheim who provoked them first. He merely retaliated with the same methods, but his father chose to banish him to maintain peace. Darian shook his head. "No, I just think your method is too inefficient. Doesn't your Bifrost Bridge allow people to be teleported? Why not just teleport Jotunheim's leader to your territory and then have a righteous group beating? Wouldn't that be better?" Thor. "Oh, right, why didn't I think of that?" Darian continued, "If that's not possible, you could also teleport tens of thousands of nuclear bombs to their territory. I guarantee they wouldn't even dare to breathe heavily afterward. They probably wouldn't even have breath left." Thor hesitated. Wouldn't that be a bit much? Asgard, where he resided, was a highly advanced civilization, so he naturally knew what nuclear bombs were. Foolish. Didn't your father already make it clear that what he wants is nuclear peace? Darian, looking disappointed, said, as the saying goes, truth only lies within the range of a cannon. Only by making them feel pain will they fear you. If it really came to that, the entire Jotunheim wouldn't exist, let alone them. Thor grumbled inwardly. As a member of the radical faction, he felt that Darian was a bit too extreme. My father probably didn't mean that. Thor scratched his head. Darian pouted. You say your Asgard is the strongest of the 9 realms. Do you really think this strength was achieved through peace? Thor was momentarily speechless, unable to refute. Could father really have meant that? Darian waved his hand. Never mind, you think about it yourself. I'll take you to get the hammer first. Okay. Upon hearing hammer, Thor immediately cast his doubts aside and, invigorated, followed Darian out of the detention room. Coulson didn't stop them. After all, with Darian there, Thor posed no threat. He looked at Darian and said, Do you really think he's some god of thunder? Let him try, Darian shrugged, leading Thor back to the area where the hammer was located. Mjolnir. My old friend. As soon as Thor saw the hammer, his eyes burst with ecstatic light, and he strode quickly to stand before it. Watch closely, mortals. Thor roared confidently, filled with the desire to regain his power, and extended his right hand, grasping the leather-wrapped short handle of the hammer. He took a deep breath and began to pull the hammer with force. However, the hammer remained completely motionless. The ecstasy on Thor's face instantly froze, turning into disbelief. He pulled again, unwilling to give up, veins bulging on his forehead, using all his strength to lift it. But no matter how hard he tried, the hammer lay steadily there, not even stirring an inch. After several futile attempts, Thor finally released his hand in despair. He staggered back a step, his knees buckled, and he fell to his knees with a thud in the muddy ground, roaring up at the sky. No. Chapter 49. Chapter 49. Loki, the melee mage with 2 daggers. 1,263 words. 1 chapters will be uploaded on daily basis, i.e. 7 chapters will be uploaded every week apart from the bonus chapters. 1 bonus chapter will be uploaded for every 100 Power Stones or 1,000 collections. All interested readers can read advanced chapters on p@atreon.com heroic verse. Woo woo, my Mjolnir, woo woo, this is so delicious. Inside the confinement room, Thor was wolfing down hamburgers, crying like a several thousand-year-old baby. More than a dozen hamburger wrappers were scattered at his feet, piled up like a small mountain. Darian raised an eyebrow. Is this the god of thunder or the god of gluttony? He eats so much. Darian comforted him. It's okay, it's normal not to be able to lift it for a while. Men, as they get older, tend to be like this, let alone you're several thousand years old. You don't understand. Thor looked up indignantly, sauce still on the corner of his mouth. Not being able to lift Mjolnir means it no longer recognizes me as its master. I've lost the right to possess it. He looked so heartbroken, one might think his girlfriend had run off with someone else. Darian analyzed, actually, you don't need to be so dejected. Perhaps you just haven't met the conditions to lift the hammer yet. Maybe this is a test from your father. Darian didn't quite believe that Thor's old father, Odin, the All-Father, would abandon Thor. After all, he had raised him for several thousand years. If it were him, he definitely wouldn't bear to destroy him like this. Really? Thor wiped the sauce from his mouth with his hand, a glimmer of hope in his eyes. Darian nodded. Although your brain isn't very good, you are still your father's son. And given his age, he probably can't create a new account. Who else would he pass his throne to if not you? Thor. Why did it feel like he was being insulted? Me. A cold snort suddenly rang out. Darian looked in the direction of the sound and saw a figure in a green coat had appeared in the confinement room at some point. However, what was strange was that the agents outside the confinement room showed no reaction, as if they couldn't see this person at all. Darian immediately checked the you-know-who's information. NPC, Loki Odinson Lawferson. Codename, God of Mischief. Favorability, 0. Evaluation, God of lies, God of acting, the 9 realms' foremost magic user, despicable kidney striker. Status, in illusionary stealth. Alright, another god from Norse mythology. Darien was already used to it. From Loki's status, it was clear that he had used some kind of magic to become invisible, which was why the other agents hadn't noticed Loki's presence. However, Darien possessed fiery golden eyes, which could see through all illusions, so Loki's magic had no effect on him whatsoever. At this moment, Loki also noticed Darien's gaze on him, but he remained completely unperturbed. He was very confident in his illusion magic. Aside from his parents, almost no one could see through his illusions, let alone in a backwater place like Earth. This mortal in front of him had merely happened to look over. Loki gave a charmingly evil smile, staring confidently at Darien. Unexpectedly, Darien stared right back. "What are you looking at?" "Loki." Loki was silent for a moment, then simply dispelled part of his illusion to reveal his figure, and said arrogantly, "Mortal, you are quite impressive to be able to perceive my existence." Thor, who was still immersed in his hamburger-induced sadness, suddenly saw Loki appear, and his face immediately lit up with surprise. He stood up abruptly, his greasy hands grabbing Loki's arm. "Loki, you're here." Loki watched as grease and sauce instantly smeared onto his clothes, and his face twitched involuntarily. But he endured it, saying in a low voice, "I had to come." As he spoke, Loki's eyes showed 1 part sorrow, 2 parts helplessness, 3 parts struggle, and 4 parts pain, like a pie chart. It was hard to imagine one person's eyes expressing so many emotions. Seeing Loki's expression, Thor's heart skipped a beat. He hurriedly swallowed the hamburger in his mouth. What happened? Did those frost giants from Jotunheim attack? Yes, Asgard and Jotunheim are currently at war. Loki nodded gravely, a look of sorrow appearing on his face, his emotions gradually building to a climax. "Father is old, the threat of renewed war, coupled with the pain of your banishment, became too much for him to bear. He finally couldn't hold on and left us." "What?" Thor was thunderstruck, his eyes bloodshot. "Father, he actually died." Seeing Thor's collapsing expression, Loki's heart blossomed with joy, but his outward grief deepened. He was about to add fuel to the fire, completely extinguishing Thor's thoughts of returning, when, suddenly, a hand clapped Loki on the shoulder, interrupting his brewing emotions. "Little brother, did you forget about me?" Darien's expression was displeased. The two of them were telling stories and acting out a tragic drama, treating him like a non-existent camera, right? Loki's carefully crafted atmosphere was broken, and a surge of anger flared up. His eyes coldly swept towards Darien. "Insolent mortal! How dare you interrupt a god's conversation?" Darien chuckled. "Although your name is Loki, you don't need to invent a story about a frail old father, do you?" Loki didn't understand his words, but he knew Darien was exposing his lie. He snorted coldly, reaching out to grab Darien's arm, attempting to break it to teach this mortal a lesson. But when he exerted force, he couldn't break it at all. A hint of surprise flashed in Loki's eyes. As an Asgardian, a descendant of the frost giants, his physique far surpassed that of peak humans. He couldn't even break this human's arm. But Loki quickly recovered, sneering, "No wonder you could see through my illusion. You are indeed no ordinary mortal. It's just a pity that you are facing a magic user." With that, 2 daggers appeared out of thin air in Loki's hands, and he fiercely stabbed them towards Darien's abdomen. Darien. What a pure magic user's fighting style. Thai boxing warning. Without another word, Darien directly elbowed him. After several enhancements, Darien's strength had increased even further. Before Loki could even clearly see his movements, he was elbowed off his feet, his 2 daggers falling to the ground. He crashed heavily into the wall of the confinement room, creating a small dent, with cracks spreading outwards like a spiderweb. However, Loki's physique was also not bad. He took Darien's elbow head-on, and his face didn't show much damage. Loki struggled to get up, enraged. "Enough, you damned mortal. I am a great god." Before he could finish his sentence, he saw Darien suddenly pounce on him, delivering a fierce knee strike to his face. While Loki was dazed and knocked to the ground, Darien grabbed his right leg, exerted force, lifted him entirely, and slammed him repeatedly against the ground. Bang! 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 Terrifying crashing sounds rang out continuously, and the confinement room was pounded with craters. Thor had wanted to stop it, but seeing Darien's ferocity, he backed away. It's fine, his younger brother has been tough since childhood anyway. He'll just endure it. After dozens of slams, Loki's body finally went limp. Only then did Darien release him and drop him to the ground. He looked at the fallen Loki, a look of disdain on his face, and they call this a god. Thor. That sounds so familiar. Chapter 50, this guy is beyond saving. 1,167 words. 1 chapters will be uploaded on daily basis, i.e. 7 chapters will be uploaded every week apart from the bonus chapters. 1 bonus chapter will be uploaded for every 100 Power Stones or 1,000 collections. All interested readers can read advanced chapters on p@atreon.com Heroic Verse. The commotion here immediately attracted nearby SHIELD agents. Coulson rushed over upon hearing the news, looking at the mess in the isolation room, and asked with surprise and uncertainty, "What happened here?" Darien pointed to Loki, who had lost his illusionary effect on the ground. "Look, we caught another intruder. This one claims to be Loki." Coulson. Why are all these madmen claiming to be Norse gods coming here? Yesterday, Thor, the god of thunder, came. Today, Loki, the god of mischief, came. Next, will it be Odin, the king of the gods? When Coulson learned that Loki had used legendary magic and confirmed it after checking the surveillance, his expression immediately became serious. He said in a deep voice, "It seems this matter is much more complicated than we imagined. I need to ask Director Fury for more support." Coulson immediately ordered the agents to firmly control the unconscious Loki and imprison him with Thor. Thus, Thor and Loki, these two unfortunate brothers, became cellmates. Thor didn't mind it. In fact, he thought it was quite nice to have Loki by his side. The disturbance caused by Loki and the magic he displayed quickly drew the high attention of Director Fury, who was far away at headquarters. He immediately raised the emergency response level and dispatched more personnel to the location. Among them was Clint Barton, a Level 7 agent, codenamed Hawkeye. NPC, Clint Barton. Codename, Hawkeye. Affection, 40. Evaluation, Avengers mascot, 100% hit rate, 100% win rate in team fights. So, who can tell me what kind of emergency it is that's worth a poor soul who was just about to enjoy his vacation flying back halfway across the earth? At this moment, Clint was carrying his beloved compound bow, his face extremely displeased. He had worked for SLD for so long, and this was his first rare vacation, but he was suddenly recalled by Director Fury for overtime. It's easy to imagine how much resentment Clint had now. "That damned one-eyed slave driver," Coulson explained, "we found an alien object and 2 extraterrestrials who are suspected to be gods." Clint was stunned for a moment. He had only been on vacation for a few days. Had SHELD's scope of business already expanded to aliens? "Clint, long time no see." Darien, who was nearby, greeted Clint. Clint was a bit surprised. "It's you, Darien." He and Darien could be considered to have become acquainted through a confrontation. Of course, what was meant here was not a real fight, but just a friendly competition. Both of them were well-known marksmen in SHIELD. After an encounter, Clint proposed a marksmanship competition, and Darien readily agreed without much thought. They agreed to use their respective most proficient weapons, set up an extremely small target several hundred meters away, and attack simultaneously based on a timer countdown, to see who could shoot faster and more accurately. Clint naturally took out his bow and arrow. At the moment the countdown reached 0, his arrow left the string and accurately hit the target. However, he still lost in the end. The reason was simple. At that time, Darien suddenly pulled out a rocket launcher and directly blew up the target area along with the arrow Clint had shot. Afterward, this guy even had the nerve to say that it was his most proficient sniper rifle, just with a slightly larger caliber and a slightly larger bullet. Since then, Clint had completely given up any thought of competing with Darien. With Clint, Hawkeye, on duty, Darien could continue to slack off and read comic books, occasionally chatting with Thor and inquiring about things beyond Earth. According to Thor, there were 9 realms in the universe. These realms were connected by the world tree but maintained a delicate balance, usually not interfering with each other. This included Midgard, which was Earth where Darien was, as well as Thor's homeland Asgard, the frost giants Jotunheim, the dwarf Svartalfheim, and so on. To freely travel between these 9 realms, one would need a superdimensional teleportation artifact like the Bifrost Bridge. Of course, the vast universe was far more than just these 9 realms. There were countless alien races and planetary powers, all very complex. System, are these all explorable areas? Darien asked. Yes, all areas are open, and players can freely explore anywhere. Awesome. Darien once again praised the game's freedom, being able to explore even beyond Earth. He had thought the system would say something like this area can be explored later. At night, Darien, who was guarding the hammer, suddenly received a message. Loki had escaped. Darien immediately rushed to the scene, looking at the serious faces of Coulson and Clint. What's the situation? Coulson said in a deep voice, Loki woke up a while ago. He seemed to have used some magic and suddenly disappeared from the isolation room. Darien asked, what about Thor? He's still inside, but he seems a bit off. Hearing this, Darien walked into the isolation room and saw Thor standing in place with a dejected expression and empty eyes. Darien asked curiously, what's wrong, Thor? Thor's voice was low. Loki went back to Asgard. He told me that if it weren't for me, Asgard and Jotunheim wouldn't have gone to war, and father wouldn't have died. It's all my fault. Then why didn't he take you with him? Because Loki has already reached a truce agreement with the frost giants. Thor's voice was full of bitterness and self-pity, but the condition is that I, the culprit who started the war, must be banished forever to Midgard. Darien raised an eyebrow, but didn't you say you were the heir to the throne? Thor's mood became even lower. Because of my recklessness, Mother has given the throne to Loki. Now Loki is the king of Asgard. Did your little brother say that? Yes. Darien was a bit speechless. Then how do you know if what he said is true or false? Thor said without hesitation, Loki wouldn't lie to me. He said that during my banishment, he led Asgard's army against the frost giants, entering and exiting Jotunheim 7 times, killing millions of frost giants before reaching this agreement with Laufey, the king of the frost giants. Darien. Now I can be 100% sure it's false. This Loki really thinks he's a descendant of the god of war, killing millions of frost giants. This is even more outrageous than Director Fury pole dancing in SELD. Darien couldn't help but say, didn't you notice anything wrong? Thor nodded heavily, seriously saying, I did. Jotunheim doesn't have that many frost giants. Loki must have miscounted. Darien. Forget it, this guy is beyond saving. Don't forget to like and subscribe to Novels Wonderland.